Chuzheng was now spreading his wings, and the rise of the Tingxian Holy Land seemed within reach. Ultimately, the Taisu had to be passed down. As a holy land, bowing one's head on occasion was not unacceptable. Based on Chuzheng's past behavior, this man was known for his ruthless and decisive nature, not afraid of stirring up trouble. Should he gain power one day, the likelihood of him seizing the opportunity for revenge was quite unpredictable. Inside the grand hall, a dead silence prevailed, save for the figure in a black robe sitting in the highest seat and staring at the hidden dragon list in front of him, his face revealing a thoughtful expression. Hidden Dragon List Number 1, Tingxian Holy Land, Chuzheng, Bone Age 23, Cultivation Divine Transformation Realm First Level. He chose to return to Cangyun instead of heading to the outer domain battlefield, not because he was afraid of death or wanted to avoid combat, but because he was concerned about Chuzheng. A trip to the outer domain battlefield often meant years away, with no telling when one could return. Given the speed of Chuzheng's cultivation progress, who knew what realm he might reach upon his return? If he wasn't there to stay in Taisu, any sudden changes when that time came could potentially mean the existence of the Taisu Holy Land would be in question. From the current circumstances, his choice seemed to not have been wrong. No, that's not right. Bai Zhixiao's mind flickered with a blaze of insight as he stared intently at the hidden dragon list, his thoughts tangled until, after a long moment, he finally murmured softly, "It's too similar, too alike." After entering the Divine Infant realm, his cultivation soared, much like Zhao Tingxian's experience in the past. Could Cangyun realm be on the verge of witnessing a second Zhao Tingxian? Such a coincidence seemed implausible. No, that's not right. Bai Zhixiao suddenly shook his head, his expression becoming serious as a hint of doubt flashed across his eyes. He recalled something. Not long after Chuzheng stepped into the Divine Infant realm, he unexpectedly decided to visit Taisu to investigate Zhao Tingxian's cave. Perhaps at that time, Chuzheng may have found something crucial in Zhao Tingxian's cave and in the place of his closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, even with Chuzheng's monstrous talent and rapid cultivation, there was no reason why his speed of cultivation should be faster after stepping into the Divine Infant realm than before. It was like a paradox where a mortal becomes younger as they age, a contradiction to the natural order of the heavenly Tao. Zhao Tingxian could be explained as an occasional anomaly, but the appearance of Chuzheng with similar changes couldn't be explained away as a mere exception. A more likely possibility was that upon entering the Divine Infant realm, Chuzheng, like Zhao Tingxian, had discovered some unknown and hidden secrets. Such secrets might possess replicability. With that thought, he stood up abruptly and summoned several Taisu elders waiting outside the hall. Restart the investigation on Zhao Tingxian. You all should carefully search his cave again to see if you can find any hidden spatial rifts. Halfway through, Bai Zhixiao added another sentence, and see if there's something else underground. We've searched previously, we've gone through 10,000 zhang underground and found nothing. Has the Holy Master received some news? Or is it a directive from the Immortal Alliance? Hearing this, several elders were somewhat puzzled. In their eyes, Zhao Tingxian's defection from the Immortal Alliance was no longer important, especially since true immortals had already conducted a thorough search, so it seemed unlikely that there would be any oversights. Chuzheng's rise was the real pressing issue facing them. If 10,000 zhang underground is not enough, then this time dig down 100,000 zhang. Bai Zhixiao's expression was solemn, and the gleam in his eyes seemed to solidify, signaling that the similarities between Chuzheng and Zhao Tingxian were far from coincidental. If they could find and harness this commonality, the future of the Taisu Holy Land could be foreseen. Within the grand temple bathed in divine light, in front of the golden body of the Tao Lord, Chuzheng slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of joy passing through them. Incense fire willpower, in its enhancement and amplification of the primordial spirit, was truly immediate and effective. At this rate, as long as there were enough devotees, his path to the deification 9 transformations would not be too protracted. Until now, the once distant Tingxian secret realm had finally come into view. The thrill of his rapidly soaring cultivation even made him somewhat indulgent in it. This cultivation breakthrough had increased his power by countless times. The golden body before him, now more adept at wielding the thunder method, was deepening its connection with the main body day by day. Enjoy exclusive adventures from Empire. Gazing at the vast sky beyond the temple, Chu Zhang's gaze slightly narrowed. The problem now before him was how to increase the number of his devotees. The quantity and quality of the devotees had reached a bottleneck, and he urgently needed to expand outward again. Even so, Chu Zhang was not in a hurry to take action. For the next period, he did not plan to make any moves himself. On the day of the breakthrough, he had sensed the presence of the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord. However, this orthodox god from the divine court merely lingered outside the temple for a long time, ultimately choosing not to enter the temple but silently leaving instead. Chu Zhang couldn't guess the thoughts of the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord. After all, he did not have the mind-reading technique. However, the tribulation chi that began to churn beside him reflected some issues. It seemed that after witnessing his breakthrough, the Spirit Lord abandoned the original plan to communicate and was preparing to use other means to deal with the trouble he posed. This was undoubtedly playing right into Chu Zhang's hands. As long as it was not oppression from the divine court, he would have a chance to fight back. War with the gods was always the simplest and most brutal way to increase the number of devotees. The only somewhat restricting factor was the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord's status as an orthodox god from the divine court. As long as that status remained, Chu Zhang could not afford to offend him. The outbreak of conflict Chu Zhang had anticipated did not keep him waiting too long. Several days later, multiple indecent sacrifice evil gods attacked together, destroying over a dozen of his temples in one night and smashing the newly constructed golden bodies before many devotees. The loss of devotees amounted to no less than several hundreds of thousands. Among the deities who made their move, there were spirit lords. They had clearly conspired and coordinated their attacks with great tacit understanding. In response, Chu Zhang remained silent for half a day, then launched an even more fierce and overbearing counterattack. His revenge was precise and powerful. With the heavenly divination technique in hand, none of the deities who had attacked could escape his frenzied retribution. Chu Zhang did not give these rural deities the chance to fight back, sweeping through mountains and temples, cleaning them all out, extinguishing their incense fire and rooting them up completely. In less than half a month, Chu Zhang's number of devotees surged by an additional 2 million. During this time, the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord did not react at all. Chu Zhang was taking justified revenge, and the divine court had no reason to intervene. Everything went smoothly, but the tribulation chi churning beside Chu Zhang was becoming even more intense. Clearly, the killer move that the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord was preparing in secret had yet to surface. Inside the temple, Yuan Dazuan was all smiles. Beginning his monthly report of recent events to Chu Zhang as usual, the increase in the number of devotees, the movements of nearby deities, and some changes related to the divine court. A major event has recently occurred in the divine court. The great emperor personally stepped in, accepting a powerful deity. Upon entering the divine court, this deity has already taken the position of a main god, increasing the original 13 main gods to 14 now, Yuan Dazuan said. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhang casually asked, "What is the name of this deity?" "A main god, a position second only to that great emperor, powerful enough to rival the immortal kings and immortal venerables in the Immortal Alliance." Yuan Dazuan thought for a moment, bowed his head and replied, "It seems to be called Yin Yang Xianling Demonic Sanctioning Great Holy Celestial. This god of slaughter and war, with formidable strength, ranks among the top amongst the main gods." "Who?" Yuan Dazuan carefully checked again, nodding in confirmation. The formal title of that deity is indeed Yin Yang Xianling Demonic Sanctioning Great Holy Celestial. Hearing Yuan Dazuan repeat the name, Chu Zhang's gaze instantly narrowed. He hadn't expected to cross paths with Zhao Tingxian so soon. The Chaos Sea was truly small. Zhao Tingxian had actually come to the divine court. However, if he calculated according to the flow of time in the great universe, it should have been over 100 years in the Chaos Sea since he last met Zhao Tingxian. Zhao Tingxian's appearance in this place came as a complete surprise to Chu Zhang. He didn't know whether the Chaos Sea was too small or if he and Zhao Tingxian were simply fated to meet. The last time during his incarnation to survive tribulations in the Tianya Federation, Chu Jing remembered the words Zhao Tingxian had spoken to him. Those few brief sentences contained an overwhelming amount of information, relating to his arrival in the Cangyun realm more than 1,000 years ago, as if someone had predicted it all. Without Zhao Tingxian, even with the panel, Chu Jing would have certainly not lived until now and might have been dealt with by the Immortal Alliance at birth. The implication of this information was extremely terrifying. That person had not only foreseen Chu Jing's existence, but had even calculated over 1,000 years ago that Zhao Tingxian would be able to take over the Cangyun heavenly way to pave the way for him. You should know, at that time, Zhao Tingxian was merely a divine infant cultivator. To achieve the position of Immortal Venerable in a millennium, this exaggerated rate of advancement was beyond the imagination of the vast majority of Immortal Path cultivators. While Chu Jing was deep in thought, a sudden loud noise came from outside the temple. Where is Taoist Venerable Jingqiu? Chu Jing raised his eyes towards the sky, his brow slightly furrowed. Above the vast sky stood a figure clad in a pitch-black robe, adorned with a myriad of stars and a bright moon. This star, named Immortal Serpent, whose lord was one of the 360 star lords of the Divine Court, the Immortal Serpent Star Lord, was a genuine incense fire deity of the heavenly venerate realm, comparable to a true immortal. Immortal Serpent Star Lord, 8th Order and avatar of the incense fire deity of the heavenly venerate realm, serves in the Divine Court, with countless devotees under his command. With a flash of spiritual light above the vast sky, the figure of the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord appeared, standing in front of the Immortal Serpent Star Lord, and immediately performed a great salute. Your subordinate greets you, Star Lord. I did not realize you were coming and am late. I hope the Star Lord will forgive me. Several of my divine statues have been shattered, related to this myriad treasure's Taoist monarch, said the Immortal Serpent Star Lord indifferently, his gaze falling on the temple, a trace of impatience flickering in his vertically slitted pupils. Hearing this, the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord's face turned pale with shock. There's been such an offensive act? Chu Jing's side was tumultuous with tribulation his gaze narrowing as he rose and strode out of the temple. Since there had been no activity from this Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord for a while, Chu Jing was somewhat puzzled, and it turned out he was waiting here for him. In the midst of combat, it was actually not uncommon to accidentally shatter other deities' divine statues, which could be taken seriously or not. If made into a big deal, it would be seen as a lack of respect for the supreme deity, scorn for the divine court. If considered a small matter, it would be seen as a misunderstanding, which under normal circumstances would be resolved by reconstructing the divine statue and compensating with some incense as well. However, with the presence of this Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord, the issue wasn't that simple. Being an underling of the Immortal Serpent Star Lord, it was no surprise that he seized the opportunity to intervene. Where is Taoist Venerable Jingqiu? The Immortal Serpent Star Lord glanced at Chu Jing, who had walked out from the temple, his tone slightly cold. I hear that previously when summoned to the Divine Court, he resisted in every way. Now that I am here personally, is he still so difficult to summon? Star Lord, the Tao Lord is wandering beyond the heavens and has yet to return. He is still sleeping, replied Chu Jing with a bow. The matter of your divine statue being shattered is truly a misunderstanding, and I hope the Star Lord would allow us to make amends in some way. The Immortal Serpent Star Lord's gaze sharpened, sweeping over the temple and quickly noting the lifelessness within the golden body, devoid of any fluctuation of the soul, evidently unconscious. I can't be bothered to argue with such an unknown person. The Immortal Serpent Star Lord withdrew his gaze, sweeping over Chu Jing. Make 100 golden bodies for me, with 1,000,000 devotees offering 10 years of incense fire, and let this matter rest. Any objections? The Venerable acts as a spokesman for the deity, capable of making certain decisions on their behalf. Chu Jing fell into silence, setting aside the matter of 100 golden bodies. Just the 1,000,000 devotees offering 10 years of incense fire was equivalent to directly taking away 1,000,000 devotees. Moreover, having one's devotees build other deities' temples would cause irreversible harm to them. All in all, it was as if Chu Jing was inexplicably set to lose more than 2,000,000 devotees, even possibly more. The massive loss of incense fire willpower would cause Chu Jing's incense fire divine path cultivation to fall, even affecting his true self. His true self had only recently stepped into divine transformation and needed to stabilize for a period. Otherwise, he might face the risk of a fallen realm. Furthermore, this was only the first tactic of the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord. Once his realm fell, the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord would surely make his next move. A single step back could lead to constant retreat, and this incarnation to survive tribulations might prematurely end. Chu Jing didn't even consider it for a moment before rejecting the Immortal Serpent Star Lord's demands. This matter is of great importance, and I cannot make such decisions. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Jing bowed his head and said, "Our Tao Lord wanders beyond the heavens because he heard that an old acquaintance entered the divine court, and went to meet them." Upon hearing this, a trace of doubt flashed through the eyes of the Immortal Serpent Star Lord. Is it that main god? The Yin Xianling demonic sanctioning Great Holy Celestial? He had some understanding of this suddenly emerged Taoist Venerable Jingchu, who, in a short period, became a middle-rank spirit lord. So much spirit stone resource, not even a celestial lord could bring out, yet this Tao Lord casually threw it out. He must have some background. It must be said, this Taoist Venerable Jingchu shares some similarities with the great Saint Heavenly Venerable, who also suddenly burst onto the scene. That newly minted main god, whose origins no one knew, appeared suddenly with several life stars, and was even personally ushered in by the great emperor. It's not impossible that these two have some connection. Forgive me, I am not aware. Chu Jing shook his head. His words couldn't be too blunt, otherwise it would be easily seen through. After all, Zhao Tingxian didn't hold much goodwill towards him. One couldn't be too bold when pulling at another's coattails. Standing not far away, the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord, who was about to speak, suddenly saw a hint of hesitation in the expression of the Immortal Serpent Star Lord. He immediately swallowed the words he was about to say. If something could make a Star Lord apprehensive, there must be some unknown reasons behind it. It would be better to hold back now, for there would be plenty of time in the future. With his status as an orthodox god of the divine court, this Tao Lord would ultimately not dare to attack him outright, which meant there would still be many opportunities. Then let's first prioritize repairing the divine statues that have been damaged, he said. As for the rest, that can be discussed later. A moment later, the Immortal Serpent Star Lord waved his hand, retracting what he had said before. For him, offending a war god who was the main enforcer of slaughter, over a few insignificant golden bodies and merely over 1 million followers, no matter how plausible, was not worth it. In the vast divine court, there were but a dozen or so who held the position of main god, and half of those weren't even gods of slaughter. This newcomer, the great Saint Heavenly Venerable, was already one of the strongest few in the divine court, second only to the great emperor. It was truly unnecessary to provoke him. From the very beginning, the incense fire divine path was destined to have an element of replaceability. A main god, wishing to cut down a Star Lord, truly needed no reason. As long as the followers remained, other deities could instantly fill the vacancy. Inside the divine court, to live a long life, developing followers was useless by itself. One also needed to be well connected, with their own network and influence above and below. Feeling the tribulation chi beside him gradually calming down, Chu Jing breathed a sigh of relief and replied directly, "I obey the Star Lord's divine decree and will have someone see to it immediately." It was just the repair of a few divine statues, posing no loss to him. Compared to the previous demand, it was nothing. The Immortal Serpent Star Lord didn't stay long and soon left. The Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord vanished as well. Looking at the sky that had cleared up, Chu Jing was deep in thought. This tribulation was so easily resolved. It was somewhat beyond his expectations. He had been prepared for the worst-case scenario. When Chu Jing returned to the temple, a figure that seemed somewhat familiar had appeared in the previously empty hall. Tall in stature, draped in a divine robe with a yin-yang jade belt wrapped around the waist. "You're quite adept at using the tactic of wearing tiger skins," the newcomer observed, looking over the statues in the temple with an indifferent tone. Zhao Tingxian. This attire, compared to the last time he was seen, had quite a few changes. "Heavenly Venerate, we meet again," said Chu Jing, suppressing the shock in his heart and addressing the visitor respectfully. instead of using Zhao Tingxian's personal name as he had learned from the consequences of doing so last time. "You seem to have learned a bit this time," Zhao Tingxian remarked, with eyes that were as cold as ice. "To be honest, right now I truly wish to go back to Cangyun and take your life." "Then it seems that I may live a little longer," Chu Jing responded, maintaining a detached demeanor against Zhao Tingxian's undisguised murderous intent. If, in some intangible way, someone was paving the way for him, then that person would not let him die before he grew powerful enough to be useful. Zhao Tingxian scrutinized Chu Jing, his gaze showing a slight change. "You have already undergone divine transformation." When he had last seen Chu Jing, judging by the fluctuations of his divine soul, Chu Jing had not yet entered the stage of the divine infant. 100 years in the Chaos Sea was, at most, less than 2 years in the Cangyun realm. In this short span of time, Chu Jing had broken through 2 major realms. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Zhao Tingxian spoke more softly. "What led you to walk the path of the incense fire deity?" "Because, Heavenly Venerate, when I was in Taisu Holy Land, I came across your former abode and discovered the god sculpting method," Chu Jing openly shared without any concealment. "In the presence of a being at this level, lying serves no purpose, for it would be seen through at a glance. Better to be frank." "Because I—" For a moment, Zhao Tingxian's gaze became slightly scattered. Chu Jing's words seemed to have shaken him greatly, leaving him unable to regain his composure for a long while. After a long silence, Zhao Tingxian sighed softly. "So that's how it is." It seemed as if he had realized something, and his look towards Chu Jing softened considerably. "How is Taisu Holy Land doing? Does it still exist?" "It does." Chu Jing nodded. After the battle outside the realm, Taisu had contributed, hence the Immortal Alliance did not pursue the matter. Zhao Tingxian's eyes flickered slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "The Immortal Alliance's approach this time is indeed much gentler. They really resemble humans now." "I thought Heavenly Venerate knew everything." Chu Jing was slightly surprised. With Zhao Tingxian's abilities, deducing such matters should not be hard. The Chaos Sea is isolated from the great universe, all heaven's secrets are severed, none above immortal kings can enter, otherwise, immortal path emperors would have come to execute me long ago. How could I have lived until today? Zhao Tingxian shook his head slowly. "I am now as if stranded in the wilderness, with heaven not responding and earth not heeding. How can I deduce anything? If I truly knew everything, I would not have almost lost my life to the underworld because of you last time." Looking at Zhao Tingxian before him, Chu Jing was puzzled for a moment. He could sense that Zhao Tingxian's attitude towards him had changed greatly in an instant. The undisguised killing intent from before had now vanished without trace. Coming back to his senses, Chu Jing bowed respectfully, feeling a sense of urgency in his heart. "I have many doubts. I hope Heavenly Venerate can enlighten me." "Ask, but I may not be able to answer," Zhao Tingxian said without refusal, sitting down on the ground. Chu Jing organized his thoughts and decided to start from the beginning. "About what Heavenly Venerate said to me last time, regarding my origin, could you tell me the details?" "Regarding your background, I know nothing. The one who guided me, I cannot mention to you either, or there will be calamitous disasters." Zhao Tingxian didn't give an answer, saying softly instead, "Ask another question." Seeing this, Chu Jing didn't dwell on it, and continued to ask, "Was the news about the Cangyun Outer Realm passage intercepted by Heavenly Venerate?" "Correct, I intercepted the message and did not report it to the Immortal Alliance." Zhao Tingxian nodded, and then further explained, "Back then I had divined that Cangyun's fate was not yet exhausted, and there were signs of revival after the war, and this was also my chance to break away from the Immortal Alliance, therefore I only informed a few close friends." "Are there demon immortals among these friends of Heavenly Venerate?" "No." Zhao Tingxian gave an answer that surprised Chu Jing somewhat. He seemed to be very clear about the question Chu Jing was asking and directly said, "I know what you want to ask." The demon race hastily opened a passage to lead the northern region demon race out of the realm. It must have been that some demon immortal caught wind of it. This relates to the myriad heavens and realms, carrying information not originating from me. To him, the lives of these beings, whether human or demon, were weightless, nothing more than part of his plans to break away from the Immortal Alliance at that time, not worthy of his attention. He did not like to deal with the demon race, not because of racial concepts, but simply because most of the demon race lacked any concept of shame. Even the demon immortals were the same, too fickle in their stances, too deep in involvement was likely to lead to betrayal. The path he walked was also one of great defiance, and he could die at any moment. Getting too involved with the demon race was too risky. Many thanks to Heavenly Venerate for resolving my doubts. Chu Zheng's mind relaxed a bit. He had speculated that this matter was related to Zhao Tingxian, and now it seemed to be just a coincidence. But within the Immortal Alliance, there must certainly be a demon immortal colluding with the myriad heavens and realms. This much could now be confirmed. After hesitating for a while, Chu Zheng asked tentatively, during the battle outside the realm, was the projection of the Cangyun Immortal King intentionally helping you? An Immortal King's passage will leave remnants of their path's essence, and others cannot tread the same path again for a short time. Using a projection, Cangyun was able to arrive fastest, and he even took the shortest way around Cangyun, indeed buying me a lot of time. Because of this, I was able to preserve this incarnation, which holds the stewardship of Cangyun Heavenly Way. Otherwise, my advancement to Immortal Venerable would have been delayed much longer. Zhao Tingxian went silent for a moment before making a startling statement. Cangyun walked the same path as me. Zhao Tingxian's words startled Chu Zheng. The same path? What do you mean by that, Heavenly Venerate? His first reaction was that perhaps Cangyun had also followed the path of becoming a god through incense. This seemed somewhat too exaggerated. What I'm referring to is not the path of incense. Zhao Tingxian denied Chu Zheng's guess, speaking slowly. Do you know why a true immortal can affect the bloodline of a family, giving rise to a true immortal noble family? For a moment, Chu Zheng remembered the information about immortal descendants he had seen many times before, and immediately shook his head. I hope the Heavenly Venerate will enlighten me. The cultivators of the Cangyun realm know only that by becoming an immortal, one can influence the family bloodline, and thus give rise to a true immortal family. Zhao Tingxian's expression became somewhat complex. In fact, this is a misunderstanding of cause and effect. It is not the true immortal that influences the bloodline, but the bloodline that is destined to produce a true immortal. You must have also seen those true immortal noble families in Cangyun. At most, they prosper for thousands or tens of thousands of years, then their bloodline gradually declines and eventually fades into obscurity. No matter how many methods they use, it's merely a delay of this process. These so-called true immortal noble families are simply affected by a temporary bloodline mutation when a true immortal achieves Tao, nourished by immortal Chi. As it was said in ancient times, when one person achieves Tao, the whole family become immortals. That's how it is. Hearing this, Chu Zheng was not particularly surprised and listened quietly. This was a chicken or egg type of problem, difficult to clearly argue. He had made many speculations about the immortal bone before, but never got a clear answer. Within the Immortal Alliance, there are some people with immortal blood flowing in their veins, known as immortal descendants. The families of immortal descendants will never decline. Immortal descendants? Hearing the familiar term, Chu Zheng could not help but be invigorated. Immortal blood will not disappear, even if these immortal descendants die in battle. Their talent will return to their family's bloodline without any loss. Moreover, only immortal descendants are eligible to step into the threshold of Immortal Venerable. Otherwise, even a true immortal has reached the end of their road. If there is no immortal blood in the body of a true immortal, it is still possible to integrate immortal blood through a secret technique and become mixed blood. Such individuals are the mixed-blooded immortal descendants. Upon saying this, Zhao Tingxian seemed to recall something, his eyes gradually turning cold. After ancient times, the environment of the Cangyun realm underwent significant changes. The emerging true immortals were utterly unable to integrate with the true blood of immortal descendants. Throughout their lives, they could not step into the immortal venerable realms. From ancient times to the present, only Cangyun and I have been exceptions. If one does not reach immortal venerate, they can only serve as cannon fodder in the wars with the vast universe. Back when I joined the Immortal Alliance, I was neither valued nor used but instead faced constant ostracism. After stepping into the true immortal realm, I was sent to the cosmic frontier to fight ceaselessly against evil demons, bathed in blood on the battlefield, teetering on the brink of the underworld, and it was only by sheer luck that I escaped with my life. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Chuzheng asked, why can't the cultivators from Cangyun realm integrate with the true blood of immortal descendants? The immortal bone was already a threshold, and now there seemed to be another one before the immortal venerable. The disparity was puzzling. I don't know the specifics, but over the years, I've collected some information, though its authenticity is uncertain. Zhao. Tingxian's eyes flashed with a hint of light. In ancient times, the immortal king took action, severing the heavenly fate of other Daoist sects in the Cangyun realm. It seems there was retaliation later, to the point where some immortal descendant families were completely extinguished. This might have some connection. The events of ancient times were too distant, and the continuous wars had already erased the traces. It's very difficult to trace back and find the exact reasons. It's not as simple as just saying a few words. I have a question I don't understand, and I hope the immortal venerable will not refrain from teaching. As the conversation progressed, Chuzheng had more and more questions. Now that the heavenly venerate has entered the immortal venerable realm, by what method did you become an immortal descendant? Did the Cangyun immortal king use the same method? This was a hurdle he would inevitably face as well. If he could gain more experience, he might avoid many detours. However, Zhao Tingxian did not answer Chuzheng's question but instead looked him over and sneered lightly. You, a Chi cultivator, also covet the true blood of immortal descendants? He quickly reined in his expression. The path of Chi refining that you are on is much stronger than the immortal path. Shang Cangyun and I have no way back now, which is somewhat related to the vast universe. If you can live until the day you become an immortal, I will take you to the cosmic frontier, to see it with your own eyes. Thank you, Heavenly Venerate, for the clarification. Seeing this, Chuzheng did not press further. If immortal blood was so hard to integrate, there must be a reason. Zhao Tingxian's lack of an answer indicated that there were many inconveniences. Ultimately, Cangyun has reached its limit. Without immortal descendant families, true immortals from Cangyun, no matter how talented, have no future within the immortal alliance. Zhao Tingxian stood up slowly, speaking somewhat casually. You should plan early, especially since your identity as a Chi cultivator is hard to conceal indefinitely. Chuzheng took a deep breath and asked a question he had been holding back for a long time. Heavenly Venerate once said that more than 20 years ago in the Cangyun realm, you sealed the spiritual wisdom in my womb. Does this mean I had arrived in Cangyun long ago but my memory has been sealed all along? So, is this reincarnation or rebirth through possession? Zhao Tingxian pondered for a while before speaking. As far as I know, it should be reincarnation, with a remnant true spirit surviving and preserving memories for several decades. His words carried a hint of uncertainty because for a cultivator, merely preserving several decades of memories was pointless. It would be better to let go completely. Reincarnation. Chuzheng murmured softly, his thoughts a bit chaotic as he remembered the memories of his previous life. He suddenly wasn't entirely sure if he had forgotten something important. This marks the end of our connection. If you tangle with me again, it won't be so simple. Before Chuzheng could react, Zhao Tingxian's figure had already disappeared within the temple, clearly not intending to have a detailed conversation with Chuzheng. After regaining his composure, Chuzheng couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. He still had many questions to ask. Zhao Tingxian hadn't answered many of his questions. Just considering the change in Zhao Tingxian's attitude before and after their meeting, it was clear that he had become much more amicable towards him. This change left Chuzheng somewhat unable to guess the reason. He stared at his own palm, lost in thought. The path he needed to walk had already been paved by others 1,000 years ago. As for the paths taken by Shang Cangyun and Zhao Tingxian, Chuzheng still hadn't seen them clearly. One was a peerless genius who had changed the name of the Cangyun realm, and the other was a person who had become an immortal across a millennium. Zhao Tingxian had obviously been extremely cautious with him, with many matters not fully disclosed. All he could do was wait for another opportunity in the future. In the following days, Chuzheng devoted most of his energy to developing his devotees. Having a main god as support, an invisible tiger's skin, shielded him from countless troubles. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. Chu Zheng's cultivated persona steadily advanced into the golden core realm, albeit with a golden core of not too high a quality, having only 7 orifices. A 7 orifices golden core was quite remarkable for the average person, but from Chu Zheng's own perspective, it was somewhat lacking. Over the years, the Divine Court, through the Rainbow Heaven Spirit Lord, had issued no less than 5 invitations, hoping he would join the Divine Court, all of which he declined. Even so, the Divine Court did not act against him as before, which was presumably related to Zhao Tingxian's existence. After that brief exchange, Zhao Tingxian never again visited Chu Zheng's temple, as if he had vanished without a trace. Chu Zheng had thought about trying to find him, but even after searching the whole star domain, there was no temple belonging to Zhao Tingxian to be found. Not just temples, but there was not even a portrait of him to be found. If it weren't for the fact that Zhao Tingxian did indeed come before, Chu Zheng might even wonder if it was all a dream. As time passed, the number of Chu Zheng's devotees surpassed tens of millions. However, as he decreased the frequency of scattering spirit stones among them, the growth of incense fire willpower had noticeably slowed. This was an unavoidable decision. He could not spend all his energy finding spirit stones for his devotees and had to gradually reduce it. During these years, Chu Zheng occasionally felt tribulation chi surging around him, but it was quickly suppressed, as if someone was helping him avert tribulations. With the increase in devotees, his own cultivation saw a rise, stepping into the Divine Infant's second transformation. For this second transformation, Chu Zheng chose a unique species that existed in the Chaos Sea, resembling a scale-armored Pegasus and enveloped in demonic flames. About a few years ago, this species had passed by the nearby star domain, consuming several life stars, and quickly caught the attention of the Divine Court. 2 main gods intervened but were repelled, and ultimately it escaped. The position of the Immortal Serpent Star was passable. Chu Zheng saw the full appearance of that unique creature, 100 times larger than the ordinary life stars, and because of the great distance, he only got a glimpse, resulting in a transformation that captured its form but not its essence. However, even this mere physical transformation made this second change much stronger than the Qilin transformation, indicating the terrifying nature of this unique creature. As his expansion of devotees entered a bottleneck, Chu Zheng shifted his attention to the other stars. If the number of devotees were to climb another level, it would cause conflict with some of the ancient deities that had long been entrenched on this star. Rather than consolidating all at once, it was better to let some devotees spread out to other stars. After all, the distance between these stars was quite close, and it wasn't troublesome to traverse space using divine skills. The distance between stars, under the magnitude of the universe, is very short, but in reality, it is still quite vast. Chu Zheng spent more than 70 years, finally sending numerous devotees in batches throughout the entire star domain. With the incremental spread of devotees, a large net was gradually raised, and the number of devotees started to grow exponentially. Now, it was nearly 100 million. The cultivation of the incense fire divine path had already stepped into higher spirit monarch perfection, just one step away from becoming a junior heavenly monarch. The divine infant of his true form, whose cultivation had been skyrocketing all along, stepped into the divine infant's 6th transformation. Each level of change was none other than a formidable alien species from the Chaos Sea. Such a long period of stability was something Chu Zheng had never experienced before, but the tribulation chi of the chi refining incarnation had already entered an extremely bizarre state in an imperceptible way. The tribulation chi was very dense and had already formed an omen of death tribulation, but it did not boil over, and even remained quiet at all times. After more than 70 years, this incarnation had already set foot in golden core realm perfection, and the next step was refined spirit. Chu Zheng had already accumulated enough foundation for this step and could cross over at any time, but each time he was about to break through, he felt unsettled, thus interrupting the process. The morning light was faintly warm, dispelling the chill brought by the night. Within the Grand Temple, Chu Zheng's eyes were slightly closed as he slowly reviewed the information sent back from various stars through his golden body. Including Yuan Dazuan, the initial group of core followers had long been sent away from the Immortal Serpent Star and were now managing affairs on various stars, mostly relying on the golden body for communication. These pieces of information were quite complicated, with the most substantial part relating to the divine court. Soon, Chu Zhang's gaze intensified, stopping on a piece of news. Yin Yang Xianling demonic sanctioning Great Holy Celestial has detached from the divine court, whereabouts unknown. Zhao Tingxian left again? Upon seeing this message, Chu Zhang couldn't help but be stunned, and the next instant, he suddenly felt the tribulation chi that had been silent at his side for decades suddenly respond. In an instant, the star of death omen above his head flashed wildly. The aura of death engulfed his senses, but at this moment, Chu Zhang grew calm instead, focusing his mind on operating the eternal calamity treasure record and began attempting to refine spirit. Years of accumulation had perfected his divine soul, and now, he was merely one step away from the threshold. The formless divine soul began to expand, stepping out from the center of his forehead, and in a blink, it transformed into a primordial spirit clad in divine armor, over 30 feet tall, radiating blazing divine light. Before Chu Zhang could even begin to grasp the mystery of the primordial spirit, a fierce white light suddenly lit up from the horizon, engulfing his senses in an instant. It took a while before he regained his senses, yet he could only inspect the position of the immortal serpent star through the golden body statues on the remaining stars. On looking, he was taken aback once more. The entire immortal serpent star, along with several nearby life stars, had all vanished, leaving only a dazzling white divine light. Cangyun realm. Within the secret chamber of the Tingxian Holy Land, Chu Zhang's brow was brimming with light, and his aura plummeted. The incense fire willpower in the depths of his divine soul kept ebbing away unstoppably, dissipating much of it. In the end, his cultivation fell by 2 realms, retreating back to the divine infant fourth transformation. Had he not earlier dispersed many followers, this blow would have netted him in one fell swoop, rendering the hardships of a century null and void. However, Chu Zhang had no mind to care about his cultivation at this point. With several stars vanishing together, he could not ascertain for a time whether this was indeed because of him. After a while, Chu Zhang pulled back his thoughts and sighed. At least now he still had a portion of the incense flame golden body and some followers alive. Only after meeting Zhao Tingxian did Chu Zhang realize that the situation in the Cangyun realm was far more complicated than he had thought. Among the true immortal seeds that emerged from the Cangyun realm, aside from Shang Cangyun and Zhao Tingxian, none had been able to set foot in the domain of the immortal venerable, and most now were likely no longer in this world. The remnant soul of a true immortal in the Song family ancestral grounds once left a last will: one must not enter the immortal alliance. Now it seems, this indeed was a warning. Staying out of the immortal alliance allows one to survive in the universe, but those cultivators from the Cangyun realm who joined the immortal alliance, how could they have met a good end in the final analysis? He needed to make numerous preparations. Due to the massive death of believers, which caused a decline in cultivation levels, it took some time to recover. Chu Zhang spent another 3 months swallowing numerous spirit pills to mend his soul, finally restoring his cultivation to the divine infant 5 transformations level. However, a full recovery would still require some time. Originally, he intended to continue his seclusion, but a letter forced him to leave retreat ahead of schedule. Now, with less than 2 years left until the great tournament of 10,000 sects, many arrangements needed to be made. Several holy lands joined with the true immortal noble families to summon Chu Zhang a month later for discussions on this matter. Although the top position in this tournament was already undisputed, the great tournament of 10,000 sects, a centennial grand event in the Cangyun realm, would still proceed as scheduled according to the Immortal Alliance's decree, along with preparations made long ago and the envoy from the Martial Hall arriving on time. Moreover, with the changing environment of the world, the geniuses among various forces had made significant progress in their cultivation. The top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list were now all divine infant cultivators. Apart from the direct disciples of the major holy lands, many young cultivators from various sects hoped to make a name for themselves in the Cangyun realm through this tournament. Some exceptionally talented individuals might even gain the appreciation of the Immortal Alliance through this opportunity. Solely in terms of quality, this iteration of the Great Tournament of 10,000 Sects was undoubtedly the most powerful, but it was also the least suspenseful. No force or cultivator believed that anyone could challenge Chu Zheng's position as leader of this tournament. The only slightly possible competitor, Shang Zuling, had already been defeated. When Chu Zheng left his retreat, it was just before dawn. The sky was not yet bright, but the plaza below the main peak was already filled with numerous disciples of Tingxian starting their breathing exercises. Within the sect now, apart from Fu Quanliang, the oldest disciple was now 15 or 16 years old, their figures growing more robust, and many had stepped into the spiritual spring, with several even consolidating their celestial foundation to become entry Dao realm cultivators. Those who had consolidated their celestial foundation were all among the best with high-quality immortal bones. Chu Zheng stood in the lingering night, watching these disciples, a subtle light flowing in his eyes. Green replacing the yellow was precisely the current state of Tingxian. Fu Quanliang, in a crimson robe, moved among the many disciples, occasionally speaking to correct the cultivation of some of the younger disciples. Now, in Tingxian Holy Land, only Fu Quanliang truly managed everything, whereas previously, there had been various elders, who had now followed Gung Yiyang to the battlefield beyond their domain. The children with high-quality immortal bones had cultivations almost as strong as his. After teaching them a bit longer, there would be nothing left to teach, and it would all depend on their personal enlightenment. After observing for a while, Chu Zheng called Fu Quanliang over with a transmission. "Holy Master, may you be forever peaceful." Fu Quanliang came quickly, bowing deeply. "I happen to have an important matter to report to the Holy Master." Now, Chu Zheng's demeanor showed no hint of his former impatience, only steadiness in his expression. However, at this moment, Fu Quanliang could not help but feel involuntarily tense, even his blood flow starting to accelerate. He sensed the change in Chu Zheng, as if a great and lofty pressure had suddenly emerged, causing an involuntary chill. Bearing the divine position for 100 years, revered in temples by hundreds of millions daily, naturally exuded a noble air, out of place with the mundane world. "Speak, let me hear it." Chu Zheng replied offhandedly. How could ascending to a divine seat come without any change, though Chu Zheng himself had yet to realize it? A century is truly too long, far too long. He had even begun to grow accustomed to looking down on others. There needs to be a tournament to select new inner sect disciples. Fu Quanliang respectfully responded. In Tingxian Holy Land's inner sect, only those who had started with high-quality immortal bones were initially selected. Among the remaining disciples, many with middle-quality immortal bones fully had the ability to enter the inner sect, deserving more resources for cultivation. Chu Zheng was the 759th Holy Master of Tingxian Holy Land, and these disciples were also the 759th generation of Tingxian, making them his contemporaries. The resources of the sect were limited, necessitating the focus on disciples with stronger talent or who practiced harder. This was an essential way to maintain the power of a sect and should not be overlooked. Chu Zheng pondered for a while, then nodded. "Once arrangements are made, let me know." With that, he raised his hand to help Fu Quanliang heal the pill toxicity in his body from excessive consumption of elixirs, and turned to leave. A moment later, Fu Quanliang lifted his head, staring in the direction Chu Zheng had gone, remaining silent for a long time, his expression somewhat wistful. In just a brief moment, his back was soaked with sweat. It seemed he had not just been speaking to Chu Zheng. At some point, the Chu Zheng he first met had vanished without a trace. Chu Zheng slowly ascended to the summit of Spirit Peak. The sunrise spread across the sky, casting divine light and auspicious colors, tearing through the dark curtain. Atop the martial arts platform on the mountain peak, Song Lingxue was, as always, cultivating. Almost every time Chu Zheng arrived, Song Lingxue was cultivating, like a running machine, not resembling a being of flesh and blood, as if she never knew fatigue. After a moment, Chu Zheng stopped at the edge of the practice arena and halted his steps. Song Lingxue turned around, and seeing Chu Zheng, the smile that had just begun to form on her face suddenly froze, and she involuntarily took a half-step back, and for a moment, she almost didn't recognize him. Chu Zheng's eyes flashed with a faint spiritual light, and Song Lingshua's inner aura had been polished to an ever-smoother sphere, just one step shy of embracing aura into Pill, the third major realm in cultivation. In the martial path, embracing Pill is equivalent to the Immortal path's soul condensing, marking the third great realm of cultivation. Besides the innate talent she was born with, Song Lingshua's own diligence accounted for a large part of her progress. "Sorry, I'm still a step behind," he said. Chuzheng was the first to speak, his voice tinged with a hint of apology. "My current strength is still lacking a lot." To keep Song Lingxue from the hands of the martial hall, his current level of cultivation was simply not enough. Now, with less than 2 years remaining, even if he were to transform and experience tribulations again, with significant gains, he could at most reach the level of entering Tingxian. In the face of the Immortal Alliance Martial Hall, a colossus that suppressed the myriad star domains, he was utterly insignificant. In other words, he did not have the power to break the rules. "You have no debt to me, why speak of apologies?" Song Lingxue came back to her senses, her lips curving into a faint smile. "There is still a long future ahead." Over the years, Chuzheng often went into seclusion, each time spending a long time in isolation, and she was well aware of what it was for. Sometimes, Song Lingxue even thought about stopping Chuzheng, asking him to take a break and enjoy the little time left between them. Chuzheng had already become the Tingxian Holy Master, facing no threats in Cangyun, but he still chose to keep to his ascetic practice year-round, and she knew the reason well. Thus, she could only watch as Chuzheng kept moving forward, watching the limited time they could spend together dwindle away bit by bit. During this process, all she could do was devote her energy entirely to cultivation, so her mind wouldn't be occupied with too many thoughts. When the people from the martial hall come, what follows will become completely uncontrollable. Any developments from that day forward are unpredictable, and whether she and Chuzheng will ever meet again in this lifetime may be left with a question mark. She didn't doubt Chuzheng's talent, it was just her own confidence that fell short. For nearly a decade, she had lived almost entirely under Chuzheng's protection. The universe is so vast it chills the heart, the distance between stars so great that even light takes eons to traverse, let alone flesh and blood. Whenever she thought of this, she found herself in a state of extreme anxiety day and night. But in the face of Chuzheng, she could not reveal even a trace of this feeling and had to continue greeting him with a smile, because she really did not want to add to Chuzheng's burden. Chuzheng had already done very much for her. Calming the turmoil in her heart, Song Lingxue took slow steps toward Chuzheng, sitting down at the edge of the practice field, her long legs swinging gently. Her delicate face had gained a touch of mature composure over time. "Since I was a child, I had a high aptitude for martial arts, and father had great expectations for me, so from the beginning of my practice, I rarely dealt with the trifles that ordinary girls do. At the age of 3, I could already differentiate among swords and spears." Gazing at the rising morning sun, Song Lingxue looked a bit lost, a look of reminiscence flashing in her eyes. "Do you remember the year you first came to the Song residence? You must have been 7 years old, and I had just celebrated my 10th birthday not long before, near the New Year festival. Father had acquired a batch of new servants and maids for the house, and you were standing in the crowd, skinny and inconspicuous, but I still noticed you immediately. Ling Qing was still naive back then, and mother had already passed away. Furthermore, since her aptitude for martial arts was lacking, father always showed her some favoritism. With the arrival of new servants, he let her choose first. I still remember clearly, that day, she asked me whom I wanted, and I pointed at you. Then she chose you," said Song Lingxue, the corner of her mouth curling up into a light laugh. Her temperament was not obvious on usual days, but I knew it well. She wasn't domineering, but she had a bit of arrogance and didn't care much about others' thoughts. As the elder sister, I should have indulged her, and father also told me not to mind too much, so I let it go. Back then, you were quiet and straightforward in your ways, not very popular in the house, but since Ling Qing was willing to protect you, you didn't suffer too much." Chuzheng listened silently. These memories were also in his mind, it's just that at the time, the spiritual wisdom within him as a fetus was sealed, and his spiritual perception had yet to awaken, naturally rendering him somewhat dull and inflexible to change. Later, Qing entered the Immortal sect. After she left, I improved your treatment to match that of an escort master within the residence. Even when game was scarce in winter and there was a shortage of meat, your portion was always ensured. With a soft sigh, Song Lingshua's eyes filled with loss, and it seemed she held a faint grievance. I thought you would be more grateful, but instead you became even more distant from me. Every day, when you saw me, you would stay far away. Whenever I asked you to come and work by my side, you always made excuses. Do I really look that frightening? The reasons for this, Song Lingxue had never understood, but the current Chuzheng was very clear. A mere servant, whose livelihood was no different from that of an escort master risking his life at the edge of a blade, naturally aroused envy. He unknowingly suffered many covert losses and ostracism. Coupled with his slow wits, he had offended many people, and life was naturally very hard for him. At that time, he only knew these troubles originated from Song Lingxue, and naturally thought to keep a respectful distance from her. Later, when Chu Zhang's spiritual perception recovered, he couldn't be bothered with those past messes, and never took the time to reflect on them. Now, thinking more carefully, even the incident where he accidentally broke the jade cup might very well have been a deliberate setup by someone else. However, these trivial matters had long since scattered with the wind, and even the Song residence no longer existed. Chu Zheng, I've always wanted to ask you. Song Lingxue hesitated for a while but finally mustered the courage to ask, if nothing had happened, if Qing hadn't entered the Immortal sect, if everything at the Song residence had remained the same, whom would you have chosen? Upon hearing this, Chu Zheng couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle lightly. If nothing had happened, would it have been up to me to choose? Before his words had faded, he reached out to pick up Song Lingxue in a bridal carry and walked towards the interior of the palace. After a long period of seclusion, first allow me to bathe and change clothes. There aren't many novelties in the world, merely a sequence of coincidences and errors. Regarding the matter of the Great Sect competition, Fu Quanliang quickly finished the overall planning. After reporting the basic process to Chu Zheng, he began the selection methodically. Because there weren't many disciples and quite a few of them were only 7 or 8 years old, just beginning to understand things, it took less than 3 days to conclude this competition. More than 300 disciples successfully entered the inner sect, and for the top 3, Chu Zheng presented 3 top-quality magical treasures as rewards. At the same time, he gave all the disciples in the sect the opportunity for individual guidance. His cultivation had reached this level, and his understanding of the Tingxian divine fire scripture was not shallow. Coupled with the spiritual eye, the slight confusions these disciples faced could almost be seen through at a glance, requiring hardly any effort at all. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. This month, Chu Zheng did not enter seclusion again, as Song Lingxue had become quite clingy, almost always sticking by his side with few moments apart. Because of this, Song Lingxue even put aside her arduous cultivation, spending her days immersed in the pleasures of the couple, rarely leaving the jade couch. Only when the time approached for the meeting agreed upon by the several great holy lands did Chu Zheng finally manage to leave, setting out on the road to the site of the great tournament of 10,000 sects. Times had changed. As the Tingxian holy master, Chu Zheng's presence was not yet among them, and the other great holy lands could only wait patiently. Because he was delayed, by the time he arrived at Biluo country, the other great holy lands, as well as families of true immortals, had already been there for quite some time. There's only 2 years left until the great tournament of 10,000 sects. This is a once-in-100 years grand event for my Cangyun. I'll need all esteemed friends to take this to heart. In that case, we should set the regulations. For this competition, which party should take the lead? After a round of pleasantries, the conversation quickly turned to Chu Zheng. The Tingxian Holy Master has now reached a level of cultivation that is in harmony with the universe and naturally doesn't need to compete with the younger generation. Currently, of the great holy lands, only Tai Su and the Tingxian Holy Master are present. Why not let the two of you oversee the entire competition? The highest in cultivation among those present was Bai Zhixiao. Except for him, nearly all the cultivators headed to the battlefield outside the realm to carve a future for themselves. With the early stage of Immortal Tribulation cultivation, he was currently considered the foremost in the Cangyun realm. As for Chu Jing, he was the youngest divine transformation realm cultivator in the history of the Cangyun realm, also highly valued by the Immortal Alliance. Coupled with his identity as a Holy Land's lord and wielding an immortal treasure, he was fully qualified to be the leader of the great tournament of 10,000 sects this time. It could be said that Chu Jing and Bai Zhixiao were currently the two most influential individuals in the Cangyun realm, without any equals. Some time ago, it seemed that the Tingxian Holy Master's cultivation had regressed. I wonder if he is unwell? Bai Zhixiao let out a light laugh, gazing at Chu Jing, attempting to discern some clues from his expression. Perhaps it will disappoint the Taishu Saint Lord, but it's nothing serious. To Bai Zhixiao's words, Chu Jing was not surprised at all. The fluctuations in his cultivation were known to many cultivators within several holy lands. Chu Jing's forthright answer caused the atmosphere to briefly stiffen. Expressions of the cultivators from various holy lands showed slight awkwardness. In fact, apart from the primordial spirit Holy Land, the other holy lands all had blood feuds with Chu Jing. They were also very concerned about the fluctuations in his cultivation. After a period of silence, the representatives from various holy lands and true immortal noble families hastily discussed some specific arrangements and then dispersed. Tingxian Holy Master, please stay a moment. Bai Zhixiao, who had not left, stopped Chu Jing, who was about to leave, and said with implication, "Recently, I have discovered some clues about Zhao Tingxian within the Holy Land." "Oh? What clues?" Chu Jing's demeanor remained calm, but his heart stirred slightly. "Beneath that secluded chamber he often visited, I found a cave dwelling." At this, Chu Jing's initial interest faded, feeling disappointed. That cave dwelling, it appears someone had visited it before. Bai Zhixiao's eyes grew cold. "Let's not beat around the bush. What exactly did you take from Zhao Tingxian's cave dwelling when you last visited Taisu?" Chu Jing's rapid advancement in cultivation was indeed exaggerated, and his cultivation had suddenly dropped by 2 realms recently, making such drastic fluctuations even more suspicious. Be careful of the trouble that comes from speaking carelessly. Chu Jing's expression was unflustered, as he glanced at Bai Zhixiao. "It was your Taisu that raised a character like Zhao Tingxian, and now you're asking me? Don't you find that funny?" Before Bai Zhixiao could react, Chu Jing left without further consideration. Bai Zhixiao stared at the departing figure of Chu Jing. His expression gradually regained its calmness, convinced that Chu Jing definitely had discovered some clues. Initially, for Zhao Tingxian, Chu Jing had made a special visit to Taisu, and with current clues surfacing, his reaction should not have been so indifferent. A moment later, Bai Zhixiao sighed softly, feeling a wave of helplessness. Even if Chu Jing had indeed taken something, there was nothing he could do but watch now. The Immortal Alliance now valued Chu Jing more highly. Without solid evidence, speaking out directly might backfire and even bring misfortune upon himself. It was well known that the Taisu Holy Land and Tingxian were antagonistic, like fire and water. If the Immortal Alliance felt that the Taisu Holy Land was deliberately provoking conflict, it might lead to severe calamity. Considering the tremendous disaster caused by Zhao Tingxian, the fact that Taisu Holy Land still existed was already a grace from the Immortal Alliance. In such a critical juncture, lying low and minimizing their presence was the best choice. Moreover, with the conflict in the Outer Realms still unsettled, the Immortal Alliance didn't have the energy to specifically deal with this matter. Biluo country is located in the heart of the southern region, nearest to the primordial spirit Holy Land. Choosing this place for the tournament site was also for the convenience of disciples from other sects. Since ancient times, the great tournament of 10,000 sects has always been held here. Biluo country is not a common mortal nation, it is usually governed by the Biluo sect, a major sect that arose with the great tournament of 10,000 sects. The formation master who had arranged this site in the past laid down doctrines, which have continued since then. The cultivators of the Biluo sect do not partake in the tournament. Within the sect, they mostly study the path of arrays. Their primary activities are to maintain the arenas and defensive arrays used in the Great Tournament of 10,000 Sects. This time, the pressure on Biluo sect was even higher than in previous tournaments. Because the arrays of most arenas cannot withstand the skirmish between Divine Infant Cultivators and need to be improved. Divine Infant Cultivators can harness the power of heaven and earth. The moment they strike, they can break mountains and divide rivers, affecting areas hundreds of miles around, far beyond what soul condensing can compare. Additionally, this Hidden Dragon tournament also involves sects and noble families from both the eastern and western regions, mixed and varied, necessitating enhanced methods to prevent external interferences. True immortal noble families from the eastern region had rarely sent participants to the tournament before. One reason was that the disciples within a family were much weaker in capability compared to the top true inheritors of the Holy Lands. Secondly, due to the conservative nature of being a noble family, they were reluctant to risk their direct bloodline members. The mortality rate of the Great Tournament of 10,000 Sects is extremely high, with at least a fraction of the cultivators perishing on the journey to the tournament. Countless hidden dragons have drowned in deep seas before even emerging from their abysses, let alone during the tumultuous process of the tournament itself, where many perish. This time, these noble families participated because the recent battle outside the realm showed them their disparity with the southern region, compelling them not to continue working in isolation and to let their younger generations gain exposure. At this moment, within Biluo country, it was overcrowded with cultivators gathered from all corners of the Cangyun realm. For this great tournament, many remote sects had traveled here over a decade or even longer ago, just to witness this grand event. Actually, the aim of many small sects was not really to participate in the competition, they were targeting the prodigies from the Immortal sects and the Saint heirs from the large factions. If they could establish some connections with these future power holders of Cangyun at such a grand event, it would undoubtedly be like soaring to the heavens. Chujing shed the crimson vestment robe of the Tingxian Holy Master and donned a light blue robe, strolling through the streets, soon discovering many interesting things. At the very center of Biluo country stood a jade stele, which listed the names of the top 10 from every great tournament of 10,000 sects. Ranked at the forefront was Shang Cangyun, the champion of the first great tournament of 10,000 sects. Chujing reflected for a while, thoughtfully. Zhao Tingxian had told him, Shang Cangyun embarked on the same path as him. It was only after Shang Cangyun that the great tournament of 10,000 sects came into being. Perhaps there was also some trickery involved in this tournament. Chujing scanned the entire jade stele but did not find Zhao Tingxian's name. It was only after a moment that he realized. Zhao Tingxian was not well known before the age of 200. Among those with high-quality immortal bones, he was not outstanding and was even at the bottom. The Great Void scripture was of a watery nature, which was exactly contrary to his innate fire spirit body, having his efforts and presumably leading to a tormenting journey. Near the jade stele were many disciples from the Holy Land secretly trading information from the Hidden Dragon list. The Hidden Dragon list, known only to a few Holy Lands, held information that was undoubtedly worth its weight in gold for many sects, able to be traded for a large number of spirit stones. The world never lacked for clever people, some had already recognized the value of this information and were making a fortune from it. As he passed by a stall, Chujing suddenly halted his steps. Amongst the crowd, he heard someone mentioning his name. After becoming an incense fire god, he became particularly sensitive to his own true name and was instantly drawn in. In front of this particular stall, surrounded mostly by women, stood a man that appeared to be in his 30s, dressed in gray. With a glance, Chujing recognized his origin. From the primordial spirit Holy Land, a member of the Shang family, named Shang Xiaokuan, an inner sect elder, who had changed his appearance and concealed his tracks. Ladies and gentlemen, do not rush. I have the whereabouts and habits of all those mentioned on the Hidden Dragon list, Shang Xiaokuan said leisurely, holding a stack of jade tokens. The price is fair for young and old. Upon hearing this, Chujing slightly frowned, daring to sell such information before the competition was indeed audacious. If a prodigy were to be attacked because of this, it could spark a great war between the sections. However, this had nothing to do with him. Chu Jing shook his head slightly, not planning to intervene, and was about to turn away when a low shout from Shan Shokuan unexpectedly reached his ears. Tingxian Holy Master, Chu Jing, is also currently in Biluo country. I have information on him for a price of 5,000 high-quality spirit stones. Does anyone want it? Chu Jing's step paused, his gaze sharpening. This man was well informed. He had just arrived in Biluo country today and news was already circulating. 5,000 high-quality spirit stones, once converted to lower-quality spirit stones, would be a full 500,000. The price was not low. I'll take it. Sell it to me, I'll offer 20,000 high-quality spirit stones. And you cannot sell it to anyone else. The cultivators crowding around the stall were visibly excited, pushing forward. This reaction immediately startled Chu Jing. He hesitated for a moment, almost believing he was still being pursued for a bounty. He promptly halted, his eyes growing cold as he scanned his surroundings, eager to see who would dare to make a move against him after all this time. Shan Shokuan, clearly skilled in this trade, spoke loudly, "The highest bidder gets it, just this one." With the replicability of information, if he sold the news for 5,000 spirit stones per piece, soon there would be imitators and the price would instantly plummet. But by selling only one piece, he would undoubtedly get a high price, and even capitalize when the news spread further to make another profit. 30,000 high-quality spirit stones. 35,000. 40,000. Eventually, the information about Chu Jing was acquired by a veiled female cultivator for the price of 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. The moment Chu Jing's gaze swept over, a surge of assassination intent lurked in his eyes. Those who dared to strike against him at this moment were certainly no ordinary foes. Yi Yujiao, second order, the sole daughter of the head of Shenmu Pavilion, bone age 31, cultivation at the mid-entry Dao realm. Beside Yi Yujiao, there followed a cultivator of the divine infant realm, enough to prove her extraordinary background. Shenmu Pavilion? Chu Jing immediately frowned. He had never heard of this name before. With a middle-quality immortal bone and cultivation merely at the entry Dao realm, her power was such that he could crush her to death with just a wave of his divine sense. The cultivator by her side, with cultivation in the late stage of the divine infant realm, posed no threat to him either. After obtaining the information about Chu Jing, Yi Yujiao hurriedly left, with many of the surrounding cultivators showing a hint of envy on their faces. Chu Jing pondered for a few moments before turning to leave. Knowing oneself, as well as the enemy, leads to victory in 100 battles. He decided he would need to learn more about this Shenmu Pavilion. Not long after Chu Jing left, whispers echoed in the vicinity. Who would have thought that the Tingxian Holy Master himself would come? I've heard that this Holy Master is only in his 20s this year. To meet him face to face, even if it's just to leave a slight impression, would be a lifetime's worth. At this age, he may not have taken a wife yet. If one could. As a lord of a holy land, coupled with his youth and extraordinary talents, he was considered perfect in every way, the dream Dao companion of countless female cultivators. To be close to him would be to bring great fortune to one's family for generations to come. The price of 100,000 high-quality spirit stones was not steep. No sooner had Chu Jing returned to the residence prepared especially for the Tingxian Holy Master than he received a piece of news. An envoy from the Martial Hall had arrived in Cangyun realm. This timing was a full year earlier than expected, but relative to the distances spanned in the universe, a year was just about right. Chu Jing took a deep breath, his thoughts growing significantly heavier for a moment. The arrival of the Martial Hall meant the countdown had begun. The time for his separation from Song Lingxue was near. This time, it was different from his experience with Tingxian Holy Land. After all, Tingxian Holy Land was within Cangyun realm, but the Martial Hall lay across the stars, at the other end of the cosmos. Even for a true immortal, to meet face to face across such distances was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Collecting his emotions, Chu Jing immediately went out to meet the envoy from the Martial Hall. In fact, the envoy from the Martial Hall had been in Cangyun for several days, but had only just arrived within Biluo country at this time. By the time Chu Jing arrived, the main figures from several holy lands and true immortal noble families were already present. Inside the spacious hall, two figures stood side by side, their auras markedly different. Wrapped in blood chi that simmered like a dormant dragon, filled with extreme danger as if ready to strike at any moment, their sharpness was palpable. Xie Xingzhong, 6th Order Bone, age 872, at peak perfection of the martial god realm, with the great achievement of the demon-subduing body, capable of splitting dragons and elephants with his bare hands, and harboring many hidden injuries that can be repaired, 0/50. Yuning, 6th Order Bone, age 493, in the initial stage of martial god realm, with minor accomplishment in the sun-splitting true art, with old injuries in the viscera, having encountered severe damage before, which can be repaired, 0/40. Both a man and a woman, each one a 6th Order cultivator of the martial god realm, were brimming with blood chi at the peak of their prime, each possessing the divine strength to subdue real dragons. These two, especially Xie Xingzhong, felt extremely dangerous to Chu Jing, even more so than Bai Zhixiao. Standing beside these two martial gods were four young mortals of similar age. After taking a glance, Chu Jing noted that they all possessed superior immortal bones, the prodigies often discussed as bargaining chips in exchange for Songling Xue. Superior immortal bones foretold a sure path to the true immortal realm barring any mishaps. These four individuals were the ones previously mentioned for exchange with Songling Xue. Within the grand hall, only about a dozen people were scattered about, giving the space a somewhat vacant air. As Chu Jing stepped into the hall, he immediately drew the gaze of everyone present. This is the Tingxian Holy Master, the martial prodigy who broke the chains of fate, now in Tingxian, someone remarked. Bai Zhixiao's face bore a smile. The Tingxian Holy Master is indeed Songyun's youngest pride of the heavens. At just 23, he has already entered divine transformation and is on the verge of mastering Tongxian. Now with the acquisition of two superior immortal bones, this is a sign of a great rise for Tingxian, he said. As Bai Zhixiao's voice faded, a hint of envy appeared in the eyes of those around him. Tingxian gained possession of a martial prodigy and now, without much effort, was able to secure two of the delivered superior immortal bones. With Chu Jing included, it truly was a sign of Tingxian Holy Land's impending rise. Chu Jing's face showed little emotion as he stared at Bai Zhixiao, his gaze indifferent. He was very clear that Bai Zhixiao must be aware of his relationship with Songling Xue, otherwise, his attitude would not be like this. A faint trace of killing intent spread, Bai Zhixiao's smile not reaching his eyes as he met Chu Jing's gaze, the corners of his mouth tugging upward slightly. It was all youthful arrogance, provoked by just a few words. He was already struggling to stay composed. Gung Yang, back in the day, had suddenly made his move, killing Zhou Zili, all for the contention over that martial prodigy. Bai Zhixiao had already conducted an extremely detailed investigation into the matter, and had even followed the trail all the way to Great Zhou and Giant Marsh. It was only after expending considerable effort through the Song clan in Tingxian City that he managed to glean information about Songling Xue. Who would have imagined that the Tingxian Holy Master's first wife could be a martial cultivator, and moreover, a pride of the heavens capable of breaking the shackles of heavenly fate? This piece of news, in the present Songyun realm, was known to very few. Using his first wife in exchange for someone was almost like thrusting a knife into Chu Jing's heart. Chu Jing calmed the tumultuous resentment in his heart and looked towards the two special envoys from the martial hall, greeting them. Chu Jing, at your service, esteemed envoys. We've heard much about you on our trip here. Tingxian Holy Master, you have extraordinary talent. Once you join the Immortal Alliance, you'll surely have much success, proclaimed Xie Xingzhong with a hearty laugh. He appeared to be in his late 30s, with rough, distinct features, dressed in black, and of very imposing stature, standing over 9 feet tall, with forearms as thick as the thighs of an average man, his muscles impressively knotted. Even from several yards away, Chu Jing could hear the thunderous rumble from the rushing blood within his veins, an awe-inspiring sound. Yuning, standing next to him, nodded slightly in greeting as well. She looked much younger and was strikingly beautiful, not yet 30, with a tall figure. Within every strand of her hair and every inch of her being, there was an explosive power that could not be overlooked, her aura as fierce as that of a dragon or a tiger. The combat strength of martial cultivators was clearly stronger than that of other Taoist orthodoxies, but the strain on their bodies was equally apparent, with old injuries in their organs and the difficulty of healing due to constant battles. Upon seeing these two, Chu had already thought of how to arrange for the future. He would help the two envoys repair the hidden injuries in their bodies and then present them with a generous amount of cultivation resources, which would provide a temporary shelter for Songling Xue. Tingxian has looked after our martial prodigy for some time. Of the immortal seedlings sent by the martial hall, Tingxian may first choose two, in line with the Immortal Alliance's wishes. Xie Xingzhong gestured with his hand, indicating the 4 immortal seedlings standing to the side. Chu Zhang's gaze fell upon the 4 individuals, 3 males and 1 female, all around 15 or 16 years old, practiced in basic martial arts but never trained in immortal laws. Judging by the information from his spiritual eye, all were indeed of superior immortal bone, each with different physiologies. Chu Zhang chose 1 male and 1 female, as among the 4, only these 2 had physiologies inclined towards fire, suitable for the Tingxian divine fire scripture. With these 2, it would be no longer than a few hundred years before Tingxian Holy Land would gain 2 more immortal tribulation cultivators. The 2 selected individuals both appeared apprehensive, having traveled across starry seas, leaving their homelands to come to Cangyun, with uncertain futures ahead. Naturally, they were filled with unease. The 2 of them stepped towards Chu Zhang, and the girl suddenly knelt, bowing deeply. Fu Xian, at your service, Holy Master. The boy next to her hesitated for a moment, then followed suit, kneeling down, Rong Yutsuan, in the presence of the Holy Master. No need for such formalities, Chu Zhang said softly, helping the 2 of them up, his expression revealing neither joy nor anger. These 2 children before him were just pitiful figures caught up in the tide of power, not masters of their own fates, their current plight stemming simply from an extra piece of bone behind their heads. But if one were to speak of joy, naturally, there was none to be had. The attention of the remaining people now fell upon the other 2 youths, their eyes burning with anticipation, seemingly eager. Esteemed envoys, may I inquire as to what is intended for these remaining 2 immortal seedlings? Bai Zhixiao was the first to speak up, voicing the question in everyone's mind. These 2 will depend on how much you all are willing to pay, Xie Xingzhong answered without disguise, grinning. The martial hall gave us 2 full authority to handle this. Let's keep it simple, the highest bidder wins. The crowd was somewhat surprised, as they had not anticipated Xie Xingzhong to be so forthright, immediately starting an auction. But for them, this straightforward approach was actually more convenient. The Taishu Holy Land is willing to offer 1 superior cave heaven, 110,000-year-old spiritual medicines, and 1 million top-quality spiritual stones for 1 immortal seedling, Bai Zhixiao stated without any hesitation, his offer shockingly generous. Leaving aside the spiritual medicines and spiritual stones, just the offering of a superior cave heaven was of incalculable value, a separate small world nurturing spirit veins within it. This small world can only be created by an immortal tribulation cultivator, and throughout their lifetime they could only carve out 1 such cave heaven. Superior cave heaven, moreover, it was a legacy from cultivators in the late stage of immortal tribulation realm, comparable to several semi-immortal treasures. However, in relation to the value of the superior immortal bone, these were undoubtedly worth it. Primordial Spirit Holy Land offers 1 intermediate cave heaven, 510,000-year-old spiritual medicines, and 3 million top-quality spirit stones in exchange for 1 immortal seedling. Heavenly Throne Holy Land offers 1 superior cave heaven, 310,000-year-old spiritual medicines, and 2 million top-quality spirit stones in exchange for 1 immortal seedling. In just under half an hour, several holy lands had completed their bids, and the bidding had its results. Taisu Holy Land, along with Primordial Spirit Holy Land, each acquired 1 immortal seedling. Throughout, Chu Zhang hadn't spoken. Possessing 2 immortal seedlings was already enough, and being too ostentatious could easily lead to being targeted. Similar in their silence were those true immortal noble families, which place high importance on lineage and are extremely xenophobic, not very willing to accept these immortal seedlings from foreign domains. Tingxian Holy Master. After handing over the 2 immortal seedlings to the Holy Lands, Xia strode up to Chu Jing, his eyes containing a hint of expectation. Now that there is still some time before the great tournament of 10,000 sects, might I be allowed to meet that prodigy of the martial path? A martial cultivator who could break the shackles of the immortal path's heavenly fate must possess an extraordinary talent and might become a significant personage in the martial hall. This moment was the best opportunity to curry favor. Support during hardship far surpasses adding decorations to something already perfect. Chu Jing pondered for a moment, did not refuse, and nodded, all right. He too was planning to return to Tingxian to deliver these 2 immortal seedlings. With some spare time at the moment, he could also let Ling Xue familiarize herself with the people in the martial hall. Before leaving, Chu Jing turned to Bai Zhixiao and spoke indifferently, these immortal seedlings. Taishu Saint Lord must take good care of them. If a second Zhao Tingxian emerges in the future, Taisu Holy Land might not have the same luck as before. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhixiao's face slightly stiffened, he took a deep breath, suppressed the tumult in his heart, and walked away. The people within the hall quickly dispersed. Chu Jing, along with Xia Xingzhong, left directly and headed towards Tingxian from Biluo country. A few days later, the group arrived at Tingxian Holy Land. The presence of fire attribute energy indicates it indeed is a treasure land. The Saint Lord is young yet so perceptive. Seeing the continuous volcanoes and seas of magma, Xia Xingzhong couldn't help but show a trace of admiration in his eyes. Concerning the 4 immortal seedlings brought by the Immortal Alliance this time, the Martial Hall had already conducted a thorough examination. Rong Yutsuan and Fu Xian had fire-oriented physiques, and he was naturally aware. Yet Chu Jing, being so young, could discern this matter at a glance, was a particularly sharp observation. To this day I still have not seen the path under my feet clearly, let alone talk about having perceptive eyes. Chu Jing slightly shook his head, first found Fu Quanliang, and handed the 2 immortal seedlings into his care. At this moment, he wasn't in the mood to take care of instructing them. Chu Jing with Xia Xingzhong climbed to the peak, where Song Lingxue was sitting in a daze on the martial arts platform, a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, and an aura of vital energy steamed around her. Ah Jing, these 2. Song Lingxue stood up, her gaze sweeping toward the 2 men beside Chu Jing, unease lurking in her eyes. Envoys from the martial hall. Chu Jing's gaze softened, invoking reassurance. Xia Xingzhong looked deeply at Chu Jing, then turned his head to glance at Yuning beside him. We apologize. Yuning stepped forward, his expression solemn, his hands moved over Song Lingxue's arms and spine, his fingertips gliding over large muscles and sinews, traversing the entire body. At the age of nearly 27, Aura has achieved perfection, soon to reach embracing pill, top-tier root bone. A flicker of surprise crossed Yuning's eyes. An embracing pill realm under 30 years of age was rare in the martial hall, especially under such environmental conditions. What may I call the young lady? Yuning asked softly, his tone easing. Song Lingxue. From a distance, Xia Xingzhong's gaze flickered, remaining silent, his thoughts unclear. May I have a word with you in private? Chu Jing spoke telepathically. After nodding from the 2, he led them into the hall and then closed the door. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid qi, Chu Jing took out a storage spiritual ring and handed it over to the 2 men, a modest gift, none too impressive. Xia Xingzhong glanced at it and couldn't help but change his expression. 2 semi-immortal pills, 2 million top-quality spiritual stones. The gift from the Tingxian Holy Master is indeed significant. Lingxue is my betrothed wife. I hope you 2 can take good care of her. If there is a chance in the future, I will surely repay this favor. Chu Jing spoke solemnly. The semi-immortal pills, using the foundation of Tingxian, were of great use to immortal tribulation cultivators, and even more invaluable to them both. Besides these, I have another gift to offer. Before Xia Xingzhong could react, Chu Jing continued, I can help you 2 heal the internal injuries you've sustained earlier. As soon as words fell, both men changed their expressions. Xie Xingzhong looked at Chu Jing solemnly, sizing him up. Formidable youth, I did not expect the Saint Lord's insight to reach such an extent. Just one look, and he could see the harbored internal injuries, something ordinary immortal tribulation cultivators might not achieve. Is what the Saint Lord said true? Yuning, standing by, was already becoming restless. Internal injuries were quite lethal for a martial cultivator. Countless prodigies of the martial path were destroyed by such injuries. If they could heal, it meant walking further on the martial path. The importance of this for a martial cultivator goes without saying. At this moment, Xie Xingzhong's emotions were somewhat agitated. If there was a way to heal his internal injuries, he could advance further, step into the half-saint realm of martial arts, or even progress toward becoming a martial saint. Secret medicines for repairing internal injuries naturally existed in the martial hall, but such medicines were extremely precious, not accessible to ordinary martial cultivators. If what Chu Jing said was true, then the opportunity they gained from this trip to Cangyun was too great. You'll know once you try, Chu Jing gestured with his hand. Xie Xingzhong was about to speak when Yuning touched his shoulder and said softly, "Please allow the Saint Lord to try on me first." Before understanding Chu Jing's specific methods, Xie Xingzhong, being the stronger combatant, could not be affected. This time, their goal was to take Song Lingxue away. Now that they knew Song Lingxue was Chu Jing's betrothed wife, they couldn't exclude the possibility of Chu Jing taking the opportunity to make some moves. Then please, Envoy Xia, wait outside the hall for a moment. Chu Jing gestured with his hand. I'll be right outside. Xie Xingzhong didn't say much, exchanged a few words with Yuning, and left directly. Chu Jing then took out a half-man-high white jade barrel and looked up at Yuning. Please remove your robe and step in. Upon hearing this, Yuning slightly frowned, asked no further, shed her outer robe, and stepped into the jade barrel. Chu Jing casually unveiled his own robe, revealing his chest, then brought his fingers together like a sword and cut open his chest. Hot fresh blood spurted out. At the same time, a warm spiritual spring emerged from the void, mingling with Chu Jing's heart blood, and washed down from above Yuning's head. The faint smell of blood, mixed with a slippery sensation, flowed over Yuning's body. Before she could react, a warm current suddenly surged into her body. A warmth spread through her organs, gradually healing the internal injuries from before. As a large amount of essence blood left his body, Chu Jing's complexion instantly turned pale as snow. Meanwhile, his fingertips stained with fresh blood painted talismanic patterns in the void, falling into the jade barrel. The hard essence blood mixed with the spiritual spring watering Yuning's body was just a blinding method. The blood served as a medium for the panel operation. The drawn talismanic patterns merely had warming effects, serving only to give Yuning a hot bath. What truly functioned was the repairing panel. However, the act had to be carried out completely. If he made it look too easy, the value of this favor would be greatly diminished, and it could later cause unnecessary trouble. Chu Jing spent several hours before completely healing the internal injuries within Yuning. How can this be? Feeling her internal organs rejuvenated by more than 100 years, Yuning suddenly opened her eyes wide, staring at Chu Jing with undisguised astonishment in her eyes. The organs that had been severely damaged, those old injuries that accompanied her for over 100 years, had fully recovered. Within the grand hall, feeling the vitality exuding from within and permeating her entire body, Yuning could hardly suppress the ecstasy in her heart, and she suddenly stood up. Mixed with the spiritual spring, the blood trailed down her taut skin, giving off a ruddy, faint glow. The vigorous life force stemming from her physique even made her cultivation bottleneck feel somewhat loose. Yuning took a deep breath, sensing the strong blood chi steaming within her essence blood, and a hint of surprise flashed through her eyes. Judging by the intensity of this blood chi, Chu Jing's physique was not far behind that of martial cultivators. Immortal path cultivators nurture their primordial spirits and rely on magic treasures and weapons, utilizing just a fraction of mana to unleash their full power, prioritizing the control of such tools. Even if the body suffers great injury in an instant, as long as the primordial spirit remains intact, their combat strength is not greatly affected, and within a moment, they can heal bone and flesh, bringing the body back from the brink of death. On the other hand, martial cultivators focus more on the physique because the physique is the foundation of their cultivation and combat strength, and injuries to it have a great impact on their ability to fight. The robustness of martial cultivators' bodies is nearly on par with the weapons and magic treasures of those on the immortal path. However, while a weapon can be melted down and reforged if damaged, the body, ultimately, is not a weapon. A damaged body cannot be perfectly restored to its original state. Such a task is nearly impossible. Unless one were to never sustain injuries from the onset of their cultivation journey, over time, there would inevitably be some lingering damage. The secret medicines capable of healing these lingering damages are rare treasures within the martial hall, accessible only to those with extraordinary talent or who have reached the pinnacle of the saint or great saint realms. Many thanks to the Tingxian Holy Master. Yuning bowed with a fist clasped, her expression solemn. This was a favor that affected her path significantly. Merely healing the hidden injuries within her body made her trip to Cangyun well worth it. Envoy, there is no need for formality. I am currently seeking assistance from you too, and it's only right that I make some effort in return, Chu said, waving his hand and adjusting his robe to cover the somewhat ferocious wound on his chest, speaking in a calm voice. However, this technique has greatly drained me, and I will need a few days to recuperate before I can continue treating Envoy Xie's injuries. Seeing Chu Zhang's pale face, Yuning's brows furrowed slightly, and without saying much, she draped on her outer robe and strode out of the sleeping chamber. Seeing Yuning emerge, Xie Xingzhong, who had been waiting outside the hall, showed a glint of sharpness in his eyes. How went it? Yuning took a deep breath and nodded emphatically, to seize the fortunes of heaven and earth, to be restored to new, to return to the origin. At this moment, her internal organs were no different from when she first embarked on the martial path. There was no discomfort, and her body felt indescribably light and agile from head to toe. Xie Xingzhong's eyes brightened greatly. He looked towards Chu Jing, who followed behind. Seeing his greatly depleted blood qi and pale complexion, he couldn't help but wonder, Holy Master, what? I'll explain in detail later. Yuning signaled with a glance to Song Lingxue nearby, silencing Xie Xingzhong's queries with her transmission, then turned back to Chu Jing. We will stay in Tingxian City temporarily. In 10 days, we will return to impose upon you again, Holy Master. Rest and recover with ease. Having said that, she took out the storage spirit ring that Chu Jing had given her earlier and handed it back. The terms offered by the Holy Master are more than generous, please take these back. Chu Jing did not refuse, and, accepting it with a nod, he said in a gentle voice, if there's anything you need, you may send a message at any time. Within my capabilities, I will do my best to prepare it for you too. From beginning to end, his posture was very accommodating. As he was the one seeking help, it was only natural to adopt such an attitude. Farewell, Holy Master, please remain here. Without further conversation, Yuning left with Xie Xingzhong. As Chu Jing watched the two leave, he turned back to Song Lingxue, his pale complexion already regaining its healthy glow. Just now. Song Lingxue faltered, wanting to ask what occurred inside the hall, why Yuning told Chu Jing to rest and recover, and why Chu Jing had looked so pale before. It's nothing, don't overthink it. Chu Jing did not intend to let Song Lingxue know what happened inside the hall. It would only cause her worry, increasing her burden of guilt, and would serve no good purpose. Song Lingxue hung her head, her fingertips hidden in her sleeves tightly clenching her palm, knuckles turning slightly white, as a great feeling of helplessness rose within her. Because of her, Chu Jing had bowed his head to Gung Yang once before, taking on the shackles named Tingxian Holy Land. And now, for her sake once more, Chu Jing had lowered his head again, paying a price she was unaware of. Things shouldn't have turned out like this. Seeing Song Lingxue remain silent, Chu Jing gently stroked the top of her head with soothing words. Don't worry, I will do everything I can to pave the way for you. Leaving Cangyun is also a good thing for you, and it won't be long before I come looking for you. Song Lingxue felt a slight sting in her eyes, burying herself in Chu Jing's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, holding back the tears that welled up, as she said in a muffled voice, this is the last time, I promise. Xinzhong and Yuning left Tingxian together, and after entering Tingxian city, they casually found an inn to stay in. How was it? What kind of secret technique did Xinzhong use? Does it really work so miraculously? Xinzhong asked eagerly as soon as they were inside the room. Xinzhong used his core essence blood assisted with a secret technique to nourish my physique. As of now, indeed, all my injuries have fully healed, Yuning replied, her expression growing stern. Such a method greatly harms oneself, and it can even shake the foundation of one's cultivation. Essence blood is crucial for cultivators, even a slight injury requires a long time to recuperate. A secret technique that drains one's own essence blood to nurture another's body comes at too high a price for martial cultivators. Hearing her words, Xinzhong looked somewhat regretful. Such a method, which could not be widely replicated, was somewhat of a letdown for the martial hall. Xinzhong really is a man of great sentiment to be willing to go to such lengths for his wife. Yuning's eyes flickered slightly, and with a gentle sigh she said, I had always thought that those who tread the immortal path were often heartless and faithless, but to encounter such a love is truly rare and unexpected. After all, he's just a kid in his 20s. Who can predict what he'll become in 1,000 years? Xinzhong shook his head slightly, his expression somewhat complicated. The paths of immortal martial arts are distinct, and the efforts he's expending are destined to be in vain. For a cultivator, placing such importance on love and affection is indeed a difficult way to achieve longevity. That may not necessarily be the case. Yuning's thoughts were clearly different from Xinzhong's. The root bone of Song Lingxue is indeed excellent, and although her aptitude is yet to be seen, with careful cultivation, she should have the opportunity to become a great saint in the future, if a great saint of martial path is already on par with an immortal king of the immortal path, standing at the very peak of the universe. At that level, a strong person seeking to act is no longer bound by as many constraints. Even if she one day truly becomes a great saint, who knows what era that will be? Will she still remember these short more than 10 years? Xinzhong let out a long sigh. The cultivators from Cangyun realm cannot integrate the true blood of immortal descendants, at most they become true immortals. It's likely that these two will have no chance to meet again in the future. At this point, he stopped speaking. Although the Immortal Alliance and Martial Hall appear peaceful at present, after all, their paths are different and don't conspire together. If Song Lingxue truly joins the Martial Hall, seeing each other again in the future might be on the battlefield of the Taoist orthodoxy dispute, a true twist of fate. Time flies, and 10 days later, Xinzhong brought Yuning for another visit. It took Xinzhong 2 days and 2 blood baths to fully heal Xinzhong. 2 days of bleeding left Xinzhong's essence blood nearly drained and his yuan qi significantly damaged, his eyes devoid of spiritual light, his face pale as gold paper, and his form considerably weakened. The moment Xinzhong's injuries were fully healed, his qi and blood surged to the skies, causing a wonder between heaven and earth, as he stepped into the realm of martial half-saint. Many thanks, Daoist Chu. Today's great favor will be deeply appreciated within my 5 inner aspects. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will surely offer a generous recompense. Xinzhong, unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, performed a great bow in gratitude. Reaching the realm of semi-saint is akin to touching the edge of martial saint, a completely different significance. This is the result of Daoist Xia's long accumulation and timely breakthrough. I merely did a favor by giving you a push along the water. Xinzhong leaned against the hall wall, smiling as he spoke, his cheeks void of blood, his chest opened up, revealing the menacing wound and the slowly pulsating heart within. He had never felt as weak as he did at this moment, just 1 step away from Ghost Gate Pass. Without such an enormous price, it wouldn't be convincing enough. Xinzhong restrained his qi and blood, quickly came before Xinzhong, and fed him a spirit pill that nourished qi and blood. With a solemn expression, he made a promise, Daoist Chu, rest assured and heal in seclusion. As long as I, Xinzhong, am breathing, I will surely protect Daoist Song and fulfill the trust placed in me. You have my thanks. As the medicine gradually took effect, Xinzhong's complexion improved slightly. After tidying up, he stepped out of the grand hall. Yuning stood outside the hall and greeted the two as they emerged. After taking a good look at Chuzheng, her brow furrowed slightly. Those of the martial path are the most sensitive to the flow of qi and blood. Chuzheng's state was close to death, and even with life-extending spirit pills and unparalleled medicines, it would take several years to fully recover. Daoist Chu, you should focus on healing in seclusion. We will head to Biluo country first. After the great tournament is over, we will come to fetch Miss Song before we leave. Yuning thoughtfully allowed Chuzheng and Song Lingxue this final period of respite. I will go with you to Biluo country. Chuzheng's eyes flickered as he shook his head. Why? Yuning was a bit surprised. In Chuzheng's condition, it was crucial to recuperate in seclusion first. Going to Biluo country could be postponed. There are still some affairs I need to deal with. Chuzheng smiled faintly without elaborating. The great tournament of 10,000 sects was near, and Song Lingqing should have already arrived within the borders of Biluo country. After all, they were sisters. Song Lingxue wished to see her once more before leaving Cangyun realm. Chuzheng naturally wanted to help her. With the tournament drawing near and not much time left, it would take some effort to find her. Daoist Chu, you can decide on your own. Seeing this, Xie Xingzhong and Yuning refrained from saying more. Since Chuzheng had his own thoughts, it would be improper for them to interfere excessively. For this journey, other than Song Lingxue, Chuzheng also planned to bring along over 100 inner sect disciples. These disciples, the strongest among them having entered the entry path, were fully qualified to participate in the tournament and vie for a ranking. Although only the champion could enter the Immortal Alliance, making a name for oneself in the tournament could still earn rewards from the Holy Land. For these disciples from Tingxian, this might be the only chance in their lives to participate in the great tournament of 10,000 sects. Not going to see and experience it would indeed be a pity. Naturally, casualties were inevitable, but one could not give up eating for fear of choking. It was essential to see the world. Moreover, with Chuzheng there, as long as they had a breath left in them, he could save their lives. Fu Quanliang had no interest in participating in the tournament and chose to stay within the Holy Land. He had always been self-aware. Compared to those prodigies, his combat power was indeed limited. Furthermore, Tingxian now could not do without people. Biluo country. Inside Wanlong City, composed of 1,000 arenas and now teeming with people, countless spiritual lights from the 8 desolates and 4 seas had all converged on this land of slaughter. An invisible rivalry had already gradually begun, filled with the thick smell of gunpowder. A streak of brilliance stopped above Wanlong City, and over 100 figures emerged in succession, all clad in scarlet robes and golden crowns. The youths, aged 15 or 16, radiated vigor as intense as the rising sun, attracting the attention of many cultivators immediately. Which power does this group belong to? Why are they all children? Never seen them before. Tingxian Holy Land had not been involved in worldly affairs for a long time. To the various powers and cultivators, they seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Golden crown, divine fire robe. It's Tingxian Holy Land. How long has it been since Tingxian Holy Land reopened its sect gate? Apart from the Tingxian Holy Master, are there disciples prepared to participate in this tournament? Worthy of being a holy land, with profound heritage. It hasn't been a full decade since they reopened, and they already have disciples who have entered the entry path? Among the crowd, there were those well-versed and knowledgeable who recognized the attire of Tingxian Holy Land. The cultivation displayed by the many inner sect disciples caused shock to appear on the faces of several cultivators. To train a generation of disciples in such a short time would require an unimaginable amount of effort and resources. Far beyond what many small sects could imagine. Among the surrounding cultivators, a shadow wearing a hat with a wide brim lifted its head slightly, a tinge of complexity flashing in its eyes. After thousands of days and nights, she had finally reached this Wanlong City on her own. The things she had seen and heard along the way had greatly changed her mindset. In the corners of the mud, invisible to the eyes of the great cultivators in the clouds above, countless cultivators at the bottom were struggling, living life on the edge of a knife, a phrase insufficient to describe all she had been through. Song Lingqing's gaze slightly narrowed, resting on the man who stood at the center among the Tingxian disciples. He was tall and straight, like an eagle spreading its wings high in the sky, his eyes deep and unfathomable like cold pools, his figure draped in a crimson robe with golden patterns, adding an air of nobility. As he surveyed his surroundings, he had the bearing of an immortal king descending upon the mortal realm, his every move filled with an oppressive force that chilled to the bone. Just a few years of not seeing him, and there were things about Chu Jing she could not comprehend. Song Lingqing's gaze shifted to the right, landing on Song Lingxue, standing at Chu Jing's side, her heart inevitably suffused with a touch of melancholy. The sister could hide comfortably under his increasingly broad wings, but she could not. Song Lingqing was suddenly lost in thought when she abruptly encountered Chu Jing's sweeping gaze, and instinctively lowered her head in slight surprise. "Follow me." A familiar voice echoed in her mind, causing a flicker of confusion in Song Lingqing's eyes as she looked up. The reason she had ended up here was intentionally orchestrated by Chu Jing, who had detected Song Lingqing's presence using the heavenly divination technique. Chu Jing's gaze wandered, surveying the crowd around him before quickly leading a group of Tingxian disciples toward the center of Wanlong City. The Biluo sect had already prepared places for the great holy lands and true immortal noble families to rest. Chu Jing had not directly contacted Song Lingqing, she was to participate in the tournament, and any meeting had to be conducted away from the crowd. Now, Tingxian had many enemies, with Taisu Holy Land being the foremost, potentially implicating Song Lingqing in their conflicts. Regardless of their views, Taisu too was a holy land, with many disciples participating in the tournament. It was uncertain if they would employ some unexpected tactics. Song Lingqing silently followed the group from Tingxian Holy Land toward the center of Wanlong City. Midway, several cultivators emerged from both sides of the road, blocking the path of the Tingxian group. "Tingxian Holy Master, please hold." A middle-aged man dressed in a green long robe bowed politely. "I am Xiangju from Shenmu Pavilion, delaying the Holy Master for a moment, please forgive me." Shenmu Pavilion. Chu Jing was momentarily stunned before he remembered that recently, it was the Pavilion Master's daughter, Yi Yujiao, who had bought information about him. After glancing at Xiangju, Chu Jing frowned slightly. "What is it?" Xiangju's cultivation had reached the divine infant fourth transformation, already a rare expert in today's Cangyun. He did not yet fully understand the Shenmu Pavilion, but sending a divine transformation realm cultivator as a messenger indicated significant influence. "My young mistress has long admired the Holy Master, and has specially prepared a humble gift for you, which I am here to deliver. I hope the Holy Master will kindly accept." Xiangju bowed and presented a jade box with both hands. Upon seeing this, waves of divine sense fluctuation stirred around as many cultivators began to discuss quietly. What does Shenmu Pavilion want? To form ties with Tingxian Holy Land? Who is this young mistress of Shenmu Pavilion? The Tingxian Holy Master is young yet shows signs of becoming an immortal. Forming connections is understandable. I heard that a few years ago, the Pavilion Master of Shenmu Pavilion had a daughter, a precious child, yet she has not been introduced to the public. Inside Shenmu Pavilion, there are countless pill masters. Apart from the former glory of Tingxian, it is already the largest alchemy Dao sect in Cangyun. If the two families form a marriage alliance, Tingxian receiving their support would be akin to adding wings to a tiger, and a dragon riding the clouds, probably a delightful tale in the southern region. I wonder what gift they brought. Shenmu Pavilion is known for its wealth, this must certainly be a remarkable treasure. Amidst whispers, Chu Jing immediately took the jade box into his hands and opened it in front of everyone. Many cultivators, fearing to offend Chu Jing, did not dare to extend their divine sense, all craning their necks, unable to peel their eyes away. Inside the foot-long jade box was only a palm-sized porcelain piece, plain and ordinary, even stained with grime left by the years. Many cultivators around were perplexed and hesitant. Was Shenmu Pavilion provoking them? Chu Jing was young, but he was nonetheless a holy master. Presenting such a shabby gift as an introduction was almost an insult. Floating light bottle, 8th order / incomplete middle quality immortal treasure, gathers the light of stars, condenses the liquid of the vast sky, can gather immortal. Spirit liquid, accommodates myriad things in the universe, assists in cultivation, shattered during a major battle, some remnants of immortal chi remain, extractable. Fragments of immortal treasure. Chu Jing restrained the flash of murderous intent in his eyes, a myriad of possibilities tumbling through his mind. An ordinary person wouldn't send such a gift. What exactly did Yi Yujia's information contain? The repair panel was his greatest secret, unknown even to Song Ling Xue. If it leaked, he would have to contain the information within the smallest scope possible and, if unavoidable, even consider leaving Cangyun earlier than planned. Although his emotions were nearly boiling over, Chu Zhang's expression remained calm. He casually stored the jade box and asked in a gentle tone, "Did your young mistress say anything else?" "My young mistress says, if you are willing to accept this gift, then 2 days from now, please go to the Ascension Tower. She has prepared some light refreshments and wait, and she holds something you might be interested in, hoping you would honor her with your presence." "In 2 days, I will attend the meeting." Chu Jing suppressed the odd look in his eyes, and spoke lightly, "Make way." Xiangju bowed again and led the group of Shenmu Pavilion cultivators away. To the side, Song Lingxue displayed a hint of worry in her eyes. Standing closest to Chu Jing, she had observed his expression since hearing about the Shenmu Pavilion's young mistress's long-standing admiration. Thus, she keenly caught the fleeting murderous intent on Chu Jing's face. Clearly, Chu Jing had encountered trouble again. For the remainder of the journey, Chu Jing did not speak again, leading the group of disciples straight into the hall belonging to Tingxian Holy Land. Within the grand hall, several hundred chambers were divided out, each equipped with a spirit-gathering array, a jade couch, some ordinary low-grade elixirs, and a copy of the rules handbook for the great tournament of 10,000 sects, all essentials provided. After settling the disciples, Song Lingxue quietly asked, "Is this Shenmu Pavilion very troublesome?" "Why, don't you trust me?" Chu Jing grinned, his eyes clear and devoid of any odd shade. "You know that's not what I mean," Song Lingxue frowned. "Don't overthink it, I can handle it." Chu Jing's smile remained unfazed as he spoke gently, "I found Ling Qing. She's just outside the hall. Wait a moment, and I'll bring her in." Before his words had fallen, without waiting for Song Lingxue to speak, he had already vanished into the void. At Chu Jing's level of cultivation, when he cast the invisibility technique, he could almost compare to a Tingxian master, far surpassing his previous capabilities. A moment later, he found Song Lingqing hiding in a shadowy corner. It had been several years since they'd last seen each other, and her cultivation had improved significantly. She had already reached the mid-entry Dao realm. Although this was closely related to her true immortal bloodline, she must have also endured many hardships over these years. "Chu. Greetings, Tingxian Holy Master," Song Lingqing blurted out subconsciously the moment she saw Chu Jing, but mid-sentence, she quickly corrected herself. Times had changed, and now Chu Jing had become the Holy Master, a cultivator of the divine transformation realm. It was difficult to interact with him as casually as before. Whether to call him Chu Jing, Tingxian Holy Master, or brother-in-law, each title felt somewhat awkward now. If she had to choose, Tingxian Holy Master seemed to be the most appropriate. After just a few years, why the estrangement? Chu Jing frowned slightly and reached out to grab Song Lingqing's wrist. He used the invisibility technique and directly led her into the hall. Song Lingqing hesitated, her expression slightly stiff. She pursed her lips subconsciously and followed Chu Jing somewhat woodenly, passing through various arrays and quickly entering an inner chamber. "Sister." After they became visible again, Song Lingqing called out softly with a somewhat unnatural expression. "Lingqing." Seeing Song Lingxue's tightly knitted brows relaxed, and her eyes revealed a flicker of joy. Just as she was about to speak, she hesitated for a moment and then turned to look at Chu Jing. "Ah Jing, I have some matters I'd like to discuss alone with Lingqing. Could you?" "All right." Having heard this, Chu Jing turned and left the chamber directly. Seeing Song Lingqing's reaction just now, his presence would have been somewhat awkward. After Chu Jing left, Song Lingqing's tense body relaxed slightly. Ling Qing, the day the great tournament of 10,000 sects ends is the day I will leave Cangyun. Song Lingshui inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. There are some things for which I'd like to ask your help. You can speak frankly, sister, Song Lingqing nodded. In the end, Chu Jing and I are husband and wife. Although there's little hope for us to meet again in this lifetime, I still have selfish desires. Song Lingshua's gaze dimmed. As you have seen, there are more than a few people within Songyun who harbor thoughts for Chu Jing, so. Upon hearing this, Song Lingqing couldn't help but frown. Sister, do you want me to keep an eye on him for you? Forgive my bluntness, but with her status, it would be very difficult to justify interfering with Chu Jing finding someone new. She could not influence his thoughts. We've been sisters for more than a decade and know each other inside and out. There are some things I don't need to say for you to understand. Song Lingshua's demeanor regained its calmness. After all, we are sisters, and I thought perhaps you could take my place. Song Lingshue. Before she could finish, Song Lingqing interrupted her directly, her expression growing colder. What are you implying? Charity? Trying to appear generous? Do I need your charity? Am I that despicable? The chamber fell into a silence as quiet as death. For Song Lingqing's outburst, Song Lingshue acted as if she hadn't heard. When the time comes, father will also leave Songyun with me, and the Song family will only have you left here. If you encounter troubles that you cannot solve, do not stubbornly resist alone. If you need anything, Chu Jing will not refuse you. Enough. Song Lingqing shouted sharply, her eyes revealing a hint of red. I don't need to rely on anyone. I will do my best to look after Chu Jing for you, but I cannot control his own desires. With those words, she had already turned and stepped out of the chamber, clearly no longer willing to speak with Song Lingshue. Watching Song Lingqing's angry departure, Song Lingshue's gaze remained calm, without a ripple. Having grown up together since childhood, how could she not understand Song Lingqing's temperament? She seemed cold and detached, but in reality, she was proud, stubborn, and domineering, even carrying a trace of ruthlessness. After all, having grown up together since childhood, Song Lingqing's reluctance to seek help from Chu Jing did not mean Chu Jing would not take it upon himself to act. If she didn't make things clear today, no one could predict how the relationship between these two would develop in the future. And Song Lingqing's intense reaction just now seemed to confirm some of her suspicions. If she truly didn't care, she wouldn't have had such a strong reaction. Now, with the words spoken today, even if Song Lingqing really developed any feelings for Chu Jing in the future, she wouldn't be able to get past this barrier she had set for herself. She had no right to meddle in Chu Jing's thoughts, but that didn't mean she couldn't actively snuff out any potential sparks that might arise. Chu Jing could only belong to her, no matter if it was her blood-related sister. There was no room for negotiation. What's happened? Outside the secret chamber, watching Song Lingqing storm out in anger, Chu Jing could not help but feel somewhat puzzled for a moment. He seemed to have never seen Song Lingqing so angry before. Even when her immortal bone was shattered and her path to cultivation was cut off, Song Lingqing didn't exhibit as clear emotional turbulence as she did at this moment. Song Lingqing stopped in her tracks, trying to calm her slightly ragged breathing, looking at Chu Jing not too far away, her eyes subconsciously dodging his gaze. She didn't understand why, at that moment, she had such an intense reaction, as if she had experienced an unprecedented humiliation and embarrassment. Sister still needs the Holy Master's care. I have to prepare for the tournament and shall not disturb you further. Song Lingqing bowed with a fist and hurried away. What was this all about? Chu Jing couldn't suppress his curiosity and entered the secret chamber. What did you actually say to her? To cause such a reaction? Nothing much. Perhaps she learned that father wants to leave with me and is reluctant to part, Song Lingshue replied, her face also full of confusion, accompanied by a light and somewhat helpless sigh. I've never really known what she's thinking sometimes. Seeing this, Chu Jing did not press further, softly saying, you stay here at ease, I still have some matters to attend to. Shenmu Pavilion? Song Lingshue instantly realized something. Getting some understanding beforehand is always right, Chu Jing replied offhandedly, then turned and left. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ascension Tower. The most luxurious place in Wanlong City, frequented exclusively by the pride of the Holy Land and the great Sects' divine children. Here jade-scent nectar wafted for miles. If a mortal took just one whiff, they could extend their life, cure all diseases, and if a common cultivator could have just one sip, their cultivation would greatly advance. For various reasons, anyone who could host a feast in Ascension Tower was no ordinary person. Within a private room on the top floor, 18 spiritual dishes were lined up on a jade table, their juices imbued with profound spiritual light. Just this one meal could deplete the entire wealth of a small sect. Chujing scanned the table without pausing, then looked up intently at the woman. Sitting across the table, his gaze sharp as a knife, "How did you know I like these kinds of objects?" "I learned from the information I bought with floral spirit stones that the Holy Master likes antiques, so I searched for one to present to you." "Your information isn't cheap, it cost me a whole 100,000 high-quality spirit stones." Yi Yujiao was candid in her response, which surprised Chu Jing. At first glance, Yi Yujiao was not yet 20, dressed in a long green gown, her delicate features framed by brows like crescent moons, her clear and bright eyes looking forth, dark hair adorned with accessories that twinkled with spiritual light, far from mundane. At this moment, her forearms rested on the jade table, the loose sleeves sliding down her slender arms to reveal part of her alabaster wrists, as she calmly looked at Chu Jing. "State your purpose." Chu Jing's expression remained calm, his gaze surveying the woman before him with a hint of scrutiny. "I wish to ask the Tingxian Holy Master to marry me. From this day forth, the Shenmu Pavilion is willing to advance or retreat together with Tingxian," Yi Yujiao said, causing Chu Jing's expression to change. Within the private room, an eerie silence had set in. After a moment, Chu Jing murmured, "I am already married." "I know." Yi Yujiao's expression remained neutral, "It doesn't really matter. I do not necessarily seek the position of a main wife. As cultivators, we need not concern ourselves with these nominal titles. Moreover, Miss Song won't be staying in Songyun for long. We have days ahead of us." "You seem to know more than I expected," Chu Jing slightly furrowed his brow. Those Shang family cultivators truly had remarkable means to be able to find out such secret information. Worthy of being a family of immortal kings, they indeed had some deep foundation. "Those 100,000 high-quality spirit stones were well spent," Yi Yujiao said noncommittally. "Why choose me?" Chu Jing asked bluntly without sparing any face for Yi Yujiao. "You are already 31 in skeletal age, and only in the mid-entry Dao realm despite your high-quality immortal bone. You are far too inferior to me, why should I marry you? Currently, the Holy Master is the foremost among the youth of the Songyun realm. His talents, appearance, and background are all top-notch. In my view, there is no other candidate more suitable than the Holy Master," she said. Yi Yujiao kept her composure and pulled out a thin booklet, pushing it across to Chu Jing. "This is the dowry prepared for me by Shenmu Pavilion. Please, have a look, Holy Master." "It seems like you are dealing with me in a business transaction," Chu Jing said without looking at the dowry list, a hint of movement in his eyebrows. "Since it is our first meeting, Holy Master, there naturally can't be any talk of feelings. Moreover, for us cultivators, indulging in love and affection seems rather extravagant," Yi Yujiao stated bluntly. "Shenmu Pavilion needs the backing of Tingxian Holy Land in the future. Presently, Tingxian needs the elixir resources of Shenmu Pavilion to quickly strengthen itself. It is a mutual complement. Tingxian is teeming with divine fire, which complements the numerous alchemists of my Shenmu Pavilion. Therefore, this marriage is a win-win situation for both Tingxian Holy Land and Shenmu Pavilion. If you insist that this is a business transaction, then it is indeed a fair deal with no deception," she said earnestly, without beating around the bush. Chu Jing remained silent, casually flipping the dowry list open. Immortal Pill, 1, Semi-Immortal Pill, 10, Discover more stories at Empire, Semi-Immortal Medicine, 30 plants, Top Quality Spirit Pill, 100. The list included over 30 items, not just elixirs and spirit grasses, but many spiritual objects as well, most related to alchemy, their value incalculable. Seeing the clear dowry list, a flicker of surprise flashed through Chu Jing's eyes, Shenmu Pavilion indeed had a lavish hand, even including a real immortal pill among them. Given the current environment of Cangyun realm, this might very well be the only real immortal pill in the realm. Even Tingxian Holy Land, known for producing alchemists, did not possess such wondrous treasures. Shenmu Pavilion has really outdone itself. Chuzheng chuckled lightly, closed the dowry list, and pushed it back. I am quite selfish by nature. To this date in my cultivation, I only wish not to be encumbered by anything in this world. Shenmu Pavilion, including you, represents a burden to me, not an aid. I'm afraid this deal cannot be made. A single immortal pill was nothing, for the fragments of immortal treasures he currently held were already numerous. Extracting all their immortal chi could possibly be enough to repair an immortal pill completely. The only reason he hadn't tried was simply due to his reluctance. Those pieces of immortal treasures could be significantly useful if all repaired. He was not quite sure yet whether he could repair these immortal treasures after advancing to an 8th order repair master, so it might be better to wait a while longer. Luckily, Yi Yujiao hadn't discovered his repair abilities, which was a relief for Chuzheng. You overstate, Master. While Shenmu Pavilion may not compare with Holy Lands in terms of quantity of immortal treasures, we are still a considerable force within Cangyun realm, not enough to burden you. Yi Yujiao's eyebrows slightly creased, but her tone remained even. If you think my dowry is not generous enough, we can still negotiate. The karma on my body might be too much for Shenmu Pavilion to bear. It's better not to bring disaster upon yourself. Chuzheng shook his head, kindly advising. This was no exaggeration. From Zhao Tingxian's reaction, it was clear he was involved in some deep secrets. Not even the entirety of Cangyun realm could match up. Being too close to him was not a good thing. Those without a strong enough fate could easily perish early. Upon hearing this, Yi Yujiao's calmness dissolved, her brow tightly knitted as she did not understand the ins and outs, but sensed an aloof arrogance emanating from Chuzheng. In his eyes, Shenmu Pavilion seemed to hold very little weight. Even Holy Lands wouldn't dare look down on Shenmu Pavilion, being a power formed by alchemists. Often, Holy Lands themselves were in need of their services, yet now they were scorned by Chuzheng. To offer an immortal pill as a dowry was already a significant overture which was rejected. Any prideful person would not easily endure such an outcome. Yi Yujiao took a deep breath, repressing the surge of irritation she felt and patiently spoke. Some things, only after trying them will we know the outcome. Why conclude so soon, Holy Master? Your point has some merit, but some things, once tried, might not offer a chance for regret, as one only lives once, Chuzheng responded bluntly, leaving no room for further discussion. Then let us conclude for today. Yi Yujiao stood up, her face expressionless as she spoke. Should you change your mind, Holy Master, you can always find me. The doors of Shenmu Pavilion are always open for you. Having said that, she turned around and without looking back, walked towards the door. Miss Yi, please wait. A voice called out from behind. A glint flashed in Yi Yujiao's eyes, and her expression relaxed somewhat as she turned to face Chuzheng. Has the Holy Master changed his mind? Not at all. Chuzheng shook his head, glanced at the table of precious spiritual dishes in front of him, and casually asked, Are you still eating? If not, I will take them away, otherwise, it's a bit wasteful. These dishes were quite valuable and had not been touched yet, wasting them would be shameful. As the Holy Master pleases. For a moment, Yi Yujiao was so amused that she turned and left briskly. Thank you for your hospitality. Chuzheng packed up all the spiritual dishes from the jade table and strolled down from the Ascension Tower, leisurely making his way back home. Shortly after, he returned to Taishuan's residence. In the secret chamber, Song Lingxue was meditating with her eyes closed. Hearing the noise, she slowly opened her eyes. Shenmu Pavilion prepared a marriage proposal, hoping to form an alliance with Tingxian, which I rejected. Without waiting for her to ask, Chuzheng briefly recounted the situation, took out the spiritual dishes, and said softly, Let's eat. Why didn't you agree? Song Lingxue blinked her eyes. If you keep playing dumb, I'll really agree. Chuzheng retorted casually, Who do you think you're fooling? Do you take me for Lingqing? Song Lingxue stopped speaking, but her lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. The tolerance Chi showed her was immensely precious to her. South of Wanlong City. Under the escort of several divine infant cultivators, Yi Yujiao, with a slight anger on her face, hurriedly entered a large hall. After turning left and right, she finally entered a side hall. Inside the side hall, an old man with white hair and youthful appearance, dressed in green, sat cross-legged on a jade couch. His skin was rosy and radiant, his eyelids slightly closed. Yi family elder, Yi Huang, a cultivator of the Tingxian secret realm, had survived through 2 extraterritorial battlefields in a short time. Great-grandfather. Yi Yujiao's mouth was tight as she bowed in respect. The elder on the jade couch slowly opened his eyes, and seeing Yi Yujiao's unchanging expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. What? Not satisfied with someone? They think little of Shenmu Pavilion, believing that my pavilion would hold them back. Yi Yujiao spoke with a hint of sarcasm. I've truly broadened my horizons today. The lord of a great holy land, too proud for immortal pills, yet can't even bear to let go of a few dishes, taking advantage at every turn, truly shameless. Caring about face is the behavior of the weak, the strong should give face to others. Upon hearing this, Yi Huang's face remained amused as he said softly, Yujiao, I've told you before, judge people by their actions, not their words. Appearances can cloud your judgment. Immortal pills and spiritual medicine, beauty and power, none can sway him. Have you ever considered what he truly desires? This. Yi Yujiao gradually calmed down, her brow furrowed, and she muttered, but, great-grandfather, if they're unwilling, surely I can't force myself upon them? I understand your frustration, but there have been consecutive battles abroad recently, many of our elders in Shenmu Pavilion have fallen, and there are only a few young disciples capable of taking on significant responsibilities. Relying solely on you is indeed too much to ask. Yi Huang's gaze dimmed slightly. The Yi family had once produced a superior immortal bone. If it hadn't been for our greed, aiming for the Tingxian divine fire scripture and the immortal flame, sending it to Tingxian, perhaps we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. There was such a connection between Yi family and Tingxian? Hearing this, Yi Yujiao couldn't help but be surprised. She had never heard anyone mention this matter before. That was all happening 10,000 years ago, and now there are very few in the clan who know of it. Yi Huang sighed softly and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he spoke again. Chi is different from ordinary people. Allow me some more time to observe him before I draw a conclusion. I understand, great-grandfather. I will find a way to get closer to him. Yi Yujiao masked her expression and returned to calmness. As the sole daughter of a major clan, she had been burdened with a certain mission from the day she was born. For the prosperity of her family, she could give up many things, including her so-called self. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. The number of forces willing to form good relations with Tingxian was not small. Many Tingxian disciples had gradually adapted to life inside Wanlong City and had made quite a few acquaintances among fellow cultivators. It was inevitable that there would be disputes and friction. However, since the great tournament hadn't yet started, it was not permitted to fight at will within Wanlong City, so they had to suppress their conflicts, though the tension was already beginning to show. During this month, Chi Feng hadn't left the secret chamber for a single step, constantly focusing on recovering his cultivation. During this time, his cultivation steadily recovered and had already reached the 6th transformation of Divine Infant and was still growing, progressing towards the 7th transformation. He could feel that far across the starry sky, there were still believers praying for him, and the incense fire willpower was increasing day by day. The brilliant spiritual light he had felt that day had only destroyed the immortal serpent star and a few nearby life stars. He still had many believers scattered across the star domain governed by the divine court. With these believers spreading his teachings, the number of his followers would soon recover. According to the message transmitted through the incense flame golden body that day, the incident had alerted a great emperor within the divine court. The emperor seemed to have taken action himself, slaying several powerful beings, but their exact origins were still uncertain. With more than a year left until the great tournament of 10,000 sects, Chi Feng did not plan to waste it. After adjusting himself to his peak condition, he left part of his consciousness within his main body and once again employed the star-capturing heaven method. A year in Cangyun equals 100 years within the Chaos Sea. He had ample time to advance further, to elevate his cultivation even more, to reach golden core completion and possibly to refine spirit or continue to elevate his immortal path cultivation and enter Tingxian's secret realm. As the power of his spirit and soul grew, Chi found the star-capturing heaven method increasingly effortless to use, and it hardly consumed much chi strength. He soon found a dazzling star path. At the other end of the star path was a vast continent, round as the heavens and square as the earth, not a life star, somewhat similar to the Cangyun realm. Your journey continues with Empire. Dongyuan realm. The sky bore 3 suns and 6 moons that rotated, divided among the 9 domains and 13 wastes. This realm was a mix of fish and dragons, where various kinds of savage beasts predominated, occupying most of the land. The human race only occupied less than a quarter of the territory. These creatures, known as savage beasts in this realm, were inherently violent and unpredictable, incapable of communicating with humans, and often a savage beast would leave the barren domain and enter various domains to slaughter and hunt. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this realm was richer than the present Cangyun realm, yet the Taoist orthodoxy for cultivation was different from any Chi Feng had previously encountered. From the day they were born, children of this realm were marked with indelible totem imprints made of wild beast true blood by their elders on their bodies. With these totems on their bodies, cultivators could invoke mystic forces, connect with heaven and earth, and thereby execute divine secret skills. This method was greatly limited, those who could become powerful were ultimately few, and the situation of the human race was still precarious. Chi Feng's divine soul wandered the skies and soon found on a desolate piece of land the remains of a half-body. A boy, not yet 4 years old, with lifeless eyes, his lower body from the waist below gone, ribs exposed, his organs mixed with clotted blood scattered around. Nearby were many other bones, mostly incomplete, clearly fallen victims to a savage beast attack. A flash of spiritual light passed, and Chi Feng entered the boy's brow, and the repair process quickly began, regenerating the mutilated body. Breathing out, moments later, the repair was complete, and Chi Feng exhaled a breath of turbid qi and fell into contemplation. Here, he could have enough time to slowly grow his cultivation and develop his own followers. Upon the soil of the Dongyuan realm, no deities were born, nor was there an incense-fire divine path. For Chi Feng, this was undoubtedly an excellent soil for propagating the seeds of his own faith. In this world, the 9 domains and 13 wastelands were vast enough that even though the human race only occupied a quarter of the territory, the population wasn't less than that of the Cangyun realm, numbering in the hundreds of billions. If he could become the only true god in this world, seizing all faith within it, Chi Feng's cultivation would undergo a terrifying leap. However, the absence of the propagation of incense spirituality meant that the people of this world did not believe in the existence of deities. Spreading the faith of a deity among a group of people with no concept of divine beings would be much more difficult than competing for devotees. In such circumstances, establishing a strong reputation first, then recasting mythological stories to create a god after death, seemed to be a relatively simpler method. However, the specific situation required further understanding of the Dongyuan realm before proceeding to a more definitive judgment. As Chi Feng was deep in thought, streams of spiritual energy began seeping into his body from his back and limbs, warming his flesh like trickling streams entering his 4 limbs and bones. Chi Feng's gaze instantly hardened, he stripped off his upper clothing. His divine sense was bound to his physical body and could not see behind him, but judging from the markings on his limbs, it was likely that the totem of a mythical beast had been imprinted on his back. The 4 claws, adorned with scales, coiled around his limbs, blood-red and exuding an aura of ferocity. After feeling it for a moment, Chi Feng was somewhat moved. The totem on his back could actually autonomously absorb spiritual energy to aid his cultivation, delivering spiritual energy directly into his limbs and bones without the need to spend time cultivating. This method of cultivation was truly astonishing. If it could be overlaid with other Taoist orthodoxies, it would be like adding a clone that was cultivating all the time. Over time, this would create a considerable gap between him and other cultivators. Take this body now, which was already 4 years old, although it was inexperienced in cultivation. After 4 years of nourishment from the totem, its chi strength was already extraordinary, easily possessing the force of a couple of 1,000 pounds. Seeing this, it was clear that the secrets of the totem had to be unraveled. The evening sky was blood-like with eagles and hawks used to scavenging carrion circling above. Chuzheng stood up and scanned his surroundings. Everywhere he looked, there were bloodstains and remains. From the information he had gathered during his previous Soul Division wanderings, within Dongyuan realm there were no structured kingdoms, only tribes. Within the tribes, there were strong and weak, all closely related to their totems, but it was unknown at which level the totem on his back belonged. Screech, there was a sharp cry from the skies, and a dark shadow of more than 10 zhang swooped down, stirring up a mighty gust of wind. A black divine bird landed in front of Chuzheng, with a few figures standing on its back. Seeing the naked Chuzheng standing there, several cries mixed with joy erupted. "There's a child here. There are survivors." Ming sculpture, 4th order, a ferocious bird that roams the edges of death, accustomed to moving in mountains of corpses and seas of blood, its body shrouded in the chi of tribulation. Chuzheng's eyes swept across the black divine bird and the figures, his gaze flickering slightly. The bird, comparable to a divine infant cultivator, and the people standing on its back, none of their strengths were below the 4th order. The figures instantly dispersed in all directions, staying alert while they searched for any other survivors. A great man nearly 10 zhang tall suddenly strode forward, hoisting Chuzheng up to examine his back. According to the information provided by the spiritual eye, this person's name was Lai, and he had reached the strength of the 5th order. In some smaller tribes, people did not have surnames, only given names. Surnames were something that only larger tribes had. Only those from larger tribes with populations extending beyond the limit of a single word needed more complex names as identifiers. After rough hands rubbed over Chuzheng's back for a moment, Lai fell silent for a while, and with a light sigh said, "He's not a child from our tribe." Before his words had faded, the dispersed figures each turned back, their eyes slightly dimmed, shaking their heads. "Explore hidden tales at Empire. Apart from this child, there are no other survivors." Among those scattered bones, presumably, lay all the family members of this child. "Lucky boy, it seems the spirits of the tribe are watching over you. To which tribe do you belong? What's your name?" Lai held Chuzheng aloft with one hand, the thick beard on his face rubbing against Chuzheng, making him slightly uncomfortable. "Tribe? I don't know." Chuzheng hesitated slightly before shaking his head and then said, "My name is Jingchu." This time reincarnated, he was not preparing to endure tribulation but to pave the way for the incense fire divine path. Currently, his principal body's chi refinement's cultivation had entered a stable period, and without extra forces at work, it was difficult to make substantial progress. There was not much tribulation chi left around him, and undergoing tribulations need not be rushed. Jingchu. Hearing this name, the people around him all showed a hint of surprise. Merely having a 2-character name was already characteristic of a larger tribe. "Well, let's take him back first. We are all of the human race, if we can help, we should." With a low murmur, Lai held Chuzheng with one hand and stepped onto the Ming sculpture, the thick chi of tribulation hitting them, even starting to erode Chuzheng's flesh. Before Chuzheng could react, Lai squeezed out a drop of blood from his fingertip and dripped it onto Chuzheng's back. In an instant, a burning sensation came from his back, and the totem as if came to life, its scales slightly opened, emitting a fierce warmth that dispersed the tribulation chi. This clearly was another ingenious use of totemic power. The totem now seemed to become a protective dharma treasure that, using Lai's fresh blood as energy, started to operate. Find exclusive stories on Empire. This also somewhat resembled an array. Perhaps the totemic patterns could be understood as something of the same category as formation patterns. As Chuzheng calmly pondered the totem, the Ming sculpture suddenly began its dive, swooping straight toward the ground. Above the earth, dust clouds filled the sky, herds of savage beasts were roaring, their cries piercing like thunder. This group of savage beasts belonged to the same species, adorned with dazzling tricolored long feathers, relying on their sturdy limbs to crawl, resembling lizards, and within their short and broad blood-filled mouths, interlocking sharp teeth crisscrossed. After we catch this group of tricolor land fish, let's head back to the tribe. With a low shout from Lai, he threw out a blood-colored divine bead, suspended it in midair, and like the backbone of a dragon, a divine light shone, and a dark fog traveled down his sturdy arm, meandering until it reached the back of his hand in a blink of an eye. The next instant, a pitch-black claw reached out, swelling rapidly with the wind, spanning more than 1,000 zhang like the ancient peaks of Divine Mountain, crashing straight down. Boom! A gap was smashed into the herd, bones and flesh splattered everywhere, and blood mist sprayed into the air, directly absorbed by the blood-colored divine bead, without wasting a trace. The others also made their moves one after another, scattering and encircling the entire herd, striking and retreating with each hit, beginning to gradually consume them. Seeing this, Chuzheng quickly realized that Lai and his companions were out on a hunt and had only decided to change their plans upon encountering him. The coordination among these people was extremely smooth, without the slightest hint of stagnation, indicating they had likely been acting together for a long time. In just an hour, the beast herd composed of over 10,000 savage beasts was slaughtered to near extinction, with blood flowing for miles. Lai and his companions did not bother to collect the corpses and remnant bones or the flesh, simply using the blood-colored divine bead to absorb the blood chi. The husks with blood chi drawn out, lost their luster, and had been drained of all essence. The Ming sculpture let out an excited cry, hovering in the sky, absorbing the deadly miasma that was gradually emanating from the field, and its pitch-black feathers became even more lustrous. The speed of the group cleaning up the battlefield was astonishing. After just half an hour, there was no longer the smell of blood in the air, leaving only dry bones on the ground. After confirming that nothing had been overlooked, Lai led his group on their way back. After 3 days and nights of travel, Chuzheng finally saw a tribe before his eyes. It was midday, and smoke from cooking fires was already curling up inside the tribe. Chuzheng glanced over and saw that at the end of the tribe, counting the houses made from green stones, it could not have been more than a few thousand inhabitants. Chuzheng, being held by Lai, was taken into a green stone grand hall. The hall had a peculiar smell, with numerous shelves that held beast skins, beast bones that were being processed, and some herbs that had been gathered. There was only one person in the hall, an old woman with white hair, hunched over and leaning on a cane, dressed in a wide beast skin robe. The robe was sewn with many pockets filled with various small items whose purposes weren't clear. Which? Lai approached the old woman, knelt on one knee to pay his respects, held Chuzheng in both hands, and presented him to the old woman, explaining, "This boy is called Jingchu. We found him while hunting. He was attacked by a savage beast, and only he survived." "Jingchu?" the old woman murmured, not yet noticing the totem on Chuzheng's back. Randomly grabbed a piece of beast skin, and wrapped up Chuzheng, who had been bare-bottomed all along. "Since you have saved him, it is fate. Let's keep him then. The tribe lacks fresh blood, maybe it could add another totem selection for the tribe." "Understood, which? Then I will take him home to nurture." Lai immediately nodded in agreement, as this was indeed his intention. He picked up Chuzheng and was about to walk outside the hall when the voice of the witch sounded from behind. "In a few days, sending to continue her penance with me. I can't hold on much longer. We need a new person to take over the witch's responsibilities. It's all for the sake of the tribe, someone has to make sacrifices eventually." At her words, Lai's footsteps faltered, and after a long pause, he nodded, "All right." This tribe was named Wangshan, simply because not far from the tribe's settlement was a divine mountain. The original Wangshan tribe had thrived and propagated descendants with the help of the spiritual spring within the divine mountain and various kinds of fruits. Chuzheng followed Lai on the way home. Everyone they met along the way was dressed in beast skins, without any vestment robes or woven attire. Before the assurance of survival, no one was willing to spend time on their appearance. Soon, Chuzheng arrived at Lai's home, a humble green brick house that was not particularly tall or spacious. "Ing!" Lai called out loudly. Creak, a soft sound followed as the door opened, and from inside ran out a girl of only about 7 or 8 years old, also clad in coarse beast skin, who embraced Lai's legs with a face full of joy. "Father." Lai gave a faint smile, his eyes slightly dimmed. Ying soon noticed Chu Jing and couldn't help but feel surprised. "Whose child is this?" Lai let go of Chu Jing and said gently, "His name is Jing Chu. From today onwards, he will be your brother." "Brother? Ying has a brother now?" The smile on Ying's face deepened, and she couldn't help but raise her hand to pinch Chu Jing's face. "Call me sister." Chu Jing fell silent. Upon contact, he noticed something peculiar. Ying's body was extremely frail, no different from that of ordinary mortal children, with hardly any strength at all. This meant that Ying's body did not bear a totem, which might have something to do with the witch they had encountered earlier. Lai casually handed Chu Jing over to Ying, proceeding directly into the courtyard, where he took off his shirt to wash himself with water. Chu Jing's gaze was immediately drawn to Lai. Upon the broad back was an etching of a mythical beast Chu Jing did not recognize, with a single horn on its head, somewhat resembling a flood dragon, but its body was scaleless, lustrous like an eel, with only one claw, and holding a vermilion pearl in its mouth. Lai, 5th order born with a beast spirit, long-term consumption of beast blood, body harbors blood fiend. Perhaps it was because information about totems was scarce, that even with the spiritual eye, the information he could gather in a short time was limited. However, the words beast spirit did spark some thoughts in him. Before Chu Jing could take a closer look, Ying, unable to wait, hurriedly pulled Chu Jing inside and started looking for beast skins in the house, meanwhile sizing Chu Jing up to find him fitting clothing. In the house was a copper mirror half the height of a man. Using this mirror, Chu Jing was finally able to clearly see the appearance of the totem on his back. At first glance, it somewhat resembled a qilin but lacked the antlers, and the beast's pupils were blood red. Chu Jing tried to communicate with the totem, and quickly, the totem responded, a strange light flashing in the pupils, and the scales trembled as if about to come to life. His chi strength surged all over, and the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy also increased significantly. However, the exertion lasted only for a few breaths before Chu Jing had to stop, sweating profusely and deficient in essence within his body, desperately needing replenishment. Obviously, his strength was not yet sufficient to activate his body's totem like Lai could. In the blink of an eye, Chu Jing had been in the Wangshan tribe for over 2 months. He had been cultivating the Eternal Calamity treasure record, not far from the 100 days spiritual transformation, and his chi strength grew stronger by the day. Moreover, during this period, he had finally gained some understanding of the totems. Within the Dongyuan realm, totems were divided into 4 levels. First-class totems were mostly held by the large tribes, and among the many totems of Wangshan tribe, the best ranked only as 3rd class. Totems were sentient. Plants and monsters, mountains and stones, lakes and seas, all could serve as totems, and the differences in their power levels could be immense. Most tribes' totems were of the lowest kind. Even facing low-level savage beasts, they were barely hanging on, constantly at risk of annihilation, relying heavily on a multitude of plants and fruits rather than hunting for sustenance. Regarding the totem on his own back, Chu Jing had asked Lai a few times but hadn't received a precise answer. However, it should at least belong to a 2nd-class existence, higher than Lai's, or rather, higher than that of Wangshan tribe. Find your adventure at Empire. During this period of observation, Chu Jing had discovered a disadvantage of relying on totem cultivation. The totem continuously nurtured the cultivator's body, making it increasingly strong over time. However, correspondingly, the strong body could not sustain itself merely on spiritual energy drawn by the totem and needed a large amount of energy as sustenance. Even those with cultivation like Lai, who practiced through totems, could not abandon eating and needed to hunt savage beasts. Previously, during the collection of beast blood chi, the blood-colored divine bead that Lai used was called the melting bead, whose primary function was to refine the essence of flesh and blood as sustenance for the tribe. Within this small tribe, there were no means to create folded space, making it too time-consuming to transport the flesh of savage beasts. Moreover, the accumulation of a large amount of bloody chi could attract powerful predators, easily bringing a disaster to the tribe. Besides this disadvantage, the lifespans of these totem cultivators were also relatively much shorter. Immortal path cultivators, if they advanced to the divine transformation realm and used life-extending precious medicines, could live for several thousand years, which was not difficult. The pseudo-immortals of the Tingxian secret realm could even live for over 10,000 years. However, as the strongest in the Wangshan tribe, Lai's lifespan was less than 500 years. Apart from the method of totem cultivation, in the Dongyuan realm, there was another path of cultivation named witch. The witch's techniques varied greatly, including healing, controlling savage beasts, calling the wind and summoning the rain, and even precognition, possessing many divine secret skills. Comparatively, the lifespans of witches were longer. The current witch in the Wangshan tribe had already lived for over 1,000 years. The witches possessed incredibly powerful divine souls, but their physical bodies were very frail. Thus, they could rely on their powerful souls to maintain the vitality of their weak bodies and live longer. However, the requirements for cultivating as a witch were relatively higher, needing a lot of preparation even before birth. Even in the fetal state, they were subjected to witchcraft, and in the innate state, they would begin to absorb yin qi to strengthen their divine souls. Due to the imbalance of yin and yang within the womb, most witches were female. Lai's daughter, Ying, was the successor to the next witch. Since Chuzheng followed Lai home, Ying had gone to the residence of the witch to start her secluded cultivation. The current witch's lifespan was nearing its end, and a successor was needed. Lai often went out hunting, so most of the time, Chuzheng was alone at home. What he did every day was only to cultivate and then understand the world before him. Inside the 9 domains and 13 wastelands, most areas were territories where savage beasts roamed. Apart from the human race, there was another intelligent species in the Dongyuan realm called the Heavenly Spirit race. The appearance of the Heavenly Spirit race was similar to that of humans, with scales over their spines and a thin tail trailing behind them. The Heavenly Spirit race did not cultivate totems but naturally possessed divine skills, maintaining their footing through divine secret skills. The number of the Heavenly Spirit race was not large, less than a third of the human race, but their overall strength was not much different. The relationship between the two races was decent, and there had been no wars for many years, often engaging in mutual trade. However, only strong tribes could conduct a marketplace, as without sufficient strength, they could easily be harassed by savage beasts. Zhengqiu. A loud shout came from outside, waking Chuzheng from his cultivation. He got up and opened the door to see Lai in the courtyard showering, with several ferocious scratches on his back that were still bleeding. The totem that was originally on his back had now moved to his shoulder, unscathed. This totem seemed sentient, knowing how to avoid the risk of destruction. After cleaning the wounds, Lai walked into the house, pulled out a clay pot, and grabbed a handful of gray medicinal powder, which he applied to the wounds. The medicinal powder's spiritual energy was overwhelming, and in a moment, the still bleeding wounds had closed up, forming a thin scab. After doing this, Lai casually took out the melting bead, picked up another clay pot, poured out a bowl of spirit spring water, and then extracted a strand of essence from flesh and blood, infusing it into it. In an instant, the clear spirit spring water turned into a bowl of beast blood. He pushed the beast blood towards Chuzheng and said concisely, "Drink it." Chuzheng immediately picked up the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. The immense blood qi instantly circulated through his limbs and bones, activating the totem on his back and bringing a gentle warmth. His qi strength increased significantly. This was the dietary method of the human race in the Dongyuan realm, where a strand of essence from flesh and blood might condense the essence of an entire savage beast, promoting the growth of flesh, bones, and muscles. Lai often supplemented Chuzheng's nutrition. Now, though Chuzheng was still some time away from the 100 days spiritual transformation, his qi strength had already surpassed 10,000 jin, nearing the 20,000 jin milestone. Lai was extremely sensitive to the strength and weakness of blood qi, and Chuzheng's rapid increase in strength could not escape his eyes. Even with the same totem, the ultimate growth could be drastically different. Each person's absorption efficiency of blood chi and the speed of chi strength increase varied, all of which could lead to differences in strength. Chu Zheng's rapid growth, with strength already stronger than many adults, was due to his innate talents, unrelated to the totem. After discovering Chu Zheng's talent, Lai placed high expectations on him, hoping he could become another pillar of the Wangshan tribe. After a while, the surge of blood chi in Chu Zheng's face finally subsided, gradually returning to normal. Lai poured another bowl and was about to make Chu Zheng drink it when suddenly, a sharp whistle came from outside. He paused, putting down the bowl and striding out. Chu Zheng drained the beast blood in one gulp and swiftly followed out. The previously calm tribe began to stir due to the sound of a whistle. High above the sky stood two figures, each with a pair of gray wings extending from their backs, bare-chested, with a divine bird etched on their chests. A flicker of spiritual light appeared in Chu Zheng's pupils, and quickly, two pieces of information emerged. Yun, 5th Order, possesses a beast spirit, 2nd-class totem. The totem encompasses divine skills, beast transformation, divine speed, 1,000-mile eye. Song, 5th Order, possesses a beast spirit, 2nd-class totem, 2 5th Order cultivators, both bearing a family name and possessing the same totem. As his understanding of this world deepened, the information provided by the spiritual eye became more specific. Seeing that both men shared the surname Wan, a flicker of realization flashed through Chu Zheng's eyes. He had overheard idle chit-chat amongst the tribe's people and had some understanding of the current power divisions in the Dongyuan realm. The human powers in the Dongyuan realm were divided into 3 parts, each centered around a powerful tribe, forming a loose alliance. The Wangshan tribe belonged to one of them, the Wan clan alliance. As a member of the alliance, they were required to regularly submit part of their hunting gains, a condition for protection. There are many savage beasts stronger than Lai. A single 6th Order or higher savage beast could destroy the Wangshan tribe. The savage beasts within this region had been cleared out by the Wan clan, thus ensuring the tribe's basic living environment. Lai. The two figures in the sky retracted their wings and landed on the ground, evidently acquainted with Lai, and greeted him. Lai nodded in response, took out a melting bead, and handed it over to Yun, speaking in a negotiable tone. The nearby game is scarce, and the gains are not much. Can we take half now, and reckon the remaining half into next year's share? That's acceptable, Yun agreed without difficulty, directly took out a melting bead, and began extracting the blood and essence from it. About half an hour later, the extraction was completed. The originally blood-colored melting bead turned much duller and started to gray slightly. An elderly witch, staggering forward with 2 robust men carrying large baskets on their backs filled with many neatly packed bundles emitting spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance, followed her. The witch, not needing to hunt, also had her duties, needing to timely submit a portion of herbs and medicinal powders for healing. Yun and Song, well acquainted with the procedure, stepped forward without checking, respectfully greeted the witch, then directly lifted the baskets and prepared to leave. Lai put away the melting bead and, after a slight hesitation, called out to the 2 men, "Gentlemen, one moment." He pulled Chu Zheng to the front, directly stripped off his beast skin from the upper body, displaying the totem on his back, and directly said, "This child was found during a hunt, and I do not know to which tribe he belongs. Have either of you seen the totem on his body?" Lai originally intended to keep Xingqiu, but after consideration, he chose to be honest, as upon growing up, Xingqiu would still harbor thoughts of returning to his own tribe. It was better to clarify now. This. Upon seeing the totem on Chu Zheng's back and after verification, Yun slightly frowned. "He is not from any of our Wan clan alliance tribes, he belongs to another alliance. If you wish to raise him, do so. He might become a warrior in your tribe someday." He did not offer much advice, clearly not planning to help Chu Zheng find his tribe, as that would waste unnecessary effort. The Dongyuan realm is too vast, with countless totems. It would be very difficult to find them, especially while needing to interact with other alliances. Seeing that the 2 were unwilling to get involved further, Lai said no more, bowed slightly, and watched the 2 depart. "Xingqiu, do you want to find your own tribe?" Lai looked down at Chu Jing. If you want to go home, I'll help you find it. No need. Chu Jing shook his head without any hesitation. I'll stay here. Without Lai, this very incarnation of him might not survive in a region riddled with savage beasts. During this time, he had also received a lot of care from Lai, which he intended to repay. Moreover, the strength or weakness of the tribe did not much impact his own cultivation. All right. A smile appeared in Lai's eyes as he patted Chu Jing's head. This year's game was not scarce, but he still kept half, specifically reserved as provisions for Chu Jing. In the distance, the elderly witch watched Chu Jing, deep creases forming at the center of her forehead. She sensed something amiss, something ominous, but was unable to see clearly for the moment. Your adventure continues at Empire in the blink of an eye. Chu Jing had completed the 100 days spiritual transformation, and with the beast blood Uncle Lai often fed him, his chi strength had surpassed 30,000 caddies. Name, Jingchu, Chu Jing, Cultivation, First Order, Spirit Transformation Realm Early Stage, Cultivation Technique, Eternal Calamity Treasure Record, Repair Master, 6th Order, 1578/8000, remaining repairs for the day, 60, currently reparable, none. After glancing at his panel, Chu Jing's eyes flickered slightly and he immediately rose, went out, and found Uncle Lai. Uncle Lai, I want to undergo the rite of passage. In the tribe, children would undergo a rite of passage at the age of 16, where they must hunt and successfully bring back a savage beast alone to be considered an adult. Children who had not come of age were not yet allowed to leave the tribe alone. Only adults could freely enter and exit and had the right to venture out hunting alone. Although staying within the tribe was certainly convenient, Chu Jing was somewhat worried that the tribulation Chi might cause trouble for the Wangshan tribe. Ever since that nearly fatal great calamity at the beginning, he had never dared to overlook the presence of tribulation Chi. It was just like the last time with the Immortal Serpent Star, he couldn't be sure whether the star was shattered because of him. Hearing Chu Jing's words, Uncle Lai couldn't help but think it was somewhat absurd. You're not even 5 years old. Mid-sentence, he realized that Chu Jing's chi strength was now much greater than that of an adult man. Hunting a common savage beast would pose no problem at all. Very well. After some thought, Uncle Lai nodded and agreed, realizing that encountering savage beasts at an early age could be beneficial for Chu Jing. Thank you, Uncle Lai. Chu Jing's eyes lightly flickered, understanding that the freedom to move about was crucial for him. Only by being extraordinary can one stand out among the ordinary. This would greatly aid him in weaving myths and legends in the future. Moreover, in this world, there was neither a contention of Taoist orthodoxy, merely totems, and even the dispersion of heavenly fate was somewhat unclear. Chu Jing wanted to make some trials. After verification, he might even propagate laws across the world, imparting the great circulatory Chi guideline to the human race of this world, thereby leaving a true mark of the Taoist school and becoming a genuine Tao Lord. Now, having verified it on himself, at least the totems can be cultivated concurrently with the chi refining techniques. A true god who pioneers a cultivation method should indeed be remembered by the human race of this world. At least, after his departure from this world, it would sustain a period of incense. Chu Jing's rite of passage was soon put on schedule. 3 days later, under the watchful eyes of many in the tribe, Chu Jing, carrying a bone-made short spear and wearing a quiver, casually walked out of the tribe's gate. Surrounded by waist-high weeds, Chu Jing took a few steps and vanished from everyone's sight. Lai, are you really not going to follow him to check? He's only 4 years old, what if? What if he gets lost? There are quite a few savage beasts around here. Jingchu is so small, he could be swallowed whole in one bite. Should I go and check on him? It's still not too late. Many people within the tribe were worried. A child under 5 venturing out to hunt alone had never been a precedent even in larger tribes. Especially for a small tribe like Wangshan, where due to the scant population, every child was extremely cherished, and many couldn't bear it. Uncle Lai shook his head slightly, well aware of Chu Jing's strength. As long as he didn't go too far, the nearby savage beasts would hardly pose a threat to him. Perhaps in less than half a day, Chu Jing would return. At this moment, he was already looking forward to what kind of prey Chuzheng would bring back. 3 scorching suns hung high in the sky, emitting extreme heat. Just the natural environment of Dongyuan realm was much harsher than that of Songyun realm, and ordinary infants simply couldn't survive in such high temperatures without the aid of a totem's power. Chuzheng had activated his invisibility technique, moving as swiftly as the wind through the wilderness. He had been away from the tribe for half a day, and had already encountered numerous savage beasts varying from Zeroth order to First Order, rarely any Second Order. Clearly, for the safety of the tribe, the nearby area had been cleared, and the remaining savage beasts were probably intended for the coming-of-age rites. On this departure from the tribe, Chuzheng only planned to survey the vicinity within 10,000 miles. As for the savage beasts, he could just bring one back when he returned to fulfill his obligations. After the coming-of-age ceremony, he would gain the freedom to come and go from the tribe as he pleased, so there was no need to rush. Upon reaching spirit transformation, Chuzheng could wield many divine skills, so there was virtually no danger for him in this nearby wilderness. With a repair panel in hand, he didn't need to stop to recover his strength. After traveling for an entire day, Chuzheng was already thousands of miles from the tribe, and only when the 6 silver moons hung high did he finally halt his steps. In the vicinity, he discovered that occasionally there were second-order savage beasts wandering about, far enough away from the Wangshan tribe. For ordinary people in the Wangshan tribe, their coming-of-age rites would not reach such a distant place. Not 30 miles ahead of Chuzheng was a vast plain overgrown with weeds taller than a man. Beneath the cover of the weeds were some incomplete, huge stone blocks stretched out for dozens of miles. These were traces of activity from the human race. Once there had been a tribe thriving here, now only ruins remained. For Chuzheng, ruins like these were the places that interested him the most, offering many gains for him. Chuzheng didn't rashly approach the ruins. Within that wasteland, his spiritual eye saw a powerful presence moving about, its blood chi exuberantly fierce, surpassing the scope of First Order, a Second-Order savage beast. Such an existence, against his current strength, could not be confronted head-on, necessitating the use of some means. Chuzheng concealed his chi and slowly entered the plain, found a barren spot, and began to dig the earth leisurely to carve out formation patterns. Currently without a magic artifact in hand, naturally, much effort was needed to hunt such a second-order savage beast. To avoid alarming that savage beast, Chuzheng acted with great care, digging continuously day and night until all the formation patterns were completed. The array he was using this time was a derivative of the gold element from the 5 elements array, originating from the Eternal Calamity treasure record. This array was an incomplete, castrated version, greatly simplified. The complete version, within the Eternal Calamity treasure record, called the Gangjin Demon-Slaying Grand Array, had a quality as high as 9th order and could suppress the existence of a supreme being. As Chuzheng currently had no materials, he could only use the transmute stone to gold technique to create golden threads which he buried into the formation patterns to enhance the array's potency. He then began to circulate his yuan qi within his body, continuously charging the array with energy until exhausted, then used the repair panel to recover to his prime state, and repeated the process. Another full day passed, and it was deep into the night before the array could no longer hold more yuan qi, and Chuzheng finally ceased his work. He didn't waste any time and, after a brief moment to regulate his breathing, got up and stealthily approached the savage beast. Savage beasts have a strong sense of territory, and in the vicinity of this plain, there was only this one. Beast active. Chuzheng soon reached the vicinity of the savage beast, observing it quietly from a few hundred zhang away. In the midst of the weeds lay a pitch-black giant beast nearly 2 zhang long, its fur as black as ink, limbs robust, covered in bulging muscles lined with blood vessels. At the moment, it was feasting, swallowing flesh and bones into its belly without wasting any. Shadow Lion, second order habitually active at night, ferocious and violent in nature, delights in torturing prey, capable of cloaking itself in the shadows of the night, endowed with divine skills, frenzied blood, shadow transformation. Savage beasts active at night. Chuzheng looked up at the sky. Dawn was nearing. He patiently waited for over an hour until the first light of dawn appeared, and the rays of the morning sun soon spilled over the land. Only when it was fully light did Chuzheng make his move. He withdrew hundreds of zhang away and then deactivated his invisibility technique before taking out his bone spear, cutting off a section of his arm, and hurling it forcefully, flinging it 1,000 zhang and striking the shadow lion's head before turning without the slightest hesitation and fleeing. Blood from the severed arm gushed forth, leaving a trail behind. Although it was daytime, which would somewhat affect the shadow lion, it was ultimately a second-order fierce beast. Catching up to him wouldn't take much time. Every second counted. Roar, a thunderous bestial roar erupted in the wilderness. Chuzheng's provocation had thoroughly enraged the shadow lion. The piercing sound of the wind carrying the beast's roar bridged the distance, and within a mere span of a few moments, the shadow lion was less than 100 zhang behind Chuzheng. A heavy scent of blood mixed with the distinctive stench from the beast filled Chuzheng's mouth and nose. Silently calculating the distance, Chuzheng felt certain that in just over a dozen more breaths, he would reach the area where the array was located. Woo! A shrill wailing came from behind, the imminent threat of death approaching. Chuzheng turned his head for a brief glance, and his expression suddenly changed. Experience new tails on Empire. A gigantic stone several zhang in diameter was hurtling through the air toward him. This was somewhat unexpected. The shadow lion actually resorted to throwing stones? In the rush, Chuzheng was too late to dodge, and half of his body was smashed by the boulder, causing a crisp crackling sound between his bones. His entire body was instantly torn in two by the extreme fury of the colossal strength. The repair panel immediately went into operation, restoring his mangled flesh. Chuzheng, taking advantage of the immense force from the boulder, flew out thousands of feet and tumbled into the area covered by the array. He then utilized the invisibility technique and retreated to one side. The shadow lion quickly followed, and a blinding golden light suddenly flared up. Even in broad daylight, its brilliance soared to the sky, clearly visible from 100 miles away. The shadow lion halted, letting out low growls from its throat continuously. The formation patterns lit up with dazzling light, and in an instant, over 1,000 flying swords formed, falling like a shower of light. Pu. Woo, the dull sound of flesh and blood tearing apart, mixed with painful moans, rose within the array. The shadow lion only struggled twice before it was turned into a sieve by the pervasive sword chi. The array lasted only for 3 breaths before it directly collapsed, the yuan chi dissipated, and the gold lines between the formation patterns broke inch by inch. Chuzheng exhaled a breath of turbid chi, realizing that if not for the repair panel, he would have nearly perished today. The shadow lion's intelligence wasn't high, but its hunting experience was quite cunning. It must have been active in these plains for a long time to have learned on its own to use the massive stones from the ruins of that tribe as weapons. Chuzheng stepped forward slowly, drawing the vital energy from between the flesh and blood of the shadow lion into his mouth, then turned towards the ruins. These ruins had been deserted for an extremely long time. From the information provided by the spiritual eye, these buildings dated back tens of thousands of years. For the beings of Dongyuan realm, this was a very distant period, spanning many generations. Chuzheng circled the entire ruins and discovered many weapons left from before: bone spears, bone knives, and bone arrows. All of these items were covered with intricate talismanic patterns, all broken, devoid of any spiritual energy. However, under the repair panel, these items regained their luster and began to emit surges of energy fluctuations. Dragon Bone Spear, 5th Order. A weapon of slaughter made from a true dragon's skeletal remains, engraved with armor-breaking talisman pattern, exerts a strong suppression on low-grade savage beasts, intimidating beasts below 3rd Order, preventing them from getting close. Eagle Bone Blade, 4th Order. A warrior's weapon made from the spinal bone of divine birds, carved with multiple talismanic patterns, providing sharpness and reinforcement, imbued with potent poison. Any creature of 3rd Order and below, upon contact with blood, would be choked. Beyond these items, Chuzheng also found an incomplete totem stone tablet. And after repairing this tablet, it brought a great surprise to Chuzheng. Totem Stone Tablet, originating from the Red Bear tribe, it bears the carvings of first-class totems, endowed with divine skills, spirit absorption, colossal strength, mountain moving, avoiding water and fire, Vajra indestructibility. The slab was engraved with a huge bear, composed of mysterious talismanic patterns. Chu Jing tried to comprehend it briefly but gained little insight. Without a reference, he could not attempt it. Carving totem patterns on one's body is not an easy task, he needed to seek guidance from the witch. Within the tribe, the newborn's totem inscriptions are always done by the witch, so she should have considerable experience. This rite of passage, he had been out for almost 5 days, no short amount of time. If he did not return soon, Lai might come looking for him, wasting unnecessary time. Looking at the desolate ruins before him, Chu Jing felt somewhat dazed, holding the first-class totem, yet it still ended up like this. Tens of thousands of years ago, this place must have been far from as safe as it is now. However, from the weapons he had found, when the Red Bear tribe was destroyed, there must not have been many elites left, otherwise, there shouldn't be only 4th order and 5th order weapons present. The Wangshan tribe was able to possess a powerhouse like Lai, with the Red Bear tribe having a first-class totem, it should be even stronger. Logically, there should have been the presence of 7th order or even 8th order beings. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed since Chu Jing entered the wilderness. It has been 5 days already, no matter what, it's time to come back. Could it be that he encountered danger? I fear he may have died in the wilderness, after all, he is still a child, ill-equipped to handle the perils there. Lai was too carefree, how could he agree to let such a young child go hunting alone? Seeing that Jingchu had not returned for so long, most people in the Wangshan tribe believed that Jingchu had already fallen prey to the beasts. Although there are no overly powerful beasts in the vicinity, there are still many dangers. Injuries and death often occur during the rite of passage in previous years. The wilderness is, after all, unknown, and many powerful savage beasts roam, leaving room for unexpected events to occur. Many members of the tribe felt it was a pity, at his current age, Jingchu already possessed such power that he was destined for great achievements in the future. In time, Jingchu was very likely to become an invincible warrior surpassing even Lai. His premature demise would be a tremendous loss for the entire Wangshan tribe. At the gate of the tribe, Lai watched the endless expanse of wild grass with a dim gaze. A trace of unease couldn't help but surface in his heart. He had enough confidence in Jingchu, but now, he too had some doubts. He was somewhat worried that Jingchu had run too far and might not find his way home. After all, he was still a child. Letting him go alone might have been too rash. Father, could something happen to Jingchu? Ying crouched beside Lai's legs, her mood somewhat downcast. She was quite fond of her younger brother. Though Jingchu spoke little, he was very sensible. She was to follow the witch in practice and couldn't always be by her father's side. Jingchu would one day be able to look after their father for her. No, he won't. Lai shook his head. When he had found Jingchu, the scene was extraordinarily bleak. In such a situation, Jingchu still survived. He would definitely not die in this minor rite of passage. Before he finished speaking, Lai's gaze sharpened, and his face suddenly revealed a hint of joy. Whoosh whoosh, the wild grass rustled as Chu Jing stepped out, looking the same as when he left, hardly a hair out of place, dragging a leopard nearly 10 feet long with brown patterned fur, its head pierced by a bone arrow. Seeing this leopard, a glint of satisfaction flashed in Lai's eyes. The brown patterned leopard, among first-order savage beasts, was known to be particularly troublesome. Ordinary members of the tribe would have to be at least 25 years old to hunt such a creature alone. Jingchu was not yet 5 years old, truly a prodigy among prodigies. Jingchu is back. Soon, someone in the tribe spotted Chu Jing's figure, and with a loud shout, a crowd quickly gathered at the gate. A child of just over 4 years old completing the rite of passage was nothing less than a miraculous event. He actually hunted a brown patterned leopard, incredible. No, there's more. Only when the entire leopard was dragged out did the crowd notice something else being pulled along by its tail. A massive black head squeezed out from the wild grass, scarred all over and wrapped with various bone spear warriors. At a glance, there were no less than several dozen. Is that the head of a shadow lion? Did Jingchu actually hunt a shadow lion as well? A hint of shock inevitably flashed through Lai's eyes. The Shadow Lion, a beast that required a hunting party led by a hunter of at least 50 years of age, supported by 7 or 8 men around 30, would allow them to hunt it down, and even then casualties were possible. Yet Jingqiu had done it alone. And the weapons tied to the Shadow Lion's head were even more precious, few and far between in the entire Wangshan tribe. It wasn't until Chujing approached that Lai noticed Chujing was also holding something else in his arms, a stone tablet. From a distance, the witch, who was walking at a leisurely pace, suddenly changed expression. Excitement surged in her cloudy eyes. She quickened her steps, approached, and asked incredulously, "Jingqiu, this is?" Chujing handed the stone tablet to the witch. This is a first-class totem." The witch gently caressed the stone tablet, unable to contain the excitement in her eyes, the blessing of the tribe's spirit. With this tablet, the Wangshan tribe would undergo earth-shattering changes. Discover stories with Empire. This has nothing to do with the spirit of the tribe. Chujing lifted his head slightly, his youthful face bearing a radiant smile. "It's because I am very capable." Starting with the Wangshan tribe, he intended to subtly destroy the tribe's faith in totems. Compared with totems, he would bring new hope to the Dongyuan realm. Chi refining techniques, formation patterns, weapon forging, or refining, all these things would one day replace totems. He intended to have all of heavenly fate in the Dongyuan realm be the purview of Chi cultivators. The sun and moon essence Chi of the Dongyuan realm was far more abundant than that of the Cangyun realm, especially the moonlight, which at night was almost thick enough to be visible to the naked eye. Such an environment was incredibly favorable for savage beasts that grew by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Nowadays, most of the Dongyuan realm was occupied by savage beasts, which wasn't unrelated to this. Totems could draw spiritual energy from the world to nourish the flesh and also absorb some of the essence of the sun and moon, but compared to savage beasts, the efficiency was much slower and simply incomparable. Furthermore, given the totem's short lifespan, even if the human race had strong warriors emerge, they could only maintain stability for a moment. Even if they fought for some territories, after a few thousand years, they would ultimately be retaken by the savage beasts. This was just like the relics Chujing had found this time. Even such powerful tribes would, over time, suffer devastating blows and find it difficult to contend with the savage beasts. However, for Chujing's Chi refining technique, such an environment also brought not a little benefit. At least his cultivation was much faster, and with sufficiently dense yin-yang dual Chi, naturally, he would save some refinement time. As the night deepened, the Wangshan tribe gradually sank into silence. The Ming sculpture circled high above, vigilant against threats from all directions. In the distance between the mountains, roars of beasts could be heard, thousands of miles away. Inside the stone house, the candlelight flickered slightly. "How did you kill this Shadow Lion? And where did these rune soldiers come from?" Uncle Lai leaned against the door with his arms folded, gazing at Chujing with slightly furrowed brows, still somewhat in disbelief. The rune soldiers that Chujing had brought back nearly doubled the strength of the Wangshan tribe. Especially that totem, in the not-too-distant future, it could bring about earth-shaking changes to the Wangshan tribe. This matter was truly too bizarre. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, no one would believe it. "I found the ruins of a tribe, picked up these rune soldiers, and happened upon this Shadow Lion, so I killed it." This explanation was what Chujing came up with after considering what Uncle Lai could accept as reasonable. With the strength of the rune soldiers, he indeed had the potential to kill the Shadow Lion, and for the rest, he didn't want to explain too much. The more he said, the more thought he would have to put in to cover up any discrepancies. Uncle Lai asked a few more questions, and after learning the specific location of the ruins, he spoke no further. After a period of silence, Uncle Lai's gaze grew complex and he spoke seriously. "Jingqiu, you're truly remarkable, better than many of the adult warriors in the tribe." To pursue the process no longer mattered, at least the outcome now was good. Jingqiu's arrival had brought new hope to the Wangshan tribe. In this way, as long as Jingqiu grew up, even if he died in the wilderness or reached the end of his lifespan, he would allow the Wangshan tribe to continue on. Even if one day Xingqiu were to leave, with a first-class totem, it was only a matter of time before the Wangshan tribe would grow stronger. Tomorrow, I want to see the witch. I have some things I want to ask her. Chu Jing spoke, making a request with a shift in his gaze. I'll take you there, Uncle Lai didn't refuse. Sleep early, you're still growing. If you don't sleep well, you won't grow tall in the future. Watching Chu Jing climb onto the stone bed, Uncle Lai extinguished the candle inside and left. Outside, 6 full moons hung high in the sky, the rich moonlight condensed into layers of light veils, covering the entire wilderness. The dew hung on the branches and tips of leaves, casting a soft glow under the moonlight. Uncle Lai looked up at the moon, his eyes reflecting a silver light. Yeah, I'm truly regretting it now. The next morning dawned. Another grand circulation had ended, and Chu Jing slowly opened his eyes, eager to get out of bed. In the more than 3 months since he had joined the tribe, he had not had any contact with the witch. He faintly felt that the witch did not like him very much and had been deliberately avoiding him. Now, the things he had brought back should be enough to change the witch's mind about him. The witch was the longest-lived person in this tribe, and only at the witch's dwelling were the bone books kept, recording stories from very ancient times. These things were indispensable for Chu Jing to understand the totems and the Dongyuan realm. He had also learned a bit about the witch during this time. Once someone became a witch, they could no longer be with another person for life, or they would be punished by the heavens and lose their deity powers. As to the reason behind this, Chu Jing had roughly guessed a part of it. As the witch's successor, while still a fetus, the Yin Qi was locked in, absorbing moonlight, nourishing the divine soul, and when born, the Yin Qi was already extremely heavy. Many of the witch's secret techniques required extremely heavy Yin force to cast. If a witch were to be with someone, the balance of yin and yang would naturally be disrupted, many techniques could no longer be used, and they might even suffer a backlash, losing all their cultivation. In the eyes of the tribespeople, this naturally became another interpretation: the witch was sacred, connected with heaven and earth, and could not be defiled by mortals. To the witch, the people of the tribe were both worshipful and awe-inspired, much like reverence toward a deity. Daylight began to appear outside the house, and the temperature between heaven and earth gradually began to rise. Continue reading stories on Empire. Uncle Lai had been waiting in the yard, holding a bone spear. Seeing Chu Jing come out, Uncle Lai casually tossed the bone spear toward him. Chu Jing caught the bone spear instinctively, his expression one of confusion. Uncle Lai, what's this? The dragon bone spear, a top-quality 5th Order rune soldier, was the most powerful of those rune soldiers. This rune soldier is of the highest quality, keep it for yourself, the rest, I will exchange for blood food according to their specific qualities over time. Lai explained offhandedly, not turning his head, and walked toward the courtyard gate. Come on, I'll take you to meet the witch. Chu Jing followed Lai's pace at a jog, saying softly, it's okay, there's no need to be so precise. If it weren't for Lai picking him up from the wilderness, he might not still be within the Dongyuan realm at this moment. The favor alone was substantial enough. Find your next read at Empire. This is the merit you earned from hunting, it should be this way. Without a hint of emotion in his expression, Lai glanced back at Chu Jing, who was running after him with short strides, and picked him up with one hand as he strode toward the dwelling of the witch. A few breaths later, Chu Jing found himself inside a green stone grand hall at the center of the tribe. The great witch, with his white hair, came shuffling over, leaning on his cane, Ying followed by his side, and upon seeing Lai and Chu Jing, her face lit up with an uncontrollable radiant smile. Father, Xingqiu. Lai nodded slightly and knelt on one knee to pay his respects. Great witch, Xingqiu has come to seek your advice on some matters. What do you wish to ask? The witch asked Chu Jing, his voice slightly hoarse. I would like to see the bone book. Chu Jing tried his best to keep his eyes wide open, maintaining the innocence and simplicity of his age, a flash of spiritual light in his eyes transmitting a stream of information. 1. 6th Order Great Witch in the Divine Communication Realm, his viscera deeply corroded by Yin Qi, gravely ill, his lifespan nearing its end, master of divine skills, spirit control, medicine, divination, star phase, precognition. Chu Jing's heart stirred slightly, just in terms of divine soul strength, this witch named Luan was not weaker than a cultivator of the Tingxian secret realm, comparable to a powerful being of refining spirit returning to void. However, his combat strength was clearly much lacking, and it remained unknown to what extent his precognition skill could see, whether it could access some vague fragments or clearly view the trajectory of events. The Eternal Calamity Treasure record also mentioned divine skills related to foretelling the future, which involved using divination art to calculate the trajectory of events. All things in the universe have their paths of motion. For instance, predicting the final landing spot of a meteorite falling from the sky based on its trajectory is not difficult, and this is also a manifestation of precognition. Divination art works in just this way, but it requires many conditions. If some are incomplete, the outcome of the divination can change significantly. For example, in a fight between two cultivators, one can generally predict the outcome based on their levels of cultivation, the strength of their magic treasures, and the number of trump cards they hold. However, their physical condition, psychological fluctuations, ability to adapt on the fly, and even external interference can affect the end result. These immeasurable factors are variables. Amidst the interference of variables, any method of foresight can deviate from the future. Chu has always harbored profound doubts about precognition. After all, if part of the trajectory of events changed due to precognition, then what was foretold previously should also see amendments, with vast and complex related information and elements, an understanding far beyond his current cultivation. The witch fell silent for a while, then gestured with a wave, "Follow me." Chu collected his thoughts and, feeling a slight delight, followed the witch to a wooden rack deep within the grand hall. The rack was piled high with the bones of savage beasts, densely inscribed with many twisted characters. These etchings on the bones recorded parts of the history of the Dongyuan realm. Learning a new language was no trouble at all for Chu. He quickly immersed himself in these bone books. The witch stood by, watching Chu for a long time, then finally left slowly. The information recorded in the bone book was quite chaotic and fragmented. Chu, with enough patience, didn't find sorting through the information tedious but rather enjoyed the process. According to some of the information, the situation of the human race in the Dongyuan realm in the beginning was far more difficult than it is now, with almost no ability to protect themselves, always at the bottom of the food chain. Even the slightly weaker savage beasts basically maintained their own survival by preying on the human race, while the stronger savage beasts didn't even bother with the weak energy in human flesh. Compared to that, hunting other savage beasts was more efficient and could fill their stomachs more quickly. In order to protect themselves, some people began to try various methods to enhance their physique and explored the way to extract strength from the bodies of savage beasts. At first, some people branded the shapes of powerful savage beasts onto their bodies, hoping to borrow the strength of those mighty creatures. After countless failures, the first totem finally appeared. Nature's spiritual energy passed through the totem into the bodies of the human race, strengthening their flesh and bones. This type of totem was called beast spirit. With the power of the beast spirit totem, the human race gained a bit of self-protection, and together with the breakthrough in lifespan, the population exploded over the course of 1,000 years. However, the strength gained through the totems made the flesh of the powerful human figures a target for many top predators. What was once considered tasteless and a pity to discard had now become sufficient to satiate their appetites. The totems themselves were derived from these powerful savage beasts, so it was sheer fantasy to try to conquer these formidable creatures with the power of the totems. In less than 100 years, the rising human race encountered a devastating blow, and many tribes were destroyed as a result. Under the tremendous pressure of extinction, some began to shift their focus from savage beasts and looked towards the heavens, earth, sun, moon, and stars, creating even more powerful totems. This power was called heavenly pattern. Later on, some applied the heavenly patterns to weapons, thus creating fearsomely powerful rune soldiers. But even with the existence of heavenly patterns, the living space of the human race was still continuously squeezed by the savage beasts. To prevent history from repeating itself, a large number of top figures began to look into the depths of the human race itself, looking to carve a new path of cultivation. However, after carrying a totem, attempting other methods was simply not feasible, and these people could only turn their gaze to unborn children. For trying out new cultivation paths, many newborns inevitably became sacrifices and died young due to various incorrect attempts. Until the arrival of the first witch in the Dongyuan realm. With a powerful divine soul, the witch for the first time tamed a savage beast, developed the spirit-controlling method, and thus had dominion over savage beasts. As time passed, the cultivation methods of the witch became increasingly refined, and with the emergence of medicine and healing medicine, the casualties suffered by the human race in hunts were greatly reduced. With the divination art to avoid disaster and seek fortune, many dangers were nipped in the bud, and only then did the human race get a breather and began to evolve to the state we see today. Although they were still unable to stand toe-to-toe with the savage beasts, they had gained the power to protect themselves and to have a territory where they could multiply and thrive. There is no mention of the witch's methods of cultivation in these bone books. Chujing sat there for half a month, and every day at dawn and dusk, Ying would bring him a bowl of beast blood to fill his stomach. This was Lai's instruction. He was at a time when he was growing, and could not waste any opportunity to eat. Only after he had finished reading all the bone books on the wooden rack and neatly sorted them did Chu Xing finally take a long breath and felt a sense of satisfaction. He had finally gained a general understanding of the totemic cultivation path, as well as the witch. Since there was no method of breathing and nourishment, those cultivators carrying totems could only rely on the totems to draw strength and devour the essence of the blood and flesh of savage beasts to increase their chi strength. The energy of blood and flesh that cultivators took in every day was limited, just like ordinary people eating meals. Even if one ate from morning to night, there was only so much they could consume, and no more could be digested. Therefore, the classifications of cultivation levels in the Dongyuan realm were very general, primarily based on age and somewhat similar to savage beasts. There are 6 stages: juvenile, youth, adult, mature, peak, and old age. According to cultivation, Chu Xing has already left the juvenile stage and prematurely entered the youth stage. Childhood, youth, adulthood, prime of life, peak, old age. These 6 stages correspond to the Zeroth order during childhood. Youth corresponds to the first order to second order, generally between the ages of 15 and 50. Adulthood is from the third order to the fourth order. Ordinary tribe warriors should be around 60 to 90 years old to reach this level. Most totem cultivators remain between youth and adulthood, their power fluctuating between the third order and fourth order until they die of old age. This is a threshold. Third-class totems can only grow to this extent, and only a few with second-class totems can break through the shackles of the body and step into the prime of life. The prime of life corresponds to the 5th order to the 6th order, typically around 300 to 800 years old. The peak is the 7th order to 8th order, the apex of the totem path, where supreme beings are powerful enough to rival a fully realized true immortal, but they can only live for a few thousand years. As for old age, it is a unique period of decline for totem cultivators. Once they enter this stage, regardless of previous strength, their blood chi will begin to gradually decline, and the power of the totem will also gradually exhaust. This exhaustion is irreversible and will persist for a long time, with cultivation likely falling by 1 or 2 realms. About totems, Chu Xing also received some key information. The totem imprinted at birth can be replaced. However, there are certain limits. A beast spirit totem can only be replaced with another beast spirit, not with a heavenly pattern. The operational methods of the two differ. A direct replacement would overload the body, ultimately causing it to explode and resulting in death. Carving totems requires a great deal of spiritual focus and is generally done by witches. Especially carving a second-class or even a first-class totem involves a terrifying amount of soul wear on a witch, and it is not an easy task. Are you done? Unbeknownst to him, the witch had already walked up beside Chu Xing. I'm done, thank you, witch. Chu Xing stood up, grinning broadly. No need to thank me, I should be thanking you, the witch sighed lightly. I'm sorry, Xingqiu, I previously felt you carried an ominous aura that might bring disaster to our tribe, but now I may have been mistaken. Upon hearing this, Chu Xing couldn't help but pause for a moment, bearing an ominous aura. Could the witch sense the presence of tribulation Chi? Your journey continues with Empire. Before he could ponder further, the witch spoke again. Is there anything else I can help you with? No, thank you. Chujing shook his head and turned to leave the temple. Just outside the temple, he saw Ying squatting at one side, sorting through medicinal herbs. Xingqiu. Seeing Chujing come out, Ying tilted her head and smiled, picked up a small bundle next to her, hurried over, and stuffed it into Chujing's arms. The medicine I prepared, it's good for your body, but don't eat too much, just 1 pill a day. Chujing opened the bundle, a flicker of spiritual light in his eyes. Strengthening tendon pill, first order made with a small amount of spiritual medicine mixed with beast bone powder. It strengthens bones and tendons when consumed. Thank you, Ying. As he looked at Ying, Chujing's gaze became somewhat complicated, knowing the difficult path she had chosen to become a witch, involving a life of renunciation of love and many sacrifices. And with her long lifespan, she would inevitably have to bid farewell to her elders and loved ones one by one, ending up in endless bleak solitude, existing only as a guardian deity for the tribe. Such a life was indescribable by tragedy. The former Luan had walked this path step by step. This was not just happening to Ying, but countless tribes across the Dongyuan realm were experiencing the same tragic fate. No need to thank me, I'm your sister, no matter now or in the future, I will protect you. Ying waved her hand and returned to her place wobbling, continuing to focus on sorting medicine. Chujing clenched the bundle in his hands and walked slowly towards home. If there are no gods in this world, then someone must take their place, and right now, he wanted that position. When Chujing returned home, Lai wasn't there. Besides Lai, many of the tribe's able-bodied members were also absent. Lately, Lai had been going out frequently, eager to stockpile blood food. The environment of the Dongyuan realm was quite harsh, and though it was warm all year round, every decade or so, a massive cold wave lasting 3 years would occur. Calculating the time that was due to happen in the next 2 years, necessitating early preparation of flesh and blood chi to survive the winter, otherwise many newborns would not make it through this cold wave. Moreover, before the onset of the cold wave, many powerful savage beasts would emerge from their nests to feed, making it the most dangerous time in the barren domain. This meant that the safe hunting times were diminishing, and naturally, Lai's departures from home were becoming more frequent. In the entire Wangshan tribe, apart from him, no one else had stepped into the Fifth Order, so the burden he carried was naturally very heavy. Chujing cleared his mind, rested for a moment, circulated the grand circulation, and contemplated his next steps. Now that he had passed the adult ceremony and could freely enter and leave the tribe to search for relics, this was the best choice. If he really stayed within the tribe for long, he might indeed bring trouble to the Wangshan tribe as the witch had said. Now, what lay before Chujing was to decide which step the Wangshan tribe should take next. After weighing everything for a long time, Chujing finally set his sights on weapon forging. Weapons were always in short supply in the tribe. After the melting beads drained the flesh and blood chi, some savage beast bones could no longer be used to make weapons, and raw materials were always tight. If there could be an abundant supply of bows and arrows for use, then the losses from hunting would again be greatly reduced. The cold wave was about to arrive, and when that time came, all the warriors of the tribe would remain within the tribe, making it an opportunity to accumulate resources. Once he located a vein of spirit iron ore, he could mass-produce low-grade magic artifacts. Utilizing this time, it would also not interfere with hunting. Ying's strengthening tendon pills were effective, but Chujing clearly had no intention of following the medicine woman's advice. In just 2 days, he had consumed nearly 50 strengthening tendon pills. Any mild toxicity was quickly dissipated by the panel. Nourished by a large number of strengthening tendon pills, Chujing's chi strength soared drastically, showing almost a daily transformation. When the medicinal effects were completely spent, without even discussing yuan chi, Chujing already possessed colossal strength surpassing 80,000 jin. After cultivating steadily for 2 days, just as Chujing was preparing to leave the tribe, Lai returned, his body reeking of a dense bloody scent mixed with the smell of medicine powders. Clearly, during this hunting outing, he had encountered numerous dangers. Outside the door, the subdued sobs of people could be heard from afar. This hunting trip must have resulted in many warriors not returning alive. Uncle Lai, how are your injuries? Chujing stood up, and a flicker of spiritual light shone in his eyes as he scanned over Lai's body, his expression changing slightly. The panel information indicated that Lai had sustained serious injuries, even to the point of damaging his life force and reducing his lifespan. Still, it was fortunate that they could be healed. It's nothing serious. I encountered an ice-scale flood dragon in its prime, stronger than me. I was ambushed by that beast. Lai shook his head, taking off his outer robe, to reveal dozens of wounds on his chest, each deep enough to show bone. He paid no attention to the injuries on his body, his eyes filled with solemn concern. The cold wave is imminent. Ice-scale flood dragons generally were active only during the cold wave period. An early appearance was a highly dangerous sign. So soon? Chujing rubbed his temples, finding the situation somewhat thorny. He had thought there would be at least 2 more years. Now it seemed that he had been too optimistic. He needed to hurry to find a suitable fire seed as well as spirit iron veins. Uncle Lai, I'm going out for a while. Chujing immediately stood up and headed for the door, no longer able to afford wasting time. With the impending cold wave, finding veins would become far more difficult, with a higher chance of encountering top predators with empty stomachs. Seeing this, Lai did not stop him but simply reminded, take the rune soldier with you. If you're outmatched, don't try to be a hero. With Chujing's strength, plus a rune soldier in hand, within 10,000 miles, not much posed a threat to him. Got it. Chujing did not look back as he headed straight out of the tribe. By relying on his sensitivity to the heaven and earth primordial chi, searching for veins was a trivial matter for Chujing. Where the gold element chi was dense, beneath it would be divine iron, but the harder task was finding a suitable fire seed. To venture into the earth's core and take the earth fiend true flame was one path, but for the current Chujing, it was somewhat difficult. Without a fire seed, even if he had spirit mines, it would be pointless. It was midday, and the temperature was still hot, but compared to the past, the fierce heat seemed less oppressive. After a meticulous search, less than 300 miles away from the tribe, Chujing found a vein. Digging less than 30 zhang into the ground, he touched raw ore. Silverlight ore, first order, a low-grade spirit mine that can be refined into silverlight iron. The entire vein was not very large, stretching less than 10 miles, and the depth it extended was limited. After spending 2 days, Chujing found more than 10 veins within 1,000 miles of the tribe, one of which was a second-order spirit mine with a sizable reserve. The only difficulty was still the fire seed. Spiritual fire was hard to find, and natural-born spiritual fires, with his current level of cultivation, were difficult to control. The current solution was to seek from savage beasts' bodies. Some savage beasts contained beast fire within them, which might just be usable. Chujing moved slowly through the air, the yuan qi in his body flowing subtly as he felt the winds from all directions and discerned the changes of the 5 elements within them. Quickly, he captured a strand of active fire attribute primordial chi from the surrounding air and followed its trail. After chasing for over 100 miles, a savage beast with thick armor and a rhinoceros-like shape appeared within Chujing's line of sight. Earth Flame Dragon, second order, a variant containing a strand of flood dragon bloodline, a carnivorous predator with fire poison contained within its body. Enjoy exclusive chapters from Empire. The size of the Earth Flame Dragon was extremely large, more than twice the size of the shadow lion Chujing had previously hunted, resembling a small mountain and radiating intense heat. Wherever it passed, it left behind huge, pitch-black footprints as if scorched by flames. The movement speed of the Earth Flame Dragon was quite slow, and Chujing estimated its path, then repeated his old trick, using a portion of the spirit mines as the foundation to set up a large array once again. 1 day later, Chujing lured the heavily armored Earth Flame Dragon into the array. However, the defensive power of the Earth Flame Dragon exceeded Chujing's expectations and, with inadequate preparation, the first round of sword light did not even severely wound it. After pondering for a few moments, at the instant the second round of sword light shot out, Chu Jing took up the dragon bone spear and pierced through its skull with one blow. After dispersing the array, Chu Jing quickly grasped and extracted a red ball of spiritual fire from the still warm corpse. Earth Flame, second-order spiritual fire nurtured within a beast's body, whose ingestion aids cultivation, contains fire-avoiding power, and can slightly enhance the cultivation speed of fire attribute creatures. Second-order spiritual fire was already sufficient to melt second-order spirit minds, and for the now-beginning Wangshan tribe, it was already enough. Chu Jing swallowed the spiritual fire into his belly, forcibly refined it with the help of the repair panel, and then after hunting a few savage beasts, he placed their skins as padding and dragged tens of thousands of pounds of spirit minds to begin the return journey. When he returned to the tribe, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. During the last hunting expedition, the tribe had lost nearly 10 warriors, and Uncle Lai was seriously injured, which was an extremely heavy blow for this small tribe. Jingchu, what do you need so many rocks for? Someone quickly noticed Chu Jing's actions and was filled with curiosity. Chu Jing didn't answer, explaining through actions would be faster. He went straight for a slightly smaller low-grade spirit mine and brought forth a ball of spiritual fire in his palm. Moments later, the spirit mine melted into liquid and gradually congealed into an arrow. Once the arrow took shape, Chu Jing dispersed the spiritual fire, and a point of spiritual light surged from his fingertips, inscribing onto the arrow the simplest of formation patterns. Formation patterns appeared before the eyes of the Dongyuan human clan for the first time. Immediately, a murmur of amazement arose all around. Is this a rune soldier? Does it look sharper than those made from beast bones to anyone else? Can stone be refined into rune soldiers? Aren't we going to make a fortune? Uncle Lai hurried over and, upon seeing this scene, his eyes flickered with surprise and doubt. Jingchu, what is this? The pattern on the arrow was something he had never seen before, but it was somewhat similar to the heavenly patterns on rune soldiers. Chu Jing stood up, pointing at the spirit mines behind him, or, if refined, can be turned into weapons, much more convenient than from beast bone. For the people of the Wangshan tribe, Chu Jing's actions were undoubtedly revolutionary, and their faces were covered with astonishment and doubt. After a long while, Uncle Lai suddenly gestured to the crowd, Shan, Tua, you two come try it. 2 figures walked out from the crowd, both middle-aged great men dressed in beast skin. In Chu Jing's eyes, they also had abundant fire element chi flowing within their bodies. The 2 walked up to the pile of spirit mines, casually picked one, and then spewed out a ball of spiritual fire from their mouths to begin melting the ore. Seeing this, a flash of realization crossed Chu Jing's eyes. He had forgotten that these people, bearing totems, already possessed some unique divine skills, so it was not surprising that some could control fire. Under the refining of the spiritual fire, impurities in the ore quickly faded away, turning into a pool of liquid that was then shaped into an axe under the control of spiritual fire. A glimmer of joy flashed in the eyes of the 2 men as they drew a drop of fresh blood and drew a heavenly pattern on the blade of the axe. Having experience in creating rune soldiers, this step was not difficult for them. As exclamations of amazement kept rising from the tribe's members, the witch, leaning on a walking stick in the distance, stood for a long time before turning and leaving. She silently returned to the inside of the greenstone grand hall, took a clean desolate beast skull, and vigorously inscribed some words to record the events of the day. This would be a change affecting the entire tribe and even the entire Dongyuan human clan. Every hunting trip, Uncle Lai would lead the tribe at a great distance, carrying a multitude of beast bones back and forth, which was not realistic. Therefore, most of the time, he could only bring back the skeleton of some powerful savage beasts, and only occasionally could he forge a rune soldier. This was not a situation unique to the Wangshan tribe, almost all tribes were like this, thus the number of rune soldiers was not considered high. Especially consumables like bows and arrows were extremely precious. Now, Chu Jing had brought back spirit mines, and instantly, Uncle Lai smelled the enormous benefits that could not be ignored. He didn't waste time and immediately gathered young and strong men in the tribe, following Chu Jing to leave the tribe once again to start mining the spirit mines. Even though a cold wave was approaching, he no longer planned to go hunting. As long as there were enough rune soldiers, they could exchange blood food, spiritual medicine, and other resources with other tribes. Compared to fighting with savage beasts, mining was undoubtedly much safer and the returns were much higher. As one vein after another was depleted, a large amount of raw ore was transported back to the tribe, where a group of totem cultivators possessing spiritual fire transformed it into rune soldiers. Although the quality of the spirit mines was not high and the strength of the forged rune soldiers was limited, they were already sufficient for some ordinary cultivators. In a few months' time, the veins within 10,000 miles had already been largely depleted, raw ores piled up like mountains, and thousands of rune soldiers stacked together, overflowing with spiritual light. Uncle Lai, time for your medicine. Chuzheng was holding a bowl of medicinal soup, bringing it to Uncle Lai. During these past few months, through the daily delivery of medicine, he had silently repaired Uncle Lai's internal injuries using the panel. Uncle Lai took the bowl of medicine, drank it all down in one gulp and couldn't help sighing. The witch's medical skills have advanced again. Uncle Lai didn't know about all that Chuzheng had done, he thought it was the witch's doing. He was very aware of his own body's condition, knowing that without this daily dose of medicinal soup, he couldn't have healed or even would have prematurely aged and began to decline. This was equivalent to having his life restored. Uncle Lai went out for a walk, inspecting the whole tribe, and upon seeing that the stockpile of rune soldiers was now sufficiently ample, he took Chuzheng alone and boarded a Ming sculpture, taking many rune soldiers, and left the Wangshan tribe, heading southwest. Uncle Lai, where are we going? Chuzheng was puzzled. The market. Uncle Lai replied casually, his eyes also showing some excitement. There, you can see treasures you wouldn't find near the tribe, and even the remains of savage beasts from the ocean. Wangshan tribe is surrounded by the barren domain and far from the vast ocean. Many cultivators live and die without ever seeing the sea. Before a cold wave arrives, many tribal communities gather for a grand meeting to exchange what they have in order to ensure their own survival. After all, given their various environments, some areas are rampant with savage beasts, abundant in blood food but lacking spiritual medicine. The smaller the tribe, the scarcer these resources. Uncle Lai and Chuzheng traveled for nearly half a month and entered into the Great Desert. A sprawling complex of buildings covering thousands of miles came into Chuzheng's sight. Explore more at Empire. These buildings, mostly grand halls built from green stone, were now bustling and teeming with people. Shadows of various kinds of people and tamed savage beasts and fierce birds ascended and descended from time to time. Chuzheng's eyes gleamed with curiosity as Uncle Lai had told him a lot about the market along the way. This market had a very long history, existing already tens of thousands of years ago. It exists solely for trading and not for cultivators to live and reproduce, and when the cold wave comes, it will be covered with ice and snow, left devoid of life to avoid attracting powerful savage beasts. In the case of poor communication methods, a market that has been established will not easily shift its location. Because any change in location could decrease the survival chances of small tribes or even lead to their total destruction. Each time the market is open, it lasts for a long time until the first snow of the cold wave falls, and only then does the crowd that has gathered gradually disperse. Everyone who attends the market is a peak force from various tribes, and Chuzheng casually saw that few cultivators were below the third order, with only the occasional child younger than 10 years old appearing. After settling the Ming sculpture outside the city, Uncle Lai took Chuzheng, walked through the bustling streets, found an empty spot, laid down beast skin, and displayed the newly forged rune soldiers. He made his moves cautiously, clearly having many concerns. Before Uncle Lai could even speak, some totem cultivators had already gathered around. So many rune soldiers? Could it be your tribe was attacked by a savage beast? Seeing the thousands of rune soldiers, the first response of many cultivators was that their tribe had encountered savage beasts, resulting in many casualties, hence freeing up so many rune soldiers. Chuzheng sat silently to the side, his eyes always vigilant and constantly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a figure approached Uncle Lai. This person was not wearing beast skin but rather brocade clothing, appearing somewhat thin. Only cultivators from the larger tribes would pursue appearance. From just his clothes, this person's identity was clearly extraordinary. Bai Zhong, 5th Order Cultivator from the Heavenly Spirit race, possessing innate divine abilities, binding technique, shape concealment, water control. The Celestial Spirit Tribe. Looking at the information provided by the spiritual eye, Chuzheng couldn't help but feel a bit astonished, giving it a second glance. This was his first encounter with a person of the Celestial Spirit Tribe. Bai Zhong appeared to be under 30, indistinguishable in gender, with pupils shining a greenish silver, like stars. The appearance of the Celestial Spirit Tribe, compared to the human race, was slightly more refined and similar to humans, except for the scales covering their spine and the thin tail, which Chuzheng could not discern at all with the naked eye. On the bodies of savage beasts, one could still detect demonic energy, but the difference between the Celestial Spirit Tribe and the human race was minuscule. What do you want to barter these rune soldiers for? Bai Zhong slowly spoke, his voice hoarse and slightly gruff. Blood food, medicinal herbs. After listing 2 items, Lai glanced at Chuzheng beside him and hesitated for a while before he softly said, "If there is a divine ability bone, even better." Divine ability bone? Chuzheng was momentarily stunned. Lai had not mentioned this to him before, and it was not recorded among the witch's bone inscriptions. Your next journey awaits at Empire. You do have some insight. Have you encountered the Celestial Spirit Tribe before? Bai Zhong looked Lai up and down, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. I have never encountered them, but... Lai shook his head slightly, not hiding anything, and candidly said, "Previously, I saw someone selling divine ability bones here, so I learned the details." Bai Zhong narrowed his eyes, pondered for a while with his head bowed, and then took out a few items, handing them over to Lai. A melting bead, half a piece of white bone, and a pile of spiritual medicine. Storage magic artifact. Chuzheng's gaze sharpened. This was also his first time seeing such an item in the Dongyuan realm. Even Lai, a 5th Order powerhouse, did not possess a storage magic artifact, indicating just how precious they were in this realm. However, at this moment, Chuzheng had no time to think about the storage magic artifact, as his attention was drawn to the half-piece of remnant bone. Divine Ability Bone, 5th Order / incomplete, one of 3 spine bones of the Celestial Spirit Tribe people. For non-Celestial Spirit Tribe, integrating it into the body has a 10% chance to awaken an innate divine ability, reparable. A bone embedded with innate divine ability, and it could be grafted. Chuzheng involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air. How rare innate divine abilities were, bestowed by the heavens, inherent from birth, yet in the Celestial Spirit Tribe, they had undergone a mutation. The items given by Bai Zhong were worth much more than those rune soldiers. Lai took the spiritual medicine and the divine ability bone, then took out a melting bead and began extracting its blood chi. The amount of blood chi within this melting bead was astonishing. It took over 2 hours to complete the transfer. Bai Zhong, without further words, waved his hand and collected all the rune soldiers on the ground, turned, and left. Watching Bai Zhong's retreating figure, Chuzheng stared at his waist for a while but still did not see the expected tail, feeling somewhat disappointed for a moment. Lai tossed the divine ability bone to Chuzheng and slowly said, "Keep this with you. When you reach adulthood, integrating it into your body, you have a certain chance of receiving a blessing from above." Is this divine ability bone very rare? Chuzheng was curious. If every individual of the Celestial Spirit Tribe was like this, then the current relationship between the human race and the Celestial Spirit Tribe wouldn't be as superficially stable as it is now. Innate divine abilities had a huge impact on a cultivator. Only those of the Celestial Spirit Tribe who reach their prime can preserve the divine rune on their spine after death. Lai nodded and said, "The Celestial Spirit Tribe can't use the divine ability bones themselves. For the most part, they are used to barter for resources with different tribes. Unable to reuse these bones, the Celestial Spirit Tribe could only use them to exchange resources, ultimately returning them to the hands of the human race." Chuzheng understood and fondled the half-piece of white bone at his fingertips. On the incomplete divine ability bone, some divine runes were still visible, yet now they were dim, and it was uncertain what the chances of awakening a divine ability would be after it was repaired and whether it was worth trying. Innate divine abilities, his body lacked them. Although innate divine abilities didn't necessarily mean stronger combat abilities, they were definitely much better than having none at all. As soon as he had set up shop, the rune soldiers were all purchased, an indicator of their shocking efficiency and high demand. Such weapons, designed for battle, were always in short supply, regardless of the era. In the short term, Lai had no plans to make public the secret of forging weapons using spirit mines, a strategy devised by Chu Jing. Whether these rune soldiers would develop new issues was yet to be seen. If many tribes started to imitate this and the rune soldiers eventually had problems, even the entire Wangshan tribe couldn't bear the wrath of the larger tribes. In front of those great tribes, the Wangshan tribe had no capacity to withstand any risks, so the method of mining and weapon forging must remain a secret for now. Having sold everything, Lai decided to close up shop and, with Chu Jing, began to wander around the marketplace. Apart from blood food, he also intended to buy some materials enhanced by spirit mines to remodel into a smelting furnace. Previously, Lai didn't know what a furnace was until Chu Jing explained it to him, then he understood it was a good thing that could save effort, further purify impurities, and improve the quality of the rune soldiers, beneficial in every way. Lai walked down the street, holding Chu Jing in the palm of his hand, and said in a gentle voice, "Tell me if there's anything else you want, and I'll buy it all in one go." Now with the blood food he had, even if he spent a lot, there would be more than enough to help the tribe through the cold wave. Chu Jing did not decline, he looked around, eyeing the antique marketplace through Lai, and purchased a few inconsequential trinkets. They were either fragments of rune soldiers or pieces of ancient bone inscriptions that detailed secret matters, still needing time to be understood. With the cold wave approaching and no one in the tribe capable of taking charge, Lai didn't want to stay outside for too long. After wandering around the gathering for several days and acquiring all the materials needed for the furnace, Lai bought gifts for the children of the tribe and then started on his return journey. Chu Jing, having reached the age of maturity, now had the freedom to enter and leave the tribe at will. Upon returning to the tribe and informing Lai about the design and things to note about the furnace, Chu Jing could hardly wait to leave the tribe and found a vacant mine tunnel to enter. Ensuring there was nothing unusual around, Chu Jing took out the divine ability bone and restored it directly. A layer of gentle divine light flashed, the broken white bone gradually became whole, and the divine runes on it slowly revived. However, these divine runes, still half unintelligible to anyone, remained impossible to fully comprehend. Divine Ability Bone, 5th Order. One of the 3 spine bones of the people of the Celestial Spirit Tribe, non-members of the Celestial Spirit Tribe, when integrated into the body, have a 50% chance of awakening innate divine ability. Seeing the information transmitted by the spiritual eye, Chu Jing's eyes lit up with joy, as the chance of awakening had risen to 50%. A 50% chance was astonishing. After hesitating for a while, Chu Jing still decided to put away the divine ability bone for now, planning to try it when he reached the 3rd or 4th order. After repairing the divine bone, Chu Jing didn't rush back to Wangshan tribe but began trying to forge a storage magical artifact. Originally, he hadn't planned to forge a storage magical artifact so soon, but the current environment posed no problems anymore. Forging a low-grade storage magical artifact wasn't difficult, as long as one had a certain understanding of space. Although his cultivation was limited, Chu Jing's understanding of space was already profoundly deep. Now a great cultivator of divine infant 6th transformation, along with some space-folding techniques learned earlier in the Tianyao Federation, forging a storage magic treasure wasn't very difficult for him. Not having a storage magic treasure at hand was somewhat inconvenient. After trying for a long time, Chu Jing finally forged a storage bag. Although the space inside was very small, it was enough to keep a few trump cards. When Chu Jing returned to the tribe, the furnace had already been built and was starting to operate. With the furnace, the efficiency of smelting spirit mines multiplied by several folds, and numerous rune soldier embryos were gradually forged. During this period, Chu Jing taught the most basic formation patterns to the weapon forging masters of the Wangshan tribe. This was a subtle influence to lay the groundwork for future arrays. As the speed of forging rune soldiers greatly increased, Lai took another trip to the market alone, bringing back a large quantity of blood food and spiritual medicine. Chu Jing spent less and less time returning to the tribe. He preferred to remain in the wilderness, searching for relics and treasures, and then studying the bone books he had previously acquired from the market. These bone books contained the history of a tribe from the Dongyuan realm, written in a very generalized manner, but among them were some pieces of information precious to Chu Jing, regarding the methods to engrave totems. A totem is essentially an expression of all things in heaven and earth, and beast spirits are merely one aspect of them. Their essence still originates from a form of power from heaven and earth, which inherently has traces to follow. With the repair panel at his disposal, he had no fear of experimentation. However, before that, there was some preparation to do as his current cultivation level was not enough to explore new totems. He would need to spend time and effort to deeply study them. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. The three suns in the sky had lost one without notice, which was the prelude to the coming of the cold wave. In at most another half-year, all three suns in the sky would disappear, and the cold wave would subsequently arrive. The previously common low-grade savage beasts had vanished without a trace, each returning to their underground caves to prepare for a lengthy hibernation, reducing their energy consumption. The sense of dry heat in the air began to subside, and the winds that blew no longer carried a scorching heat but now had a touch of mildness to them. The atmosphere between heaven and earth silently changed, and every member of the Wangshan tribe became extremely solemn, gradually moving underground. Only at this moment did Chu Jing discover that 1,000 feet beneath the Wangshan tribe had already been hollowed out. The passageways were intricate and complex, spreading like a spider's web, with many stone rooms carved out, spiritual springs drawn in, and plenty of spiritual medicine stored. For the younger and adolescent tribespeople, the stone halls and wooden huts on the surface were simply uninhabitable during the cold wave, so they had no choice but to move underground. Moreover, being exposed on the surface made it easy for top predators to detect their scent, inviting disaster. Even large tribes had to hide underground during the cold wave, or they would be easily harassed by savage beasts, encountering great calamities. At Lai's insistence, Chu Jing no longer ventured outside and remained in one of the underground stone rooms in the Wangshan tribe, focusing on his closed-door cultivation. As his cultivation improved, Chu Jing felt the existence of heavenly fate more clearly. Practicing qi techniques in the Dongyuan realm was completely different from his time in the Cangyun realm. Heavenly fate did not cause him much influence, but neither did it provide much assistance. The heavenly fate of the Dongyuan realm was extremely scattered, drifting about without any sign that Taoist orthodoxy had ever existed. Strictly speaking, the totem path was not a complete path of cultivation. It was more like draping the human race with the outer covering of spiritual objects from heaven and earth, drawing power from this world through the totem. The power belongs to the totem, not to the human race itself. Chu Jing even doubted whether the power of the totem could continue to exist after leaving this world. Such a path is undeniably beneficial to the world. After death, everything returns to heavens and earth, having no impact on the world. But for cultivators, the significance of this may require some contemplation. However, this method of cultivation relying solely on totems doesn't truly qualify these Dongyuan human clan members as cultivators. Experience new stories on Empire before solving the problem of racial survival. These totem cultivators hardly had the energy to think about these matters. Over a year's time, with the innate qi within the child's body not yet dissipated, coupled with the nourishment from a large amount of spiritual medicine, Chu Jing's cultivation steadily entered spirit transformation realm perfection, nearing the completion of Jade Bone. The growth in cultivation made Chu Jing's physique much stronger. His appetite increased significantly, capable of digesting more beast blood. Drinking large amounts of beast blood daily, his body underwent an astonishing transformation. His qi strength had broken 200,000 catties, and now, he could easily kill a second-order savage beast without relying on his qi refinement's cultivation. Down below, out of sight of the sun and moon, it was impossible to differentiate the time. Chu Jing could only use the cycle of the grand circulation to keep track of time. Being underground without seeing the sun caused some trouble for his cultivation, slowing down his progress. About half a year after entering the underground palace, Chu Jing cultivated Jade Bone. From then on, his time in Dongyuan had exceeded 2 years, and this rate of growth was not considered slow. Lai directly pushed open the door and stepped into the stone room. He had shaved off his full beard, appearing much younger, around the age of 30. His body was like a divine tower, cast from adamantine, but now his expression bore a touch of solemnity. "Xingqiu, come with me." Having spoken, he turned and walked towards the depths of the underground palace. Chuzheng followed, slightly puzzled. As he walked through the tunnels, he quickly noticed that something was off. The temperature underground was originally very high. The heat from smelting spirit mines could not dissipate in a short time, accumulating in this place. Moreover, with no ventilation, it was like a steamer. Just a few steps in, and one would be drenched in sweat, unable to stop the loss of moisture from their body. By now, the temperature around had returned to normal, even a bit cold, and a layer of frost had formed on the walls of the passage. "Uncle Lai, where is this leading to?" Seeing Lai continuing to press forward without looking up, Chuzheng couldn't help feeling puzzled. "Just follow." Lai did not give a clear answer, turned left and right, and entered the deepest part of the underground palace. Soon, the two of them entered a great hall supported by a dome. The hall was brightly lit and warm as spring, with the witch waiting there within. In front of the witch was a jade table, on which were some unknown medicinal powders, pottery jars, short knives, and the totem stone tablet that he had brought back. Totem stone tablet, originating from the Red Bear tribe, it is inscribed with the methods of carving a first-class totem, which possesses divine skills, spirit absorption, colossal strength, mountain moving, avoiding water and fire, Vajra indestructibility. A totem with 5 divine skills was a powerful totem of the first class. Chuzheng looked at the witch and already had some guesses in his heart. "After the danger last time, my lifeblood was injured, and I originally had no intention of taking the risk to change my totem. Who would have expected it to recover as before?" Lai spoke in a deep voice, then walked slowly in front of the witch, stripped off his upper beast skin, revealing his wide back, sat down on the ground, as still as a mountain. "Xingqiu, I brought you here today just to have you watch closely. You are still young, and rashly changing your totem could disrupt your lifeblood and harm your future. I shall be the one to pave the way for you this time." Upon hearing this, Chuzheng's breathing tightened slightly. By now, his understanding of the totem path had advanced beyond his previous half-baked knowledge. Although a branded totem could be replaced, it was extremely dangerous, akin to passing through Ghost Gate Pass. Especially for the witch, this was her first time carving a totem of such a high level, posing a great risk as well. What's more crucial was that the witch's physical condition had already become quite poor. Carving a high-level totem consumed a great deal of energy. Now that the witch was nearing the end of her lifespan, it was uncertain whether she could endure until the end. "Watch carefully, Ying, this may be the only time I can do this in my life. Imprint this moment deep in your mind, brand it within your divine soul," the witch said solemnly. Standing beside them, Ying's little face was taut as she nodded firmly. In these days, Ying's pressure visibly increased. At her young age, her brows were always furrowed, and the brilliant smile that used to light up her face was nowhere to be seen. At the moment, she didn't dare to divert her gaze in the slightest, not even casting a glance at Chuzheng. The witch set aside her walking stick, picked up the short knife from the jade table, and its blade immediately shone with a silvery white light. "Continue your journey on Empire, endure it." As the blade drew nearer to Lai's back, the mythical beast totem resembling a flood dragon seemed to sense the threat and began to move and struggle. Gurgle, the knife entered the flesh, making a soft sound, leaving a silver-lit cut without a trace of blood. Lai let out a muffled grunt, and his face was covered in sweat like rain, indicating that this was no simple cut. Even with his endurance, he was struggling to bear the pain. Under the pressure of the knife, the mythical beast totem soon retreated to the side of Lai's shoulder. The witch seized the fleeting opportunity, and in a flash of lightning, she struck and delineated an area, completely cutting off the totem's escape route. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the witch struck again, tearing off a whole piece of flesh from Lai's shoulder. The totem that had accompanied Lai for hundreds of years was thus stripped from his body. The next instant, his whole body began to convulse, and blood gushed out from the cut. And his 7 orifices. Despite Lai biting down hard and keeping his lips sealed, he couldn't stop the outpouring of essence blood. His life force was visibly ebbing away at an alarming rate. Chuzheng watched anxiously, wanting to step forward to save Lai's life, but seeing the calm expression on the witch's face, he dared not interrupt rashly. Ying's eyes were red, yet she dared not blink, committing every one of the witch's movements to memory and deeply etching them into her mind. The witch picked up the pottery jar and poured out streams of fragrant spiritual liquid from it, pouring it over Lai's head, quickly stemming the flow of his essence blood. Then she took the medicinal powder and applied it evenly on Lai's body, and the cuts previously made began to slowly close up. Without wasting a moment to catch her breath, she used the short knife to cut open her own brow, touched a bit of the seeping blood, and began to carve mysterious talismanic patterns on Lai's back. Chuzheng felt a chill in his heart as he sensed an unspeakably terrifying divine sense erupt from that aged and decrepit body, like an unfathomable ocean, its depth incalculable. The runes drawn by the witch were without any semblance of pattern, but upon marking Lai's back, they began to interweave autonomously, gradually forming a complete design. A colossal bear with a burly figure slowly took shape. At this moment, the witch's movements became very slow, as if intentionally allowing Inger to see clearly, deliberately slowing down the pace. But this undoubtedly placed an extreme burden on her own body, sweat pouring down like rain, mixed with the fresh blood that welled from her brow, making her look fierce and terrifying. Half an hour later, a complete giant bear finally took shape. Lai hung his head, having already passed out. The witch staggered, unable to stop herself from retreating, clearly drained of strength, unable to steady her form. Ing leaped forward to support her, eyes filled with urgency, which Chuzheng hurried over to assess Lai's condition. Fortunately, it was just excessive loss of essence blood, not life-threatening, and he would recover quietly without future complications. The imprinted totem was now operational, absorbing nature's spiritual energy from the surroundings to heal his injuries. Chuzheng had healed most of Lai's injuries and looked up at the witch, his heart suddenly sinking. Luan, Great Witch of the Divine Communication Realm, the power of the spirit and soul greatly damaged, life origin exhausted, beyond recovery, irreparable. This was exhaustion at the very foundation of the divine soul, even the healing panel was helpless now. The witch's life was nearly at its end, her body had already entered the underworld, held here only by the strong support of her divine soul, forcibly remaining in the world. Already a body in its twilight years, and yet she had forcefully inscribed such a powerful totem. Had it not been for her unresolved will, she might have died on the spot. The healing panel could not make up for the passing of life, something he had known since his first encounter with Gung Yang. Ha, ha. In the great hall, the witch's heavy breathing echoed. She calmed herself for a moment, looking at Ing with eyes full of hope. Did you memorize it all? I've recorded it all, not missing a single moment. Ing nodded rapidly, having already etched the previous scenes entirely into her divine soul, ready for review at any time. Such was the benefit of the powerful divine soul unique to witches, photographic memory. Remember to review it often. What you don't understand now, you'll come to understand in the future. The witch sighed in relief. Weakened, she collapsed to the ground, staring into the void with a vacant gaze, lost in thought. After a while, she turned her head toward Chuzheng. Xingqiu, you go back first. Chuzheng hesitated briefly, then nodded in response. All right, take care of yourself. Not until Chuzheng's figure had disappeared. Within the hall did the witch turn to Ing. Go wake up your father. Ing ran to Lai's side and, after a short while, managed to awaken him. The moment his eyes opened, a divine gleam flickered through Lai's eyes, his back totem faintly glowed, surrounded by a halo of blood light, fully activated. He could already feel the power of the totem on his back, far more potent than his previous one by tens of times. Lai. When Lai heard the witch's call, he suppressed the turmoil in his heart and looked up. Regarding Xingqiu. I have something I want to tell you. The witch took a deep breath, a flash of determination in her eyes. I always felt he was familiar, but it wasn't until I inscribed the totem for you that my divine soul stirred, and many memories returned. This child is extraordinary, I've seen someone like him before. Someone like him? Lai was momentarily stunned before he prodded, what does this mean? Nearly 1,000 years ago, I met someone emanating an aura of misfortune, and the feeling he gave me was very similar to Xingqiu. The witch's expression grew more grave. He was a malevolent spirit from the alien realm, not a creature of the Dongyuan realm. An evil spirit from the alien realm? Lai's brows slightly furrowed, as there were indeed many peculiarities about Xingqiu that differed from ordinary people. The person you saw before, what eventually happened to him? The witch became lost in her memories, and it took her a long time before she finally spoke. He was an extremely terrifying person, belligerent, with a nature inclined to killing as if he couldn't rest easy without causing trouble every day. He once entered beyond heaven, hunting the divine phoenix blood phoenix, and he also ventured into the sea to capture and kill a true dragon. He even killed many peak warriors from the large tribes, fearless, and with an unpredictable temperament, simply impossible to fathom with common logic. Later, I heard that this person seemed to have died, but where he died or how he died, there's no way to know. A tightness gripped Lai's heart, uneasy. The reason you're telling me this now, is it because you want to? This child, Xingqiu, I can't see through him, the trouble he attracts, our Wangshan tribe might not be able to bear it. The witch's face was covered with worry, and she didn't know how to treat Xingqiu. The current Xingqiu owed a favor to the Wangshan tribe, and the changes he had brought could transform the fate of a tribe. But if Xingqiu, just like the person she knew back then, really came from the alien realm, he might one day bring catastrophic disaster upon the Wangshan tribe. I will keep a close eye on him. Seeing that the witch remained silent for a long time, Lai spoke in a heavy voice. Regardless, he is someone I brought back. I will keep watching him and ensure he doesn't stray from the right path. You should go back now. I need to rest for a while. Just leaving by my side. Continue reading at Empire. The witch didn't say anything more, and with Ying's assistance, walked deeper into the temple. On a wide stone bed covered with thick, soft beast skin, Ying seemed somewhat distracted. After helping the witch onto the bed, she couldn't help but ask softly, Witch, will you harm Xingqiu? No. The witch shook her head and tightly grasped Ying's small hand, asking in a serious tone, Ying, if one day the survival of the tribe requires the death of Xingqiu to continue, what would you choose? The extinction of the tribe, or to let Xingqiu die? Such a day won't come. Ying answered without any hesitation, her expression serious. If that day truly comes, then it would be my incompetence. Witch, rest assured. Ying stood up straight, her gaze burning like torches, as she spoke each word decisively. I will become the most powerful witch the Wangshan tribe has ever had. I will protect the tribe for you and carry on the flame of Wangshan. Ying, I'm sorry. The witch sighed deeply, raising her hand to gently stroke Ying's hair. Her eyes filled with pity. Your mother was my chosen successor, but she loved your father too much and couldn't control her heart, ultimately forsaking her qualification as a witch, leaving this responsibility on your shoulders. Ying's expression briefly stiffened, and she instinctively took a half step back, murmuring with her head lowered, these things, my father never told me. She wasn't aware of the past events and had never even seen her own mother. Growing up, all she knew was that her mother had died on the day she was born. When your mother, gave up her succession as the witch to be with your father, she felt very guilty and found me after getting pregnant. A bitter smile tugged at the corner of the witch's mouth. As a witch, I understand and even envy your mother. At that time, there was no suitable child in the tribe, and as my days were numbered, I agreed to Ye's request. Your mother was the most talented person I have ever seen. As a candidate for witch, her power of the spirit and soul was incredibly strong from birth. Before she even came of age, she was stronger than some witches. On the day you were born, she transferred all her strength to you, which is why you naturally possess spiritual power far surpassing many witches. However, it is also because of this that she. At this point, the witch stopped talking and said no more. So that's how it is. Ying's voice was low, her tone one of realization. She had always believed that she was responsible for her mother's death and often felt very guilty. Ying, don't blame your mother. Sometimes, this is how people are, unable to control their thoughts, making many regrettable decisions. The witch's expression was complex, her gaze dim. She had many regrets as well. No witch. Ying raised her head, a slight smile on her face. My mother did what she wanted to do, and because of that, I exist. I think, my mother probably doesn't regret being with my father. The only thing she might regret is not being able to succeed you and continue protecting the tribe. And I will finish that task for her. In that moment, the clouds cleared from Ying's heart, her eyes resolute. Her mother had given up her chance at life, passing on all her power to her, probably hoping she would fulfill this regret. The following days were calm and somewhat dull. Chuzheng devoted most of his energy to cultivation, aside from occasional trips to the mining area to interact with the weapon-forging masters and transfer formation patterns, or to go into seclusion at his residence. He replayed the scene of the witch changing Lai's totem over and over in his mind, absorbing the nourishment from it. The expert way she handled the totem left a deep impression on him and greatly deepened his understanding of the art of totems. Once he had fully grasped it, and his cultivation improved a bit more, he could attempt to create his own totem and then replace the one on his back. After changing Lai's totem, the witch lay in bed for several months before she could barely get up. She was at the end of her tether, her body drained and completely squeezed dry, now only clinging to life through sheer willpower. Within the 1,000-foot underground tunnel, frost had already formed, and it was extremely cold. Even with Chu Zheng's current cultivation, he needed to circulate his yuan qi or allow the beast fire within him to flow to prevent his body from freezing stiff. After the cold wave had completely arrived, Lai's health deteriorated further. He seldom went out and only moved around inside the hall. Lai pulled several robust youths to dig out another fire pit beneath the Great Hall and set up a place for ore refining, making the area around the Great Hall warm as spring. Despite these efforts, it was difficult to retain the witch's fading life force. The weight of the words "no way to turn back the heavens" was already enough to explain everything. Lai pushed open the stone door and stepped into the room, his expression somewhat solemn. Xingqiu, the witch has passed away, come with me to send her off. Chuzheng was startled for a moment, then nodded his head and followed Lai's steps. 4 warriors from the Wangshan tribe carried a jade coffin, which was already sealed. Ying stood by with little sadness on her face. Lai took the lead, walking toward the surface. As they neared the surface, the temperature around them plummeted rapidly, the ice layers thickening until the tunnel was completely blocked by ice. Lai's blood qi began to surge, generating intense heat that instantaneously melted 3 meters of ice. The resulting ice water cascaded down the tunnel, forming a small stream that trickled underground. A moment later, the group reached the surface, where only ice and snow met their eyes. Chuzheng set foot on the ground after a long absence, with the howling of the wind and snow echoing between heaven and earth, and saw nothing but a desolate winter devoid of any life. The former Wangshan tribe had been completely sealed by heavy snow and hidden under thick ice. The extreme cold made Chuzheng feel uncomfortable, prompting him to speed up the circulation of the beast fire inside his body, which made him feel much better. This extreme cold was somewhat beyond Chuzheng's expectation. Apart from the howling of the wind and snow, there was no other sound. The tumult was permeated with dead silence, as if even time and space had been brought to a standstill, completely frozen. Lai led the group forward, walking into a wasteland. The surrounding ice and snow quickly melted away, revealing a series of graves, as Lai continued towards a tombstone. The tombstone looked very clean, without any weeds around it, clearly tended to frequently. Chu Ming's tomb. Chuzheng looked at the name on the tombstone, his brows slightly furrowed, a surname on the name enough to indicate that this person came from no ordinary background. He was once the strongest warrior of the Wangshan tribe, originally from a large tribe. But for the sake of Luan, he stayed, joined the Wangshan tribe, and protected the tribe for over 400 years. Lai spoke gravely. The witch's last wish was to be buried next to him. Being a witch, she could not marry in her lifetime. Chu Ming waited for Luan for over 400 years, maybe even longer. Without further explanation about Chu Ming, Lai dug a new grave next to the tomb and buried the jade coffin down. The witch's funeral was simple, attended only by Lai and Chu Jing, along with a few of the tribe's strongest warriors and Ying. Ying was unaffected by the cold, her complexion rosy and her breath steady. Chu Jing glanced at her with slight puzzlement, a thought stirring in his mind. Under his spiritual eye, Ying's divine soul strength had reached the third order, a level of strength attainable only by adult totem cultivators and comparable to great cultivators in the immortal past soul condensing realm. Ying was only 10 years old so far, her future achievements boundless. The witch's death did not impact the tribe too severely, everything continued as before. Your next read awaits at Empire. Ying succeeded the witch, beginning to prepare medicines for wounded warriors of the tribe and helping newborns with their totem tattoos. Her current skill level, although incomparable to Luan's, was sufficient. Apart from the first-class totem, she had mastered all other totem engraving techniques. In the eyes of the people of the Wangshan tribe, she had already become a qualified witch, earning the respect of many of her tribespeople. Chu Jing's status within the Wangshan tribe similarly soared, and the majority of the tribespeople regarded him as a rare genius. The formation patterns he devised greatly enhanced the power of the rune soldiers and reduced the losses incurred during their creation. At the same time, Chu Jing had begun to teach the tribe's warriors some basic breathing techniques of qi absorption. This method drew in nature's spiritual energy, and although it fell short of the true qi refining technique, it significantly impacted these warriors, greatly enhancing their battle strength. Lai did not interfere with this, simply observing in silence. His attitude toward Chu Jing remained as usual. This cold wave lasted a long time, a full half-year longer than usual, persisting for nearly 4 years. Had it not been for the ample reserves of blood food previously stored, many people in the Wangshan tribe would likely have suffered from hunger. After enduring the cold wave, the populations of many tribes entered a period of growth, including the Wangshan tribe. The number of newborns each year increased over the previous years. In response, Ying, serving as the witch, became incredibly busy. Day after day, she expended great effort to inscribe totems on newborns and tend to their bodies. Living underground and lacking in the intake of natural energy, Chu Jing's cultivation progressed slowly. However, with the help of various spiritual medicines, he still managed to aggregate the Dao embryo and entered the mid-stage of the Dao embryo realm. The growth of his physical body was even more astonishing. His qi strength increased several times over, and now it was hard to find a third-order savage beast that could withstand his palm. In the path of totems, he had reached adulthood. The connection between him and his totem became even tighter, with signs of divine skills beginning to manifest. As the cold wave receded, the temperature underground gradually began to rise. The high temperatures and the moisture from the melting ice layers caused many newborns to suffer greatly, and epidemics occurred from time to time. However, it was still not advisable to return to the surface just yet. They needed to persevere for a while longer. Lai had already taken the tribe's top warriors and left the underground ahead of the others. They were tasked with thoroughly cleansing the Wangshan tribe's territory within 10,000 miles to eliminate any threats. The aftermath of the cold wave was filled with hungry savage beasts. Many powerful beasts, to compensate for their losses during the cold, engaged in frenzied killing and hunting. This period was even more dangerous than the onset of the cold wave. It was not until a month after the cold wave had passed that the Wangshan tribe began migrating and returned to living on the surface. As soon as he got back to the surface, Chu Jing eagerly left the tribe and ventured into the wilderness to release the frustrations of having been confined underground. Along the way, he often saw savage beast skeletons, their essence of blood qi drained away, evidently sucked dry by the melting beads. The savage beasts within 10,000 miles had been swept clear, and Chu Jing saw no game until he ran over 20,000 miles out, where he finally spotted traces of savage beasts. At the same time, he discovered traces of a tribe, and the traces were fresh. A claw print spanning over 100 miles had obliterated the entire tribe, leaving behind only a deep pit where remnants of some palaces could faintly be seen. A tremendously powerful savage beast had passed by, destroying the entire tribe with a single strike, leaving none alive. Chu Jing was slightly startled. Such a blow, if it were to fall on the Wangshan tribe, would result in the same outcome. The location was merely 20,000 miles from the Wangshan tribe, far too close. Chuzheng steadied his mind, cleared the remaining traces in the tribe, obtained some fragments of rune soldiers and bone books, and began his return journey. When Chuzheng returned to the tribe, the Wangshan tribe was bustling with activity. After asking a few tribe members, Chuzheng then learned of the recent events. A few days ago, people from the Wan tribe had visited, bringing some savage beast meat and spiritual medicines. This was a celebration, congratulating the Wangshan tribe for surviving the cold wave. Furthermore, the people from the Wan clan also delivered an invitation concerning the Great Beast Hunting Festival. The Great Beast Hunting Festival, the most solemn festival of the Dongyuan human clan, was held only after the cold tide. It was led by the three major clans alliance, assembling elites from various tribes, each dividing their own hunting grounds, and launching a slaughter on the savage beasts. First, it celebrated the tribe's survival through the cold tide. Second, it was in retaliation for the savage beasts' attacks during the cold tide. Within the cold tide, tribes destroyed by the claws and fangs of savage beasts were not few in number. Most crucially, after the cold tide, was the breeding season for many savage beasts. Hunting one at this time was worth more than 10 before the tide. For the ever-increasing number of savage beasts, this was an unmissable opportunity for battle, inevitably resulting in many deaths and injuries. The Great Beast Hunting Festival, led by powerful tribes, offered many rewards: rune soldiers, spiritual medicine, and the flesh of powerful savage beasts, as well as intermarriage and alliances between the tribes. This was also essentially a matchmaking congress for the entire Dongyuan human clan every dozen years or so, indirectly affecting many powers due to alliances through marriage, causing shifts in circumstances. The flesh of powerful savage beasts, for totem cultivators, was the best nourishment, which, especially for prominent figures, could even involve a tribe switch intervening to replace a higher totem. This grand gathering naturally stirred some interest in Chuzheng, who wanted to see if he could pick up some treasures or information about totems. The totem path, being compatible with Chi cultivators, was beneficial for the original body, while the martial path could not be concurrently cultivated. Having one more method to strengthen the physical body wasn't a bad thing, as it could enhance one's combat strength. The only downside might be that his lifespan could suffer some loss, but, with the repair panel, it should be able to reduce a lot of physical damage and extend the lifespan as much as possible. Now, what he needed more was to increase his cultivation level. As for the lifespan, he could consider it later, being young enough with plenty of time to spend. Are you interested in going to the Great Beast Hunting Festival? Chuzheng had just returned to his tribe, and Uncle Lai found him to ask about his intentions. The Great Beast Hunting Festival was not attended by every tribal member. At most, it would not exceed half of the tribe's overall strength. This was a fight against savage beasts, a life-threatening risk. Every past Great Beast Hunting Festival had seen significant casualties, and for the survival of the tribes themselves, certain risks had to be avoided. Ultimately, the Great Beast Hunting Festival was held because those large tribes did not want to see their people suffer heavy casualties, which was why this festival existed. To fight against savage beasts was not something a single tribe or clan alliance could accomplish, it required more tribes' participation. I want to go. Chuzheng nodded without any hesitation. Uncle Lai, when will we be setting off? In half a year. Seeing Chuzheng's puzzled look, Uncle Lai continued, we need to give the savage beasts some time to breed and carry their young. Savage beasts with offspring under their care would also have their combat strength significantly affected, killing two birds with one stone. In the struggle and conflict of races, any means are fair and justified. Chuzheng understood, then returned to his dwelling, retrieving the divine ability bone he had repaired earlier. Continue your adventure with Empire before participating in the grand competition. He needed to refine the divine ability bone, now his cultivation was enough. He was curious about what kind of innate divine ability this bone would bring him. Innate divine abilities, inherently mysterious, differed significantly from those developed later in life. What Chuzheng really wanted to verify was whether this innate divine ability could affect his true body. If his true body could also awaken an innate divine ability like his avatar, then this trip to the Dongyuan realm would truly be worthwhile. To merge the divine ability bone into his body, he first had to remove a spinal bone, then replace it with this bone, inserting it into his body. Due to their identical structure, each person could only integrate up to 3 divine ability bones, awakening up to 3 innate divine abilities, a unique mystery of the heavenly spirit race. If the divine ability bones weren't inherently ineffective for the heavenly spirit race themselves, the current state of the Dongyuan realm might well be different. Chujing lay on the stone bed, his hands folded into a sword, stabbing into his back, and enduring the intense pain, he forcibly plucked out a spinal bone. Immediately, he stuffed the divine ability bone into the gap, filling the vacated space. As the divine ability bone was inserted, stained by the blood, it immediately emitted a faint glow, and a powerful chi burst forth from the void, engulfing Chujing in an instant. In that moment, Chujing felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his mind, and he passed out. He was unconscious for quite a while before Chujing eventually regained consciousness, glancing at the outside sky in mild shock. He had been unconscious for at least 2 hours. The wound on his back was still aching faintly as he operated the repair panel to mend the injury on his back, sitting up. Feeling around for a moment, his expression changed slightly as he sensed that his divine sense seemed much stronger. With a thought, Chujing pulled up the avatar panel. Name, Jingchu, Chujing, Cultivation, 3rd Order, Late Stage of Dao Embryo Realm, Cultivation Technique, Eternal Calamity Treasure Record, 10th Order, Talent, Spiritual Eye, 4th Order, Soul Capturing, 6th Order, Repair Master, 6th Order, 4050/8000, remaining daily repair counts, 60, currently reparable, none. In the talent section, a new ability named Soul Capturing appeared. As Chujing sensed the changes within his body, he pondered. Once the divine ability bone entered his body, the divine rune on it vanished without a trace, turning into an ordinary spinal bone. Once a divine ability bone is contaminated, even if it is dug out and replaced with another, it cannot be reawakened to an innate divine ability, potentially a constraint by the Dongyuan heavenly Dao. Chujing gathered his thoughts and his consciousness returned to his body, where he checked his status panel. As expected, the word Soul Capturing appeared in the talent section, similar to the spiritual eye, originating from the depths of his divine soul, and unrelated to his physical body and strength. The divine skill of Soul Capturing was not of high grade, but it had the potential to grow, related to the strength of one's own divine soul. During combat, it could capture the spirit of the opponent. If the cultivation levels were similar, one could seize the fleeting opportunity for battle, and strike with certainty. Beyond that, Soul Capturing could also control the spirits of living creatures. Manipulating savage beasts and even cultivators was not a difficult task. Divine skills of the divine soul are scarce, and combined with the fact that it was an innate divine ability with potential to grow, the value of this divine ability bone was immeasurable to Chujing. It seems that, in the future, he needed to devote some effort to searching for high-grade divine ability bones. Innate divine abilities could greatly assist his true form. Wasting this opportunity would be far too regrettable. The Great Beast Hunting Festival was an event even the heavenly spirit race would attend. As long as he had the appropriate bargaining chips by then, exchanging for 2 more divine ability bones should not be difficult. Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Chujing began to circulate his grand circulation, refining essence into chi. The sun and moon essence chi of the Dongyuan realm was astonishingly abundant, and the growth rate of his Dao embryo was rapid. In at most 2 more years, he would be able to try condensing his life-bound golden core. Without the help of heavenly fate, this level of speed was unimaginable. Without the restored status panel to alleviate the harm that spiritual medicines could do to the body, no Chi cultivator could have reached his state. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. Led by Lai, Chujing, and half of the elite warriors of the tribe set out on the road to the Great Beast Hunting Festival. Ying stayed behind in the tribe, as a witch could not be away from the tribe for long. During these 6 months, besides inscribing totems for newborns, she was always preparing healing herbs, which was extremely exhausting. The warriors from the Wangshan tribe setting out for the Great Beast Hunting Festival were armed to the teeth, with an entire array of weapons and armor, including shields and boots. Previously, due to the limitations of beast bones, most of the Wangshan tribe's rune soldiers were of an offensive type, and only large tribes had protective armor made from the scales of savage beasts. Processing armor from savage beast scales required an extremely high level of skill, not merely the interplay of various talismanic patterns but also the regulation of the scale's flexibility and protective qualities, which only a high-grade talisman soldier master could possess. The inability to melt down the scales and reshape them surely entailed significant limitations. The weapon forging masters of the Wangshan tribe were far from being able to forge such scale armors. However, forging iron armor from spirit mines was much less troublesome. One only needed to smelt the metal, then shape it with molten spiritual liquid and engrave either talismanic patterns or formation patterns upon it. Lai was filled with anticipation for the upcoming festival. With the enhancement of their weaponry, the Wangshan tribe was bound to return full-handed. Aside from these, Lai also prepared a large number of rune soldiers for trading with other tribes. After traveling for nearly half a month on the backs of Ming sculptures, the delegation from the Wangshan tribe finally arrived at the gathering point. This place was not where the Great Beast Hunting Festival would be held, but rather where the Wan clan's tribal alliance gathered. The location of the Great Beast Hunting Festival was beyond the human race territories, in the 13 wastes of the 9 domains and 13 wastes. In the 9 domains, half belonged to the human race and the other half to the celestial spirit race. Although there were many savage beasts active, it was somewhat safe. But the 13 wastes were truly the realm of savage beasts, utterly uninhabited by humans, and it was simply impossible for anyone to survive there. If it weren't for the combined efforts of the 3 major clans controlling the field, it would be impossible for the individual tribes to penetrate into the territory of the 13 wastes to hold such a grand event. The Wangshan tribe arrived a bit late, and the departure ceremony of the Wan clan's tribal alliance had already begun. A large number of savage beasts were put into a giant pit, where many warriors from different tribes were battling the beasts. A vast amount of blood splattered, congealing into a river. Totems bathed in the blood of savage beasts glimmered brightly, eliciting rounds of cheers. This was a method to boost morale, first stimulating the warriors from various tribes gathered here with the blood of savage beasts, inciting them into an excited state. Chu Jing surveyed his surroundings, his gaze suddenly sharpening. He saw some individuals from the celestial spirit race. Their number was not many, but they were all strong fighters, with none of their cultivations below 4th order. Those who came to participate in the Great Beast Hunting Festival were all warriors of various tribes who had reached adulthood, with none below 3rd order, but in comparison to the celestial spirit race, they were still significantly weaker. The ritual before departure was swiftly completed. Millions of elite fighters from various tribes gathered together, strong as clouds. Chu Jing, mingling with the crowd, saw many awe-inspiring elites, including those of 7th or even 8th order, the pinnacle of totem cultivators. Most tribe warriors wore only beast skins, with many even going bare-chested, unabashedly displaying the totems on their backs. The warriors of the Wangshan tribe were extremely conspicuous among the many tribes, drawing frequent gazes with just the armor covering their entire bodies. Continue reading on Empire. However, in such an enthusiastic atmosphere, no one came forward to strike up a conversation just yet. Besides these totem cultivators, Chu Jing also saw a significant number of witches, all clad in hooded black robes that concealed their faces. Many powerful tribes had more than one witch, unlike small tribes like the Wangshan tribe, which only had a single line of transmission. This was related to resources. A small tribe could not afford to support 2 witches at the same time. Witches required secret medicines to increase their divine souls for cultivation, and such medicine was hard to come by, necessitating a large amount of blood food for trade, which was quite resource-consuming. After the ceremony, people from the various tribes were quickly led to a gigantic divine bird, and they sequentially climbed onto its back. This was not a living creature, but instead an extremely formidable rune soldier. Hundreds of miles long, it was like a mountain range. This rune soldier was built upon the skeleton of a gigantic divine bird, clad in feathers of different divine birds. Each feather featured talismanic patterns along its length, emitting a faint glow. There were houses and palaces on it, enough to accommodate tens of millions of people. Heavenly Phoenix flying ship, 8th Order main body forged from the skeleton of an 8th Order Azure Phoenix, combining feathers from 100 divine birds and 7,830 different formation patterns. Possesses divine skills, space-shattering, world-escaping, 100 Phoenix chant. 8th Order. It was on par with an immortal treasure. Receiving the information from his spiritual eye, Chuzheng was momentarily astonished. This was without a doubt the pinnacle in Dongyuan human clan's ability to forge talisman. Soldiers, a feat requiring an immense amount of manpower. Just the task of hunting down an 8th Order divine bird was incredibly arduous, costing many lives and a long, massive endeavor to collect the feathers of these divine birds. However, the result proved worthwhile. This Heavenly Phoenix flying ship had an astonishing combat power, a treasure upon which the Wan clan alliance could rely for its very foundation. After several days, the people from the various tribes finally all boarded the flying ship, settling down among the feathers. After adjusting for half a day, the Heavenly Phoenix flying ship spread its wings and took to the sky, carrying millions of elites toward the northwest. This great beast hunting festival would last at least 2 years, and many had prepared themselves, knowing they might not return to their tribes. In just under half an hour into the journey, guests arrived at the Wangshan tribe's quarters. The members of the Wan clan had come calling, interested in the rune soldiers forged from spirit mines. The Wangshan tribe stood out conspicuously, attracting the attention of many tribes, and the Wan clan naturally noticed as well. Lai and Chuzheng had anticipated this scenario, or rather, they had deliberately intended to attract attention, which is why they had been so ostentatious. The Wan clan would certainly want to uncover the secrets, and using this as leverage to negotiate for some benefits beforehand was the wisest choice. After this great beast hunting festival, it would no longer be possible to keep the existence of the spirit mines and rune soldiers a secret. Therefore, it was better to take the initiative into their own hands. The Wan tribe brought a total of 3 people, with the leader being a 7th Order powerhouse named Wan Su, who had entered the pinnacle of his strength. Chuzheng and Lai shared a room, and not long after they had settled in, the Wan clan paid a visit. To carry as many people as possible, the houses on the Heavenly Phoenix flying ship were built densely and narrowly. The rooms felt rather cramped. Now with a few more people, it immediately seemed crowded and the air circulation became somewhat stagnant. Lai, where did these weapons come from? Wan Su swept a glance at the rune soldiers piled in the corner. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. He appeared no older than 30, at first glance younger than Lai, wearing luxurious brocade robes with talismanic patterns flowing on them, which were 5th Order rune soldiers. The Wangshan tribe was already under the protection of the Wan clan, and it seemed that Wan Su and Lai were already well acquainted, so there was no need for any pleasantries. Lai and Chuzheng showed no surprise. Lai stood up, took a rune soldier, and handed it to Wan Su. These are blades forged from spirit mines. Lai briefly explained, then gestured for Chuzheng to come forward and began to melt a piece of low-grade spirit ore on the spot. Wan Su watched silently, not interrupting. Half an hour later, a 1st Order rune soldier had taken shape in Chuzheng's hands. Forge stone into soldiers? Wan Su took the rune soldier from Chuzheng's hand, his eyes brightening with interest. He nearly immediately grasped the immense benefits hidden within. Compared to weapon refining with beast bones, this malleable spirit ore was undoubtedly much more convenient. Who discovered this? Coming back to his senses, Wan Su stared at Lai somewhat excitedly, neglecting Chuzheng standing aside. Lai pointed at Chuzheng and spoke softly, he did. His name is Jingchu. Chuzheng had long discussed this matter with Lai and was ready to divulge the technique of refining ore into soldiers to the Wan clan alliance. Relying on the power of the Wangshan tribe alone, they couldn't keep this secret safe, so they decided to transfer it to the Wan clan in exchange for a share of the benefits. Furthermore, Chuzheng needed to use the Wan clan to spread the name Jingchu throughout the tribes along with the technique of refining ore into soldiers to build momentum for the future. First, to establish his reputation, it would be much easier to embark on God creation later, at least laying down some groundwork. Oh? This child? Wansu fixed his gaze on Chu Jing with a trace of puzzlement in his eyes. Jing Chu? Isn't he a member of the Wangshan tribe? People of the Wangshan tribe had no surnames, and this Jing surname didn't seem to belong to any well-known and established family. In an instant, his expression froze, and looking at Chu Jing filled with incredulity, he asked, "You've reached adulthood?" Previously, his attention was all on the spirit ore. Now that he inspected closely, he immediately discovered the powerful essence blood lurking within Chu Jing. Even for a totem cultivator with exceptional talent, reaching adulthood typically required at least 20 to 30 years, or even longer. To become an adult before 10 years of age was unheard of even within the entire Wan clan alliance, defying all expectations. Indeed, he is not. Lai nodded and said, "I rescued him from the wilderness. I do not know to which tribe he belongs." Wansu suddenly reached out, pulled Chu Jing to his side, and directly unwrapped the beast skin he was covered in. After a thorough search, he grew more and more amazed. Just a second-class totem, and he reached adulthood before 10 years of age? The strength of a totem determines the speed of a person's growth. There's a limit to the number of totems a witch can inscribe each year. To inscribe a first-class totem drains a lot of energy, so naturally, not every newborn can receive a first-class totem. In most cases, even for the Wan tribe, newborns generally only receive a second-class totem, and then between the ages of 5 and 10, they will have an opportunity to replace their totem. Those who grow faster and consume more naturally have higher talent and thus receive more resources. Occasionally, there are exceptions, such as when both parents and ancestors have high qualifications and a history of fast growth, then the first totem inscribed on a newborn can be first class. But even a first-class totem couldn't possibly endow a growth speed as miraculous as Jing Chu's. Snapping back to reality, Wansu turned his head to look at Lai and inquired, "How much does he eat every day?" 6 bowls of adult savage beast essence blood daily. Lai didn't hide anything, he knew exactly how much beast blood Chu Jing consumed each day. Hearing this, Wansu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, looking at Chu Jing as if looking at a treasure, saying, "Truly remarkable." Find adventures on Empire. 1 bowl of essence blood is equivalent to half a savage beast, and within the tribe, an ordinary adult warrior drinking 1 bowl could sustain 3 days' worth of needs. This child's appetite was nearly that of 20 adult warriors. It was too exaggerated. A child not even 10 years old, not only with exceptional talent but also this clever? Wansu scrutinized Chu Jing, his eyes filled with a hint of surprise and suspicion. "How did you discover that these stones could be used to refine soldiers?" Chu Jing was naturally prepared for this and immediately recounted a fabricated story. Out hunting in the wilderness, he encountered a savage beast. During the struggle, the beast fire melted the spirit ore into liquid. Once cooled, it took on a new shape, and on a whim, he used the liquid to forge a blade and inscribed talismanic patterns on it, thus discovering the method of refining ore into soldiers. Such stories came easily to Chu Jing, and he could come up with several on the fly. As for their veracity, as long as they were plausible and had some rationality, no one would care too much. In essence, how it was discovered wasn't important. What mattered was the value brought forth by the discovery of the spirit mines. Truly a profound blessing, perhaps this is a divine favor upon our human race. Wansu did not harbor much doubt, his face brimming with irrepressible joy. "Lai, would it be good to send Jing Chu into the Wan clan?" Wansu tilted his head toward Lai, speaking in a consultative tone, "With the Wan clan, he will have a better future. I will ask the Great Witch to intervene, to replace his totem with a first-class one and cultivate him with care." At this moment, he had already set aside the matter of the spirit mines, focusing instead on Chu Jing's potential. Jing Chu has already undergone the rite of adulthood, he can decide for himself, I won't interfere. Lai didn't give an answer but left the choice to Chu Jing. Deep down, he didn't want Jing Chu to join the Wan clan, but considering Jing Chu's future prospects, joining the Wan clan was undoubtedly the better option. In the Wan clan, there was the flesh of powerful pinnacle savage beasts, stronger secret medicines to enhance blood chi foundation, and plenty of first-class totems to choose from. No matter how you looked at it, the Wang clan was a notch above the Wangshan tribe. Xingqiu, do you want to come with me? The Wang clan can offer you better resources. Wansu looked at Chu Jing, extending the olive branch once again. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Jing shook his head. I'd like to consider it later. Joining the Wang clan now was not a good choice. With too many powerful individuals around, it would hinder his god creation. No one would wish to venerate a weakling. The power of the Wangshan tribe was just right. This time, as he undertook his transformation ordeal, Chu Jing didn't know how long he could sustain it, but aspiring to reach the 7th or even 8th order seemed a bit unrealistic. He might not last that long, and it would require a great deal of time, at least tens of thousands of years. According to his original plan, he would stay in the Dongyuan realm for at most 100 years, and then he would have to shift his focus back to his original body. After all, this was only an incarnation, not his entirety. There's no rush. Whenever you want to join the Wang clan, just tell me. You're welcome anytime. Wansu was not in a hurry to press for an answer. Turning to Lai, he steered the topic back to "We're refining into soldiers. Find your next adventure on Empire this time. Your Wangshan tribe will be credited with a merit. After the Great Beast Hunting Festival, rewards will be sent to the tribe. After I verify this method with my clan, I will promote it in the name of Xingqiu throughout the entire alliance." Upon hearing this, Chu Jing couldn't help being somewhat surprised. He was still considering how to get the Wan clan to agree to associate this method with the name Xingqiu, but it turns out there was no need for him to bother at all. Why by the name of Xingqiu? Lai frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. This was tantamount to pushing Xingqiu into the spotlight, attracting too much attention, and there would be no small trouble. His concern was primarily from Xingqiu's perspective. Attracting too much notice could bring considerable trouble for both Xingqiu and the Wangshan tribe. The smile on Wansu's face faded, and he said earnestly, "The human race today needs a miracle." With his level of cultivation, only one step away from the pinnacle of the Dongyuan realm, he could see far more than Lai could. Facing the savage beasts, the human race is falling back day by day. They need some special power to maintain confidence and prop up this increasingly desperate world. Xingqiu is a miracle. He will use the method of refining ore into soldiers to make Xingqiu's name resonate throughout the entire Dongyuan realm. Given Xingqiu's talent, it's only a matter of time before he grows up. He will exaggerate Xingqiu's talent even further, even demonize it to make as many people as possible aware that the human race is blessed by the heavens. The power brought by faith can sometimes be as strong as a totem, even if it can only be maintained temporarily. Such examples have existed before, though they are all like a fleeting meteor, gone in an instant, but they ultimately help the human race maintain stability for a while. At least, before Xingqiu's departure from this world, many people can hold a glimmer of hope. The speed of the Heavenly Phoenix flying ship was extremely exaggerated. In less than 2 days, it had crossed several domains and entered into the wilderness. The hunting ground of the three-clan alliance of the human race was not far away, standing in a tripod formation with the other 2 clans having already arrived. The sky over the wilderness differed slightly from that of the 9 domains, with billions of miles without a cloud, and the sun gave off a more terrifying heat. Under the scorching sun, Chu Jing only felt the Yuan Qi within him operating much faster, the Yang Qi inside him rising, and a slight irritability being born. As far as the eye could see, there were forested mountains, grasslands, and gobi, encompassing everything. Often, one could see huge dark shadows moving through the mountains, and with their steps came a thunderous rumbling sound. The air seemed to be permeated with the smell of blood, and bones could be seen everywhere. Once everyone had left the flying boat, the divine bird, massive as a mountain, once again rose into the air, circling above, with several peak powerhouses who had stepped into the 8th order domain sitting in control above it. What they needed to guard against were the threats that might emerge from outside the hunting ground. The Great Beast Hunting Festival was also an event of extreme risk for the human race. There had been accidents in beast hunting festivals before, when over 10 peak-level savage beasts jointly broke into the hunting grounds, wounding the majority of the human race's elite warriors, nearly leaving the human race too weak to recover. It took thousands of years to regain some yuan qi gradually. A simple encampment was quickly erected, stretching out for hundreds of miles, and 1,000 zhang-wide jade pool, situated at the forefront of the camp, was filled to the brim with crimson beast blood. Passing through this pool would fully activate the totem, able to amplify the battle power of a totem cultivator for a short period. Besides that, there was another use. When the totem was in an activated state and bathed again in beast blood, it would leave some traces. After killing a savage beast, using the heart blood of the savage beast to cleanse the totem would be recorded and then used as a criterion for evaluating merit. Since it was the Great Beast Hunting Festival, naturally, the more savage beasts were hunted, the more the rewards. The totem would remember how many savage beasts you killed, with no allowance for dishonesty. After resting for one day, the warriors from the various clans successively bathed in beast blood and set off into the wastelands. The order of entry into the blood pool had an unspoken rule. The Wang clan went first, followed by some larger clans with surnames. As for warriors from smaller tribes like the Wangshan tribe, they fell behind. Lai and Chuzheng blended into the crowd, walking towards the blood pool. "Once you enter the wasteland, you will act on your own, be careful," Lai said gravely, giving him a warning. After entering the wasteland, he would not be able to follow by Chuzheng's side any longer, hindering his own hunting aside. He might also bring danger to Chuzheng. Some powerful savage beasts particularly liked to hunt targets full of blood qi. His presence next to Chuzheng might attract some incredibly strong savage beasts, and even the aftershocks of their fights could crush Chuzheng to death. "Uncle Lai, you've said before, I'm of age now, I know what to do," Chuzheng replied casually, stepping into the blood pool. Hearing this, Lai couldn't help but feel a momentary haze. Even though he told Wansu that Jingchu was of age, he was still habitually treating Jingchu like a child, overlooking the fact that he was now a qualified adult warrior, and even more so, his battle strength was amongst the upper middle tier of those who came from the Wangshan tribe. By the time he came back to his senses, Chu Zhang's figure had already disappeared into the blood pool, lost from sight amid the flow of people. The instant he stepped into the blood pool, Chu Zhang felt a warmth on his back as his totem seemed to start moving. The warm beast blood instantly submerged his whole body, bringing a burst of warmth. Restlessness surged in his chest, somewhat uncontrollably raising a trace of killing intent, difficult to suppress. In the beast blood, there was more than met the eye, likely mixed with spiritual medicine that excited and invigorated the spirit. Taking a deep breath, Chu Zhang suppressed the strange feeling in his heart, left the blood pool, and headed into the depths of the wastelands alone. He had many methods to preserve his life but couldn't take care of others simultaneously. Acting alone was the most appropriate. Even though cultivators numbering in the millions had gathered, when scattered throughout the entire wasteland, they were like a drop of water in the ocean, not causing the slightest ripple. In but a moment, within miles around Chu Zhang, not a single person could be seen. "Who?" A high and piercing cry echoed in the void, and a massive dark shadow dived down, completely enveloping Chu Zhang. Aura winds howled, the brutal airflow sweeping across all directions, instantly triggering Chu Zhang's nerves. Chu Zhang glanced up, a claw almost 10 meters in size hurled directly at his spiritual eye. Sharp as a blade, reflecting cold light, it was capable of slicing metal and smashing jade. In an instant, Chu Zhang drew out his dragon bone spear, its tip flashing with cold light. He raised his hand and thrust upward, aiming at the heart of the claw. Buzz, a gust of wind arose, the giant claw withdrew, and a dark shadow soared into the air, retreating abruptly. Only then did Chu Zhang clearly see the entirety of the savage beast, a ferocious bird enveloped in grey feathers. According to the information given by his spiritual eye, it was a third-order savage beast, not far off in strength from him. Screech, a high-pitched cry echoed between heaven and earth. Despite missing its strike, the ferocious bird did not leave, but continued to hover around Chu Zhang. Continue your adventure at Empire. This level of savage beast already possessed considerable intelligence. The reason it had targeted Chu Zhang as its prey was probably that it had noticed Chu Zhang's lack of a strong bow, which posed no threat to it. Lacking mana and with only a strong physical body, even a 5th order expert like Lai could not fly freely, needing the assistance of birds or divine birds' totems to soar. Chuzheng put away the bone spear and took out a strong bow from his storage bag. His storage bag, already filled with rune soldiers and magic artifacts he had created, was there for added precautions. Seeing the strong bow suddenly appearing in Chuzheng's hands, the airborne ferocious bird exhibited obvious panic, turned its direction, and flapped its wings trying to flee. Chuzheng took a deep breath and suppressed the mana surging inside him, relying on his body strength to draw the bowstring, aiming and shooting several arrows in quick succession. The sharp sound of space shattering rose, resulting in a series of sonic booms. Before the sound reached, the arrows had already penetrated the body of the ferocious bird, causing a tremendous force to burst open, tearing massive gashes. Blood rained from the sky as the ferocious bird fell, crashing heavily into the wilderness, raising a cloud of dust. At Chuzheng's level, his archery skill could no longer be described merely by accuracy. As long as the strength was sufficient and the arrow fast enough, it was a certain hit with no possibility of missing. This ferocious bird, with a wingspan of over 20 meters, would be untouchable for regular totem cultivators without a strong bow in hand. Chuzheng stepped forward and split open the chest of the ferocious bird, extracting its still warm, faintly beating heart, absorbing a wisp of blood from it into the totem behind him. The totem, bathed in beast blood, emitted a warmth, memorizing the scent of the ferocious bird. He then took out a melting bead, sucked dry the blood chi of the ferocious bird, and then turned to leave. This time at the Great Beast Hunting Festival, although Chuzheng had come for the divine ability bone of the heavenly spirit race, if he could collect some rewards along the way, that was naturally better. Chuzheng looked around, and seeing no sign of anyone, summoned a flying sword and, controlling it, soared into the depths of the wilderness. Having secluded himself for several years, he had accumulated quite a bit of tribulation chi by his side. Experiencing more combat was also a way to wear it down, reducing the potential trouble it could bring to the Wangshan tribe. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Chuzheng traveled deep into the hunting grounds, regardless of personal loss, hunted hundreds of savage beasts, and soon entered a desolate area. Apart from the bones of savage beasts, there were also many bones of the human race, likely left from past great beast hunting festivals, many of which were covered by savage beast bones, incomplete and jumbled together, clearly having become food. Along the way, Chuzheng discovered many fragments of rune soldiers, all of which he collected, among them several high-quality 6th order rune soldiers, reaping a great harvest. However, the savage beasts active nearby were visibly stronger, mostly fluctuating between 3rd and 4th order, with most being 4th order. 4th order savage beasts were not something Chuzheng could handle at the moment. Further ahead, his current strength was somewhat stretched thin. Besides the bones, Chuzheng also saw many totem cultivators from various tribes, mostly elites with cultivation around 4th order. Their battlefield had already advanced to this point, engaging in extremely bloody combat with the savage beasts, with casualties on both sides. After some consideration, Chuzheng changed direction, deciding to circle around and then head back to the camp. His current military exploits were already enough to exchange for quite a few resources. Those rune soldiers could completely be exchanged for 2 pieces of divine ability bone. His initial goal had been achieved. Chuzheng turned around and went in a wide arc, slowly moving toward the camp. After traveling for several days, Chuzheng stopped in a valley, surrounded by scattered bones of humans and savage beasts. Chuzheng casually inspected a few and discovered some rather startling information. Around were skeletons, whether of humans or savage beasts, none were below 8th order. The essence chi within these skeletons had been completely extracted, leaving behind nothing of value. Even when Chuzheng used the chi gathering and heaven repairing divine skill to try and extract something, he was unable to obtain anything useful from these skeletons. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that these skeletons had been preserved until now. Chuzheng made a large round and carefully counted. There were a total of 17 skeletons, which meant that nearly 20 true immortal level experts had died near this unremarkable valley. The information implied by this was startling. With some vigilance, Chuzheng headed deeper into the valley. The entire valley had clearly been scavenged. It was empty, with nothing but scattered rocks and no useful information. Seeing this, Chuzheng did not rush to leave, but began a meticulous search of the valley. So many powerful beings had died here, all their essence Chi drawn out. The various anomalies were enough to indicate that there was an unknown secret within this valley. Chuzheng dug through the rocks inch by inch, going 3 feet into the ground, searching for traces left long ago. After spending several days, he finally found some clues. A half-wall built of blue bricks came into his view. Damaged temple, first order/incomplete, originally enshrined a powerful deity, rarely received incense offerings, and had long been abandoned, reparable. A temple? Seeing the information provided by the spiritual eye, Chuzheng's expression suddenly sharpened. The Dongyuan realm actually had traces of incense spirituality, Taoist orthodoxy? He did not hesitate, immediately activating the repair panel, restoring the entire temple. In an instant, a temple spanning 30 feet made of blue brick and tiles appeared before Chuzheng. He pushed open the door and stepped into the temple. The altar was empty, and fragments of the divine statue were yet to be found. Chuzheng did not hurry to look for fragments of the divine statue. He looked around the temple's structure, his eyes gradually turning from questioning to startled. The construction of this temple was identical to that of the damaged temple where he had discovered the ancestral Tao golden body in the Cangyun secret realm. The deity worshipped here, could it be that ancestral Tao? Chuzheng sucked in a cool breath and began to search around the temple inch by inch. When his eyes fell on a handful of red soil, a surge of information suddenly entered his mind. Ancestral Tao golden body, second order/incomplete ancestral Tao divine statue, lacked incense offerings and had not undergone spiritual awakening, destroyed in a great battle, reparable. As the repair panel activated, a divine statue appeared before Chuzheng. Looking at the divine statue which resembled his appearance, Chuzheng sucked in a cool breath, feeling a tingling in his scalp. It was indeed the ancestral Tao golden body? Chi cultivators had been here before, but for some reason, they had not spread their teachings to the human race of this realm. Staring at the ancestral Tao golden body, Chuzheng frowned in deep thought for a while, then took a sprig of pure incense from beside the altar, lit it, and offered 3 respectful bows in the Taoist manner, offering up the incense. As a Taoist school cultivator, to see the ancestral Tao and offer up a sprig of pure incense was only proper, especially since the eternal calamity treasure record he practiced was also an inheritance from this deity. Right after finishing the incense offering, ripples appeared in the void, and a jade box fell from the void, landing on the altar. What is this? Chuzheng, puzzled, reached out and took the jade box into his hands, directly opening it. A dazzling golden light burst out, and seeing the contents of the box, Chuzheng involuntarily held his breath, his eyes filled with disbelief, and he exclaimed, "A golden core?" A flawless 9 orifices golden core rested quietly inside the jade box, emitting brilliant golden light, with the spirit apertures inside flickering with the phantom images of 9 great divine skills. The absence of any aura on the golden core proved that its owner had died. 9 orifices golden core, 4th order, originating from the embodiment of a mysterious immortal. This core was refined from the remaining essence at the juncture of the immortal's lifetime exhaustion. Upon ritualistic self-disembowelment to extract the core, if a Chi cultivator consumes it, their cultivation can reach the perfection of the golden core realm. Non-Chi cultivators, however, will explode and die. Detailed information. The golden core gathered from practicing the purple cloud true scripture comes with divine skills, Chi gathering and heaven repairing technique, 9th order, law of heaven and earth, 9th order, shrinking earth into inches, 9th order, heaven returning technique, 9th order, demarcate, 9th order, beast servant, 9th order, samadhi true fire, 9th order, swallowing stars, 9th order, move stars change constellations, 9th order, gazing at the information within his spiritual eye. Chuzheng's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. This Chi gathering and heaven repairing technique, an unnamed mysterious immortal possessed mastery over it as well. If he obtained this through the repair master panel, then was there some connection between the repair master and the Chi refining lineage? This single golden core, simply by swallowing and assimilating it, would immediately allow Chujing to step into the perfection of the Golden Core realm and also instantly possess 9 divine skills. This was a legacy from a mysterious immortal, on par with the stature of an immortal king or immortal venerable, equivalent to a supreme existence in the universe. None of the 9 divine skills within the Golden Core were below the 9th order. These were the mysterious immortal's personal insights, elevated to this level. It could be said that by consuming this Golden Core, Chujing's transformation into spirit from Chi refining would be just in sight, akin to an ascent to the heavens, saving him at least 100 years of arduous cultivation. However, grafting another's Golden Core was something he had never done before, and he didn't know if there might be any dangers involved. By swallowing this Golden Core, he would be in debt to this unknown mysterious immortal. Could he handle the karmic repercussions of a mysterious immortal? Yet he was more puzzled that the Golden Core could change ownership. If according to this method, one could integrate someone else's Golden Core without any side effects, wouldn't mysterious and even golden immortals of the Chi refining lineage be able to mass-produce Chi cultivators with 9 Orifices Golden Cores? This seemed somewhat exaggerated, and there might be some restrictions he was yet unaware of. Looking at the Golden Core at his fingertips, Chujing closed his eyes and pondered for a long while before finally raising his hand and tossing the Golden Core into his mouth. He had dealt with existences at the Immortal King level before, and there was no need to be overly cautious. If he could overcome the refined spirit realm in this incarnation and step into the returning to void during this tribulation, he would have a chance to elevate the rank of Repair Master to 7th order. A 7th rank repairer corresponded to cultivators of the Immortal Tribulation secret realm. At that time, there might be an immense surprise waiting for him. If he could repair semi-immortal treasures and semi-immortal pills, the hidden cards in his hand would suddenly skyrocket. If he had a semi-immortal treasure in hand, the cultivators of the Immortal Tribulation secret realm would find it far from easy to take action against him. Upon swallowing the Golden Core, a sensation of intense swelling spread through his viscera, tearing a bloody path and forcefully squeezing into his dantian. A tremendous suction emerged from the Golden Core, draining the mana from Chujing's body in just a few breaths. Inside the dantian, the original Dao embryo began to wither, its essence drained. All the essence was absorbed into the Golden Core. As his mana was fully drained, Chujing felt no emptiness. On the contrary, he experienced a fullness like never before. Streams of spiritual liquid gushed from the 9 orifices of the Golden Core, replenishing his desiccated dantian. The surging mana began to enhance his body's strength. The mysteries of the 9 divine skills successively flooded into his mind. Before Chujing could thoroughly experience them, a strong hunger emanated from his limbs, urgently needing a replenishment of blood chi. He immediately took out the melting bead and extracted all the accumulated flesh and blood chi from recent times, swallowing it into his stomach. His body's strength rose drastically at an astonishing rate. The muscles and bones stretched, his stature increased, and his chi strength grew incessantly. After nearly half a month, Chujing finally assimilated most of the changes brought by the Golden Core. His cultivation also reached the perfection of the Golden Core realm, surpassing his original Chi refinement's cultivation. Within the sea of consciousness, his divine soul was eager to try, just one step away from ascending to the refined spirit realm. Chujing chose not to continue cultivating. He slowly stopped his practice, preparing to return to the camp. Through his own cultivation, it would have taken him at least 2 to 3 years to enter the refined spirit realm, but within the camp, there was a secret medicine that could increase the power of the spirit and soul, sparing him this period of time. Once he stepped into the refined spirit realm, he would be able to return to the hunting grounds to hunt savage beasts in their prime, which would yield far greater benefits than now. Explore hidden tales at Empire. There were still more than a decade until the next great beast hunting festival, so there was no need to waste this rare opportunity. Just as his breath had stabilized and Chujing was about to rise, a slight fluctuation transmitted in his heart. A subtle change occurred where his main body was located. Chujing sat back down again, shifting most of his attention back to where his main body was. In the Cangyun realm, Wanlong City. Within the secret chamber, Chujing suddenly opened his eyes, a burst of colorful light shining on his brow, as his spirit and soul underwent a metamorphosis, and his cultivation surged once again, advancing to the Divine Infant 7 transformations. The Divine Infant 7 transformations marked the late stages of the Divine Transformation realm, and Tingxian was now within sight, inseparably linked to the Incense Fire Divine Path. At the moment of breakthrough, Chuzheng sensed a calling from the distant stars. Someone was summoning him. After pondering for a moment, Chuzheng closed his eyes again, and a thread of divine sense traversed the stars, following the call. Time was indeterminate, but when Chuzheng regained consciousness, light returned before his eyes, and he found himself unable to move, with a figure kneeling not far beneath him. Yuan Dazuan. As he recognized the kneeling figure, Chuzheng murmured somewhat dazedly. Looking around, he found himself in a magnificent temple. His consciousness had returned once more to the starry sky where the incense fire divine path reigned supreme. Upon hearing the soft call from above, Yuan Dazuan kowtowed repeatedly, weeping for joy. Greetings, Tao Lord. Chuzheng glanced at Yuan Dazuan, and after briefly estimating through his bone age, he quickly came to a conclusion. 100 years had passed since the death of one of his incarnations. There was a plethora of redundant information within the golden body which had not been dealt with. During this time, he was almost in a state of slumber, entirely cut off from the outside world. Chuzheng spent some time processing the backlog of information before beginning to understand the current situation. Over this century, Yuan Dazuan had not given up on spreading faith for him, always working to increase his followers, and now the cultivation of his incense fire divine path was ever increasing, close to becoming a junior heavenly monarch. A junior heavenly monarch, already 6th order, was equivalent to Tingxian. But now Yuan Dazuan was limited by his insufficient cultivation, and he was gradually finding it difficult to control the believers under Chuzheng's command. Ever since one of Chuzheng's incarnations perished with the dissolution of the immortal serpent star, the position of Venerable had remained vacant. Although Yuan Dazuan had once received a blessing, 100 years of cultivation had only just sufficed to bring him to 3rd order. For someone about to step into the 6th order as a junior heavenly monarch, managing the believers with this level of cultivation was undoubtedly becoming inadequate. Looking at Yuan Dazuan kneeling on the ground, an idea flickered through Chuzheng's mind. If he combined the method of the totem with these believers, perhaps it would produce a favorable effect. From this day forward, you are venerable. After considering for a moment, Chuzheng once again expended a large amount of his essence to bestow a divine blessing upon Yuan Dazuan, forcibly elevating his cultivation to the 4th order. Then, using the power of the spirit and soul as a medium, he imprinted a totem on Yuan Dazuan's back. The totem borrowed the power of heaven and earth. Many totems from the Dongyuan realm might not work in this star domain, so for the sake of caution, Chuzheng left a cloud-like 3rd order totem on Yuan Dazuan's back. In any world, there are always clouds, it should have some effect more or less. The moment the totem took shape, Chuzheng immediately felt strands of spiritual energy flowing endlessly into Yuan Dazuan's body. Thank you for the god's favor. Perceiving the changes in his cultivation and body, Yuan Dazuan couldn't help but continuously bow down in ecstasy. Gaining the position of venerable meant that he had definitively separated himself from the many followers, obtaining authority over them, and with his enhanced strength, binding those followers was no longer a difficult task. Go pick some more followers, Chuzheng instructed. Just one sample wasn't enough to verify the totem's viability, he needed to create more totems and observe for decades or even a century to draw some conclusions. This was a path of cultivation, not something that could be implemented so easily. The followers of the Divine Court were his main reliance for improving cultivation at present. Before the successful god creation in the Dongyuan realm, they were also a foundation that should not be carelessly abandoned. Soon, Yuan Dazuan picked out 100 people for Chuzheng. Chuzheng spent some time and expended a great deal of energy to complete the imprinting of the totems one by one. As the first batch of cultivators in this starry sky to have totems inscribed, their future was filled with uncertainty. Chuzheng could not be sure whether this path was the right one, but for Yuan Dazuan, without the totem and without the divine blessing, the 1st order was already his limit. At least now, their path of cultivation could extend further than before. This summoning by Yuan Dazuan's divine sense had given Chuzheng some ideas. Perhaps through the incense fire divine path, he could create a secret treasure that would allow one to traverse the distances of the cosmic starry sky and communicate rapidly. The speed of message transmission was too slow, sometimes it could delay many matters. How exactly to implement this still required further research, but it would have many uses in the future. After dealing with the trivial matters of the divine court, Chuzheng's deity incarnation once again fell into slumber, and his consciousness returned to the Dongyuan realm. This back and forth had taken some time, and several months had passed within the Dongyuan realm. Calculating the time, Chuzheng didn't waste any more effort and headed directly back to the camp. With the divine skill shrinking earth into inches assisting him, his travel speed increased by dozens of times, and in less than a day, he had returned to the camp. Along the way, he also casually slew a few fourth-order savage beasts. At this moment, the camp was bustling with noise. Warriors from various tribes had returned in droves, boasting of the blood-red battle achievements recorded on their totems, exchanging what they needed. Many people of the celestial spirit tribe were also mingled among them. During the Great Beast Hunting Festival, the heavenly spirit race did not send many tribesmen to participate. The population of the celestial spirit race had always been limited and could not withstand too many losses. Occasionally, some celestial spirit tribesmen participated just for the experience and did not intend to truly risk their lives. Chuzheng stepped into the camp, took a casual glance, and noticed many ruined soldiers made from the smelting of spirit mines. The Wan clan had acted quickly on this front line. Battlefield, many warriors had already begun to understand the method of weapon refining with spirit mines. Identifying the direction, Chuzheng headed towards Wanshan tribe's location. Along the way, he heard many people mentioning his name, linked with the art of weapon refining. Wansu had not deceived him and had indeed spread his reputation. Soon, he arrived near the dwellings of the Wanshan tribe. "Are you Xingqiu?" Seeing Chuzheng, Uncle Lai showed a somewhat incredulous expression. Due to the strengthening of his physique, Chuzheng's figure had significantly changed, but his appearance had not altered much. "Uncle Lai." Chuzheng greeted with a smile. "Not right, how come I feel your blood qi?" Uncle Lai realized something was amiss, staring at the powerful blood qi surging around Chuzheng, his eyes revealing a hint of shock as he took a half step back. "How is this possible? Are you nearing the prime of life?" Uncle Lai's expression was somewhat bewildered, momentarily struggling to believe it. Before the Great Beast Hunting Festival, Xingqiu's blood qi fluctuations were just at the beginning of adulthood, far from the perfection of that stage. Now, Xingqiu was not far from the prime of life, only a step behind the realm where Uncle Lai stood. This rate of growth was indeed astonishing. How much would one have to consume daily to grow so much flesh in such a short time? It certainly seemed more like a freak of nature. "I hunted a few savage beasts at the perfection of their prime recently, which increased my qi strength a bit," Chuzheng said with a smile, not offering too much of an explanation. He could roughly understand why Uncle Lai's reaction was so exaggerated. The prime of life corresponds to the third to fourth order, and after swallowing the flesh and essence of several hundred savage beasts, his physical strength had indeed reached the level of the fourth order. Being only one level below Uncle Lai, it was certainly difficult for him to accept and could even be deemed horrifying. Chuzheng took out some of the savage beast materials from his storage bag and placed them neatly, then walked around the camp to ensure nothing was amiss before returning to his base. Lai still stood motionless at his original spot, not budging an inch. "Uncle Lai, where should I go to exchange the merits from beast hunting for rewards?" Seeing that Lai was taking a long time to recover his senses, Chuzheng stepped forward and asked. "To the northwest of the camp, someone from the Wan clan is there." Lai gradually regained his composure and flipped his hand to take out a beast skin bag and stuffed it into Chuzheng's hands. "This is a part of the cultivation resources specially prepared for you by the Wan clan as a reward for discovering the spirit mines." Chuzheng's expression shifted as he stretched out his hands to receive it, and as expected, the pouch made from beast skin was a space artifact. The space within was slightly larger than the storage bag he was currently using. As one of the three great alliances of the human race, It was not surprising for the Wan clan to possess a space artifact. Inside the beast skin pouch were some spiritual medicine, 2 rune soldiers, large pieces of savage beast flesh, and a melting bead that stored the essence of the flesh. The melting bead's capacity to hold blood chi was limited, and it could not absorb some of the high-grade savage beast's flesh. Those 2 pieces of flesh originated from a 7th-order savage beast, and the energy contained within was quite astonishing. The 2 rune soldiers, both of 6th-order quality, fell a bit short of a Tingxian spiritual treasure, as they hadn't undergone spiritual awakening and remained inanimate, incapable of battling on their own. The Wan clan has sent a message. If you have time, you can go there to change the totem on your back. Lai calmed his disordered breathing and slowly persuaded, this will be beneficial for you as well. There's no rush for this matter, I need to consider it a bit. Chujing did not immediately agree. Changing the totem was a matter he had his own ideas about, and he was already exploring the method to create totems. In time, he expected to gain some results. He wanted to try to construct some totems that would also be of great use to his true body. Before that, there was no need to rush in changing his other totems. The most urgent task was to search for secret medicines that enhance the divine soul and step into the refined spirit phase. Once he entered the refined spirit phase, he wanted to re-enter the hunting ground and see if he could again find some traces of that mysterious immortal. That mysterious immortal had cut out his own golden core and left it within that temple, obviously for a destined person of later times, perhaps leaving some other traces as well. This 9 Orifices golden core saved him much hardship. The 9 divine skills it contained were also greatly beneficial to his true body, accelerating his cultivation progress in the golden core realm. It wouldn't take long before his true body could also reach the golden core completion perfection realm, and he could begin to attempt refined spirit. Uncle Lai, I'm going to check the northwest of the campsite and will be right back. Chujing secured the beast skin pouch, then stuffed his self-forged storage bag into Lai's hands and directly turned to leave. Lai looked at the storage bag in his hands, his eyes growing more complex. This series of unusual occurrences had forced Lai to believe, just like the old witch had said, Xingqiu indeed came from an alien realm and possessed many incomprehensible abilities. After a while, Lai sighed softly, clenched the storage bag, and turned away. He did not know whether concealing this for Xingqiu was right or wrong, but from the current situation, it seemed to be more beneficial than harmful for the Dongyuan human clan. The northwest area of the camp was the liveliest place. More than 80% of the totem cultivators and witches participating in the Great Beast Hunting Festival gathered here. Here, one could exchange any reward recorded by the totems on their back, including changing totems. The process of checking the merits was simple. Take a specially made 9-section bone needle, insert it into the totem, and leave it for 3 breaths. The bone needle would change from white to red, gradually altering layers. Based on the color change of the bone needle, one could roughly deduce the number of savage beasts killed, with practically no margin of error. Chujing followed the crowd and slowly moved forward. After waiting for most of the day, it was finally his turn. The person checking him was a woman, about 23 or 24, only wrapped in a bandeau on her upper body, her totem clearly visible, a giant python with blue scales spiraling down from her spine and curling over her lower abdomen. Under the sunlight, her skin shone with a wheatish gloss, her figure supple, like a lioness in the wild, exuding the unique savageness of the barbaric era. Her cultivation had entered the 4th order, comparable to Chu Zheng's current physical body, at the peak of adulthood. You are Xingqiu? The woman sized up Chu Zheng with a flicker of uncertainty in her gaze. Chu Zheng, somewhat puzzled, looked up at her and nodded, yes. The corners of the woman's mouth curved slightly as the giant python coiled around her body slowly moved to her shoulder, wrapping around her forearm and gently brushing against Chu Zheng's spine, bringing a chill that considerably distracted him. My name is Wanju, I've seen you in the tribe, and you seem to have grown up quite a bit. Before her words had finished, a tingling sensation spread across Chu Zheng's back as a bone needle penetrated deeply into his spine. A striking blood light flared up, quickly drawing the attention of many around them. The 9-section bone needle had turned completely red, resembling red agate and shining with a lustrous glow. Exclamations of awe immediately filled the air. such intense red light indicated the hunting of hundreds or even thousands of savage beasts of the same realm. Considering Chu Zheng's current cultivation, it would require the defeat of several hundred or even 1,000 adult savage beasts to achieve such a feat. This was a record most totem cultivators could only dream of. Truly impressive. Wanju withdrew the bone needle, a hint of admiration in her eyes as she asked, "What reward would you like?" "Secret medicine that enhances the divine soul, or divine ability bones." Chu Zheng named the two items he currently needed the most. Secret medicine that could enhance the strength of the divine soul was extremely precious to witches, commonly sought after by witches from various tribes and always in high demand. Not to mention divine ability bones, which were also beneficial for one's body. "Oh?" Hearing Chu Zheng's request, Wanju showed a hint of surprise. "Don't you want to change your totem behind you? With your talent, using a second-class totem is truly a waste." Chu Zheng shook his head. "No need, the totem isn't important." At his words, Wanju chuckled softly and lifted Chu Zheng's chin with her finger, her black and white pupils morphing into a pair tinged with a faint golden divine light. "After you join the Wan family, I'll be your woman, how about that? I'll ask the Great Witch to change your totem without requiring your battle achievements." Upon hearing this, Chu Zheng's expression remained unflustered as he slowly donned his beast skin jacket and whispered, "I'm only 9.5 years old this year, I don't need a woman, just give me the secret medicine and divine ability bone." A burst of laughter erupted around them. A few men of similar age teasingly approached. "A 9-year-old baby, what would he understand?" "Wanju, I am just as old as you." "Wanju, you want to marry? I'll use the best rune soldier of the tribe as a gift, choose me." The Great Beast Hunting Festival was essentially a matchmaking event, and although these were jokes, some genuine intention was known only to themselves. Wanju's face showed no anger, she glanced at the surrounding men with an obvious look of disdain in her voice. "What's the use of just being older? Strong on the outside but hollow inside, who knows what weak offspring that would produce, just wasting my fertile soil." In between her words, she reached out to pinch Chu Zheng's still youthful cheek, smiling as she said, "Since you've already reached adulthood, you can also marry, be my man, and whatever you want in this world, I can provide it for you." Chu Zheng took a step back, rubbed his face, and repeated, "Secret medicine, divine ability bone." Wanju's grip was surprisingly strong, and even with his current physical strength, it left a red mark on his skin. "You little thing, at such a young age, you're really no fun at all." Wanju found him uninteresting and quickly pulled out 5 pills and 2 white divine ability bones, stuffing them into the beast skin pouch at Chu Zheng's waist. "Wanju, that's not right. You gave him too much. His battle achievements can't be worth all that." A murmur of discussion emerged around them. The value of just 2 divine ability bones was significant, not to mention the secret medicine for enhancing the divine soul, which was worth more than a regular adult combatant's level savage beast. Wanju's expression turned cold, with a sharp shout, "The shortfall in battle achievements, I will cover for him, I am willing, it's none of your business. Disperse." Wanju's identity clearly set her apart from the ordinary. The crowd that had gathered around her instantly dispersed, not daring to entangle any further. "I'll pay back the excess later." Chu Zheng glanced at the secret medicines and divine ability bones in the beast skin bag, said casually, and then turned to leave. He was merely a passerby in this realm and did not intend to get involved with anyone. He indeed needed these secret medicines at the moment, and after all, it wasn't a debt he couldn't repay. He would simply pay it back in spades in the future. Wanju's eyes flickered slightly as she crossed her arms and fell into contemplation. From the brief interaction, Xingqiu didn't seem like a 9-year-old child at all, he possessed maturity far beyond his peers. Given the talents Xingqiu had displayed, reaching the pinnacle realms in the future was inevitable. If she wanted to act, she would have to think of something sooner rather than later to take him down directly. After leaving the War Merits Exchange place, Chu Zheng walked around the nearby marketplaces, collected a number of defective items, including several incomplete totem stone tablets, and some secret medicines. Once a totem stone tablet became incomplete, its value plummeted. Only a few witches would buy them to study the talismanic patterns on them, making their overall worth extremely low. Chu Jing took them into his possession, feeling a bit of unexpected joy. There were 4 tablets in total, aside from 1 first-class totem, the remaining 3 were second-class. For the Wangshan tribe, they could greatly enhance their foundation, while those secret medicines were a bit costly, consuming a lot of rune soldiers and the flesh essence Qi. By the time Chu Jing returned to the Wangshan tribe's stronghold, Lai had already finished his preparations and was about to enter the hunting grounds for the second time. News about him had already reached Lai's ears first. Wanju is the brightest pearl of the Wan clan alliance, blessed with extraordinary talent and clever thoughts, and many are interested in her. You have come of age, and sooner or later you will need to marry. Now that she has taken an interest in you, you might consider it, Lai said, revealing a hint of self-interest. After marriage, one would naturally have many concerns, more stable than being alone. The chances of uncontrollable situations occurring would be less, and he truly wished from the bottom of his heart for Chu Jing to start a family. In this life, I have no intention of marrying. The savage beasts are not yet vanquished, and the Dongyuan human clan is still struggling. If I waste my time on these trivial matters, when will I accomplish anything? Chu Jing spoke with solemnity in his tone and a determined look in his eyes. On the path to God creation, he could allow no unforeseen interference. In this life, he aimed to make a name for himself, to be remembered throughout the ages in Dongyuan realm, to spread his teachings across the world, and to completely reverse the plight of the human race. He wanted to be the one who reshaped the universe, to create a god. Naturally, he required something different from ordinary people. Hearing this, Lai's expression briefly stiffened, and his heart gave a sudden quiver. For a moment, he struggled to discern the truth in Chu Jing's words. Good. A sharp cry came from a distance. Wansu strode up to Chu Jing, barely concealing the turbulence in his eyes, somewhat excited. I heard of your return to camp, so I came to see. At such a young age, to have such lofty ambitions, you are remarkable. Behind Wansu were several other people, including Wanju whom he had recently met. At this moment, her gaze roved and she looked down, seemingly pondering something. Senior Wansu, Chu Jing greeted him, and then took out a piece of beast bone with bone inscriptions carved on it. Observing the savage beasts absorb the sun and moon essence Qi and their rhythmic breathing, I had some insights. Please have a look. Even if Wansu hadn't come today, Chu Jing had planned to find an opportunity to visit him another day. This beast bone recorded a simplified version of the Great Circulatory Qi Guideline, at most suitable for cultivating up to the Dao embryo, without any method to condense a golden core. Chu Jing had already taught some rudimentary breathing techniques to the Wangshan tribe members before. This version was even more profound and intricate. Originally, Chu Jing had not planned to transmit his knowledge so quickly, but an unexpected acquisition of a 9 Orifices golden core greatly accelerated the pace of his cultivation improvement. With his progress, he would reach the refined spirit realm soon, and there was no longer the need to hide as he had. The breathing methods were indeed similar to the way savage beasts draw in the essence Qi of the sun and moon. The reasoning was flawless. It was meant to pave the way for the later, more complete transmission of knowledge. With his level of cultivation, even if Wansu was not a cultivator of the same path, he could sense the significance of this breathing method, his fingertips beginning to tremble faintly. Have you actually found this path? Wansu's voice quivered as he grasped the beast bone, his fingers trembling slightly, filled with disbelief. Although the current potential seemed limited, Xingqiu was still young, and no one could predict what he might develop into in the future. To seek a unique path for the human race, past sages had poured countless efforts and only managed to derive the witch practice, which still had great limitations. The discovery by Xingqiu was a shocking revelation, even for those at the pinnacle of Dongyuan realm. This had never been accomplished before. What is this method called? Regaining his composure, Wansu asked. Zhou Tian breathing method, Chu Jing replied offhand, knowing the name would eventually be replaced. Zhou Tian breathing method. Wansu looked up at Lai, sighing lightly. I came here to discuss the marriage between Xingqiu and Wanju. Since he is not interested, I will not bring it up again. Wansu put away the beast bone and said softly, I will continue to promote this method under the name of Xingqiu. Upon hearing this, Lai frowned slightly. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? A single spirit mine weapon refining had already made Xingqiu known to all, adding in a new path not explored by many pinnacle experts of the human race, which could probably bring great troubles to Xingqiu. Merely those researchers of demonic possession among the peak experts would likely immediately seek out Xingqiu to inquire about the specifics of this breathing technique, leading to many uncontrollable troubles. I think Xingqiu should be more aware of the risks than you. Wansu glanced at Chu Jing, his expression solemn, and made a promise, no matter what happens, the Wang clan alliance will ensure your safety. This promise was substantial. It even implied that the Wang clan alliance, even if it came into conflict with the other two alliances, would stand by Chu Jing. If previously Wansu had only seen Chu Jing as a freak occurrence, now he had come to regard Chu Jing as a genuine beacon of hope. The hope of the entire Dongyuan human clan. A new path of cultivation meant that the Dongyuan human clan might have a chance to break the shackles imposed by the Totem, entering a brand new domain that would bring unimaginable changes to the entire Dongyuan realm. The appearance of Chu Jing had already brought some changes to the Dongyuan realm. The situation of the Dongyuan human clan was one where change meant survival, and no change meant death. Although the current changes were minuscule, they were changes nonetheless, which was much better than remaining stagnant and slowly being driven to a dead end. Wansu soon hastily departed. Throughout, Wanju, who followed Wansu, had not spoken, leaving with a smile full of interest on his face. Uncle Lai pondered for a while, set down his packed gear, and changed his original plan of entering the hunting grounds for the second time, preparing to stay and help Chu Jing cope. Uncle Lai, I can take care of myself, don't waste your time, Chu Jing, seeing Uncle Lai's intention, declined tactfully. Whether Uncle Lai stayed here or not had little impact. Once that breathing technique was spread, he knew it would inevitably cause great waves. He had already made preparations to cope with it. The Dongyuan human clan would not kill him over a still incomplete breathing technique, which would be like killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Moreover, those peak experts would value his life more than he did himself. Upon hearing this, Uncle Lai fell silent for a long while, grunted affirmatively, and without further ado, prepared and then left the camp. He needed military exploits, needed more cultivation resources, to sustain the newborns of the Wangshan tribe after the cold surge. He couldn't keep relying on Chu Jing to support them. After seeing off Uncle Lai, Chu Jing returned to his residence and without wasting any time, immediately began his closed-door cultivation. The secret medicine given by Wanju was of the 5th order, which was most suitable for the current Chu Jing, and the medicine was also very mild. Chu Jing did not hesitate, raised his hand to swallow a secret medicine into his stomach, and began to refine it. A mild energy emanated from his viscera, sequentially passing through the lower dantian, middle dantian, and finally entering inside the upper dantian at the brow, shaking the Naiwen Palace, where the power of the spirit and soul began to expand and grow at a steady rate. After a moment, Chu Jing raised his hand again, swallowed another secret medicine, and continued his cultivation. When the effects of the secret medicine were exhausted, in his sea of consciousness, there finally appeared a ripple as a somewhat ethereal primordial spirit gradually took shape within. The moment it formed, it instantly transformed into a massive primordial spirit, colossal and majestic, sitting cross-legged within the Naiwen Palace, radiating venerated aura. Stepping into the refined spirit realm, Chu Jing's power of spirit and soul grew terrifyingly fast. This was the first stage of Qi refining into spirit, where the yin-yang duel. Qi nourished the body over time, eventually giving rise to the yang god, feeling all around comfortable. Chu Jing did not cease his cultivation. Instead, he took out 2 divine ability bones and, imitating the previous action, opened his back spine, changing the bones. These 2 divine ability bones were of the 6th order, many times better than what Chu Jing had initially purchased, and were quite complete. After restoration, the chance of awakening divine skills reached as high as 70%. To Chu Jing's expectations, the 2 divine ability bones once again brought him 2 innate divine abilities. Sky roaming, 6th order divine skill of the spatial system, allows traveling between spatial rifts, hiding one's form. Soul snatching, 6th order absorbs spirit souls into the body, increasing one's divine soul. It comes with certain side effects, as it is easy to be influenced by residual memory fragments within the spirit souls. Like the previously obtained soul capturing, innate divine abilities contained growth potential that greatly benefited his original form. Within sky roaming, Chuzheng was enveloped with abundant information on the laws of space, which instantly elevated his understanding of spatial laws substantially. As his comprehension of the laws deepened, the most direct change was in his strength. Chuzheng's speed of escape and ability to traverse space had advanced incredibly. The divine skill soul snatching was somewhat domineering. Ostensibly, it appeared to be a shortcut, however, the side effect of being influenced by memory fragments indeed made Chuzheng somewhat apprehensive. Such influences, uncertain if they can be eliminated or whether they will cause future complications, required cautious exploration bit by bit. This time, upon entering the refined spirit realm, Chuzheng had sealed himself in closed-door cultivation for almost half a month. During this period in the outside world, the Zhou Tian breathing method had gradually begun to spread. This was the first time many cultivators of the Danyuan realm independently attempted to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, finding this sensation quite different from that of the totem path. The shock brought about by the Zhou Tian breathing method was extraordinary, far exceeding Chuzheng's initial expectations. When he ended his seclusion and stepped out of his residence, the camp of the Wangshan tribe was already filled with top cultivators from various major tribes. At a glance, nearly 100 people were seated within the camp, vaguely divided into 3 areas, with even more people crowded around outside the camp. A flicker of spiritual light flashed in Chuzheng's eyes as he scanned the area. His heart trembled secretly. None of those seated inside had a cultivation lower than the 7th order, and most of those surrounding the area were also strong cultivators of the 5th order and upwards. Looking around, Chuzheng's gaze finally settled on the 3 most conspicuous individuals at the center. Wan Qiong, 8th Order Totem Path Cultivator, head of the Wan Clan Alliance, cultivation at the pinnacle realm perfection, possesses 9 totems, has reached the ultimate pinnacle of one path, his future path has ceased. Wan Qiong appeared to be in his 30s, with fine features and long hair, a straight posture, and wore brocade clothes with hidden dragon scales, displaying a daunting oppressive force with even the slightest movement of his circulating blood qi. Yan Bai, 8th Order Totem Path Cultivator, head of the Yan Family Alliance, cultivation at the pinnacle realm perfection, possesses 12 totems, has reached the ultimate pinnacle of one path, his future path has ceased. Yan Bai looked somewhat older, nearing his 50s, with short hair, a resolute face, and his upper body clothed in a beast skin jacket, revealing a robust chest, his skin faintly red, a red vertical mark on his forehead, and a red flower branded on his cheek. Shan Sun, 8th Order Divine Shaman Path Cultivator, head of the Shan Clan Alliance, cultivation in the Divine Shaman Realm perfection, has mastered Yin God Body, proficient in over 730 divine ability secret techniques, her future path unclear, trapped by a bottleneck, making no progress. Shan Sun was a great witch, the only woman among the 3, and draped in a black robe. She appeared to be over 40, with some white hair at her temples. Considering the lifespan of a witch, she was likely much older than the other 2, perhaps even from a different era. These 3, all heads of their clan alliances, had cultivations comparable to a 9 Tribulations true Immortal, an Immortal Path Lord, only a step away from reaching the realm of an Immortal Venerable. Chuzheng's expression became solemn, his heartbeat gradually coming to a halt, feeling an ineffable sense of oppression. Despite having been in many major events, the intensity of so many powerful gazes focused on him in an instant was overwhelming. Any individual present could crush him to death with a mere flick. Although he had anticipated it, he was still somewhat surprised at how much the Dongyuan human clan valued this method of cultivation. Zhengqiu, I have seen such esteemed predecessors. Coming back to his senses, Chuzheng bowed respectfully, raising his head to face the visitors directly. These people before him were the absolute summit of the Dongyuan human race. If he could successfully establish his status, then afterwards, he might be able to start his plan for God creation directly. Zhengqiu, how did you come by this breathing technique? Yan Bai was the first to speak, his resolute face betraying neither joy nor anger, his eyes sharp as knives. I observed the savage beasts absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, and thus made some attempts. Chu Jing immediately began to explain the origins of the Zhou Tian breathing method. Savage beasts inhale and exhale the quintessence of the sun and moon to grow their bodies and nurture divine skills. As fellow living beings, the human race should not be incapable of doing the same. The Chi refining technique is itself about absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, and shares many similarities with the breathing method of the savage beasts. As savage beasts grow in strength, they nurture within their bodies a beast elixir, which holds a mysteriously similar function to the golden core. For the next step of the solidifying pill technique, Chu Jing planned to wait some time before releasing it, until his refined spirit reached great completion and he stepped into the returning to void. By then, the Zhou Tian breathing method should already have wielded no small influence. After listening for a while, Shan Sun raised a question. This technique has some flaws. Many warriors cannot find the chi sensation in the initial step. Why is that? Before arriving here, she had already researched the breathing technique and indeed found it to be feasible. However, many warriors could not grasp the so-called chi sensation. After several days of trying, it was very difficult for them to get started. Savage beasts vary in strength, and so do humans. Totems might perhaps become an interference, Chu Jing explained, then added, for newborn infants, perceiving chi sensation should be much easier. The chi refining technique is related to comprehension and varies greatly between different individuals. Moreover, the most critical point is that all these grown warriors have totems behind them. With totems present, these cultivators will encounter numerous difficulties in searching for chi sensation. Many cannot distinguish whether the power they feel comes from the totems or from breathing. Being unable to distinguish these powers, they naturally struggle to grasp the moment their bodies draw in the essence chi from the sun and moon, and hence find it very difficult to get started. I see that this technique still has many imperfections. Wan Qiongzhan stood up, walked over to Chu Jing, and said meaningfully, do you have the subsequent cultivation methods? Chu Jing's eyes flickered slightly. He could now be sure that these three people in front of him must have noticed something amiss. After all, his behavior did not resemble that of a 10-year-old child. After a moment of silence, Chu Jing gave an answer, there will be. At this stage, he could only bet that these three people would ultimately stand by his side. If it was unfeasible, he could simply abandon this incarnation at worst. The greater loss would inevitably be borne by the Dongyuan human clan. Now, he had shown a certain value. If these three people in front of him were unwilling to trust him, then even if he tried harder later, the result would remain the same. This also held some benefit for Chu Jing, at least allowing him to come to a conclusion more quickly without wasting further time. To promote the incense fire divine path in the Dongyuan realm, he couldn't avoid dealing with the alliance of the three major clans. Without the consent of those at the apex of the human race, progressing to the next step would be exceedingly difficult. After a long silence, Chu Jing spoke up, if there is nothing else, I need to leave for a hunt. Wan Qiong turned to glance at the other two. Seeing that neither had anything to say, he gestured, go then. After the great beast hunting festival, we will come looking for you again. After Chu Jing left, the leaders of the three-clan alliance did not depart but entered a nearby stone temple and sat around a table. Following a moment of silence, Wu Sun was the first to speak. His eyes shine with divine light, and the power of the spirit and soul is very strong, stronger than many witches of the tribes. I'm afraid he is not a creature from our Dongyuan realm. She had noticed something off about Chu Jing at first glance. His body was strong, but his divine soul was much stronger. For someone of Chu Jing's age, this was far too unnatural, beyond what human effort could achieve. Wan Qiong nodded, indeed, he does not seem like a creature from the Dongyuan realm. He bears some resemblance to that demon from 1,000 years ago, possessing a warm aura that makes one want to draw close. The subsequent cultivation methods must lie in his hands, he simply hasn't released them yet. A flash of murderous intent in Yen Bai's eyes disappeared as quickly as it had come. Why not take action directly, capture him, and then let Shan Sun question his soul, extracting all his memories? Indeed, that is one method, but only if we can bear the consequences, Shan Sun, with an unflustered expression, said softly. If he truly originates from the same source as that demon from 1,000 years ago, we may not be able to threaten him. When that demon appeared, he was already a force to be reckoned with, stronger than most peak warriors. But this Xingqiu, with low cultivation, is not worth worrying about. Yan Bai shook his head, frustration emerging in his brows. I cannot wait that long. The power of the totems has reached its limit. After all, attempting to use these patterns copied from all things in the world to defeat the world itself is an impossible feat. I'm not talking about his cultivation. Shan Sun gently shook her head. If we kill Xingqiu and gain nothing, then the Dongyuan human clan will have missed a crucial opportunity. Who knows when another visitor from an alien realm will come? At this point, she paused slightly. Once our cultivation reaches a certain point, we cannot escape the constraints of the world. These beings capable of traversing the cosmos to come here likely possess far greater strength than we do. Moreover, have you forgotten what that demon said back then? In his eyes, the entire Dongyuan realm is bland as food, a pity to discard. As the words settled, the three once again fell into silence. Even if unwilling, they had to admit they had never seen the vistas of the great universe. In the eyes of those who traversed the stars at will, they were just a group of natives who hadn't seen much of the world. In the universe, there exist beings capable of casually obliterating the entire Dongyuan realm, a realm they could hardly imagine. Although that demon acted recklessly, he also greatly helped our human race. If it weren't for him severely injuring the Beast Emperor years ago, our days wouldn't be as good as they are now. Experience more tales on Empire. Wan Qiong took a deep breath and said solemnly, the Beast Emperor has not appeared for over 1,000 years, we don't know how well his injuries have healed. My Wan clan doesn't want to miss this opportunity, to spare his life or not. Xingqiu, please make a decision soon. Spare him, Shan Sun said without any hesitation. She wanted the secrets that Xingqiu carried. This might help her break through her current limits and step into a new realm. In that case, I won't say much more. Yan Bai immediately stood up, looking at Wan Qiong. Since he is now with the Wan clan, let him continue to stay among the Wan clan. If there is anything needed for his cultivation practice in the future, let me know at any time. Right now, Xingqiu's strength was too weak, he didn't know when he would be ready. He had already prepared himself to wait 1,000 years. In decisions concerning the survival or extinction of a clan, the three prominent clans quickly reached a consensus. This was almost an inevitable choice. Before leaving, Shan Sun hesitated and said, should someone be sent to protect him? If by any chance he dies. A being from the alien realm capable of crossing the starry skies to here will not be so weak. You are overthinking it. Yan Bai and Wan Qiong shared the same opinion. The impression that demon had left on them was too deep. He alone had ventured into the 13 wastelands, breaking through the 7 desolations, and severely wounding the Beast Emperor. Such achievements were unprecedented. Their logic in his actions, they simply could not understand. He was either seeking death or on the way to seeking death, without a moment's pause. If it weren't for his constant desire for death, it would be impossible for anyone to kill him. The gathering of strong individuals from the 3 clans soon dispersed. This place was the stronghold of the Wan clan. Wan Qiong had not left, he returned to the residence of the Wan clan. Wan Ju stood at the doorway, watching Wan Qiong slowly return, then approached somewhat nervously, "Grandfather." The finest warriors of the 3 major clans had all gathered here, a scene she had never seen before. The last time this occurred was probably 1,000 years ago. Xingqiu is still alive, don't worry. Wan Ju immediately breathed a sigh of relief, a trace of joy flashing in her eyes, then. Before she could finish speaking, Wan Qiong shook his head and interrupted, I disagree. Why? Wan Ju's eyes were full of questions, she had never seen her grandfather adopt such an uncompromising attitude before. You are not from the same world as he is. Do you know what his nature is like? Whether he is man or ghost? How could you marry and have children? Wan Qiong stated bluntly, there is no possibility between you and him. Stop it here. I will personally pick a few for you later, and you can choose. Remember, starting today, you must not provoke Xingqiu again, or I will break your legs and lock you in a beast cage. Wanju was silent for a while, then nodded, I remember. Wan Qiong nodded in satisfaction and said no more, walking away slowly. The beings from the alien realm pose too many uncontrollable risks, and it's also unknown how long they will stay in this world. If he were like that demon from 1,000 years ago, it would be too cruel for Wanju. After all, she was his own bloodline, he could not stand by and watch Wanju stray from the right path. After Wan Qiong left, Wanju's eyes shifted slightly, and the corners of her mouth gradually curled up. Confronting her grandfather openly would be foolish, waiting until everything settled down to confront him was not too late. At a young age, she had already drawn the attention of the leaders of the 3 clans. The man Wanju had chosen must be extraordinary. At this moment, Wan Qiong's reminder that they were not from the same world had already been completely dismissed by her. Having entered the hunting grounds for the second time, Chu Zheng's mindset had undergone many transformations. Most of his attention was focused on the reactions of the 3 tribes' alliance. If all could become his support, then he might have a chance to take over most of the incense power in the Dongyuan realm. This was a great realm with a vast population, counting in the billions. If he could completely conquer it, his cultivation level would likely enter a considerably long period of explosive growth. After stepping into the refined spirit realm, Chu Zheng moved through the hunting grounds with much less urgency. With the cultivation of the refined spirit realm and the great divine abilities of the 9 Orifices golden core in hand, ordinary 5th-order savage beasts were nothing more than trivial in his eyes, effortlessly eradicated. Nourished by a vast amount of flesh and essence, his physique grew extremely fast. Along with the nourishment of his primordial spirit, less than a year after his second entry into the hunting grounds, his physique had surpassed the limits of adulthood and entered the prime of life. Chu Zheng had never practiced the martial path, his original self had only cultivated a martial Dao divine ability, Slaughter Blood Descending Dragon. His current formidable physical body had already far surpassed his original self, but compared to martial cultivators, there was still quite a gap. He had seen with his own eyes the blood chi of a martial god, which he was far from reaching even if one day he stepped into the 6th order. A 5th-order cultivator in his early teens, having cultivated for only 6 years, was undoubtedly Chu Zheng's most rapidly growing incarnation, including his original self, all thanks to a single 9 Orifices golden core. With a golden core swallowed into his belly, he first realized that his fate was not dictated by the heavens. This was not an empty phrase. A golden core was sufficient to elevate someone to high heights instantaneously. In the following days, Chu Zheng explored the surroundings of the temple he had discovered earlier, trying to find some traces of that mysterious immortal, but he constantly came up empty. Apart from the 9 Orifices golden core he had obtained, the mysterious immortal had left no traces, as if vanishing into thin air. However, Chu Zheng always felt something was amiss. The golden core had just happened to be in this place and happened to fall into his hands. It was a little too coincidental. It was just like with Zhao Tingxian previously, as if someone had arranged everything in advance. Woo, the heavy sound of a horn came from afar. Above the vast sky, the heavenly phoenix flying boat crossed the heavens, its long cry resonating between heaven and earth like 100 phoenixes passing by. This was the signal for recall. This great beast hunting festival was coming to an end. All cultivators from the tribes, upon hearing the signal for return, had to withdraw immediately without any delay. Around the entire hunting ground, there was an even broader battle line. This line ensured that no large number of peak phase savage beasts could enter the hunting grounds. The sounding of the recall signal meant that this line could no longer hold up and could no longer block peak phase savage beasts from entering. If someone was too slow, they would become prey for the retaliating savage beasts. After every great beast hunting festival, savage beasts would have an extremely fierce retaliation. Offspring were equally important for savage beasts. During the hunting festival, countless pregnant savage beasts would die in the skirmishes, a loss that was hard for the entire group of savage beasts to bear. At least, the beast kings among them could not tolerate such provocation and would organize a beast wave to attack the 9 domains. This was a dispute that occurred every dozen years or so. All tribes had become accustomed to it. After the Great Beast Hunting Festival, a more terrifying war ensued, lasting at least 3 to 5 years, and only after the beast wave would there be a rare period of peace. Upon hearing the recall signal, Chuzheng did not hesitate. He immediately gave up his search for further clues and began his return journey. During this period, he had hunted many savage beasts, accumulating a lot of essence and blood, enough to last him for a while. There were plenty of opportunities in the subsequent beast wave. There was no need to rush. He also needed some time to rest and prepare some strategies. Now that he had entered the refined spirit, he had sufficient ability to refine some astonishingly powerful Dao weapons. Whether used for arranging formations or for slaughtering enemies, they could significantly increase his arsenal. When Chuzheng returned to the temporary camp at the hunting grounds, most of the people from the tribe had already returned and started boarding the Heavenly Phoenix flying ship. The people from the Wangshan tribe had boarded the ship earlier, only Uncle Lai had stayed in the camp, waiting for Chuzheng to return. The vanguard of the beast tide is not far from here. Return to the tribe to rest early. There's a tough battle ahead, Uncle Lai urged, and quickly took Chuzheng aboard the Heavenly Phoenix flying ship. Several days later, even before the Wan Clan Alliance could count the numbers from each tribe, they had urgently prompted the Heavenly Phoenix to depart the hunting grounds in a great hurry. Aboard the ship, people from various tribes were mixed together, and the clamor of searching for relatives and fellow tribesmen filled the air, creating chaos. This year's Great Beast Hunting Festival ended more than 2 months earlier than previous years. Too rushed, Uncle Lai looked at the chaotic scene before him, his brow slightly furrowed, feeling a bit ominous. It has never been so rushed before. I fear something uncontrollable might have happened with the savage beasts. This kind of tense reaction already showed how critical the situation had become. Looking at the chaos before him, Chuzheng also felt something was amiss. The Wan Clan Alliance was already a pinnacle force of the Dongyuan human clan, and what could make them so flustered? Before Chuzheng could think further, the sky above suddenly darkened, the clouds obscured the sky, and the radiant sun's light vanished in an instant. The next moment, the sky turned blood red, and the setting sun hung in the air. A searing heat attacked from above, and Chuzheng looked up, his expression drastically changing. In the sky was a burning mass of blazing fire clouds. Amidst the clouds, delicate feathers that seemed forged from immortal gold radiated an intensely fierce divine chi, reflecting myriads of divine radiance. This was a terrifying divine bird larger than the entire Heavenly Phoenix flying ship with wings spanning thousands of miles, its edges impossible to see. A flash of spiritual light flickered in Chuzheng's pupils, and he quickly transmitted a piece of information. Qi Lu, 8th order originating from the Chi Feng clan, at the pinnacle realm perfection, possesses the blood of the Heavenly Phoenix, potential to grow to the 9th order, restricted by heavenly Dao laws, unable to achieve a breakthrough. Chi Feng, possessing the blood of the Heavenly Phoenix, would have been a formidable giant beast comparable to an immortal king or immortal venerable if not for the suppression by the heavenly Dao laws of the Dongyuan realm. It's the king of Chi Feng, run! Uncle Lai pulled Chuzheng inside a cabin, his expression unable to hide his horror. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, the entire Heavenly Phoenix flying ship suddenly tilted, and a massive shockwave hit. Even with Chuzheng's physical body at its current strength, he felt his blood churn, and some cultivators with slightly lower cultivation vomited fresh blood, their organs injured. Uncle Lai breathed slightly faster, checking on Chuzheng's safety. Are you badly hurt? I'm fine, Uncle Lai. Do you recognize this fierce bird? Chuzheng steadied his blood and felt the surrounding tribulation chi. Fortunately, the tribulation chi wasn't tumultuous. This incident was unrelated to him, and it wasn't likely to pose great danger. That is the Beast King from the Chi Feng clan. I saw it nearly 200 years ago during the Great Beast Hunting Festival. Uncle Lai's face was as grim as water. It has a deep blood feud with the Wan clan, always lurking and waiting to attack, and it seems this time its target is clan leader Wan. Aboard the Heavenly Phoenix flying ship, divine feathers from the Chi Feng clan were not uncommon. Continue reading at Empire. Chuzheng tried to extend his divine sense to observe the outside situation. As soon as his divine sense reached out, he witnessed a terrifying scene. A claw, entwined with divine fire like a collapsing mountain range, suddenly crashed down, directly targeting the neck of the heavenly phoenix, the murderous intent bone-chilling. Clang! The melodious sound of metal clashing exploded, sharp and resounding. The heavenly phoenix flying ship suddenly shuddered, many feathers covering its neck dispersed as if raindrops falling from the sky, kicking up dust all around. A figure rose into the air, holding a bone spear with tassels hanging with red feathers, printed with various patterns. It was the leader of the Wan clan, Wan Qiong, also a supreme being at the pinnacle realm perfection. Chuzheng glanced over, his heart trembling slightly. The bone spear in Wan Qiong's hand was an 8th order rune soldier, not yet nurturing a true spirit, but it locked within a dragon spirit, its power no less than an immortal treasure. Suddenly, a dragon's roar issued from the summit of the sky, the bone spear traversing the heavens, projecting a streak of bloody spear light. In an instant, the wind howled like thunder, the body of the spear moved like a dragon, targeting directly at the abdomen of Qi Lu, aiming to disembowel with its strike. Qi Lu didn't delay a moment, flapping its wings to rise and avoid the sharp edge of the bone spear, but it was still a step slow, its tail was slashed open. Blood gushed like a fountain, falling from the sky summit, forming a blood-red waterfall. Having landed a blow, Wan Qiong's expression remained ice-cold, without a ripple, as bloodlight surged beside him. Totems one after another disengaged and rose into the air, divine birds, heavenly patterns, each unique. As the totems disembodied, they instantly began to draw nature's spiritual energy, transforming essence with symbols and bones with patterns, nurturing real bodies with the nourishment of nature's spiritual energy. This was the utmost marvel of totemic power, turning the intangible into tangible, manifesting the true might of the totems with the aid of nature's spiritual energy, a genuine grand divine skill. The heavenly phoenix flying ship didn't delay a moment, instantly retreating from the battlefield where Wan Qiong and Qi Lu clashed, heading towards the heartland of the human race. Chuzheng strained to look into the distance, only to see that beside Qi Lu, several more massive shadows appeared, all beast kings who had entered the pinnacle realm. The savage beasts that came this time weren't limited to just the Chi Feng clan's king but was a premeditated ambush specifically targeting Wan Qiong. The heavenly phoenix flying ship sped extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, Chuzheng could no longer see the situation in the battlefield, only able to sense the worsening fluctuations of nature's spiritual energy, incessantly streaming towards that battlefield. On the flying boat, various tribes began to deal with the aftermath, as the 2 strikes from Qi Lu had left many warriors injured, and some even dead, urgently needing attention. Experience tales at Empire a large number of witches were unified by the Wan clan to start treating the injured cultivators from various tribes. Chuzheng stepped out for a round and listened to the discussions among the tribes, gradually coming to some understanding. The last beast king of the Chi Feng clan was personally slain by Wan Qiong, with its feathers becoming spoils of war, to this day tied to the bone spear, forming a bunch of red tassels. The king of Chi Feng had been out of sight for a long time, and this sudden attack, hasty and unexpected, may even have been specifically aimed at Wan Qiong. The chiefs of the 3 major clans were usually stationed within their domains and seldom visited the wastelands. Even during the Great Beast Hunting Festival, they rarely attended in person. In human territories, with rune soldiers, divine shamans at the side, and many more trump cards, it is extremely perilous for the savage beasts. It can be said that for the savage beasts, Wan Qiong's arrival in the wastelands was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After learning some insider information, Chuzheng couldn't help but sigh. This time, Wan Qiong's visit was specifically for him. He had originally thought that this matter had little to do with him, a mere coincidence. But now it seems that, at the end of the day, this matter still had some connection to him. It's likely that Wan Qiong's experience was not an isolated case. Yan Bai and Shan Sun might have also been ambushed. Although this was not the first time, Chuzheng still couldn't help feeling a bit of a headache. Trees long for peace, yet the wind keeps blowing. No wonder Chi cultivators often face grim fates and rarely meet a good end. Under such circumstances, pursuing steady cultivation is truly difficult. About half a day later, the heavenly phoenix flying boat safely returned to the heartland of the human race, delivering people from each tribe back in turn. The news from the hunting ground also quickly spread. Wan Qiong and the other two clan chiefs all safely returned to their respective tribes, only suffering minor injuries. Chuzheng heard some external news that seemed to indicate the heavenly spirit race intervened to help. Otherwise, even the chiefs of the three great clans might not have retired in one piece. This time, a total of 14 beast kings were deployed, which had never happened before in the great beast hunting festivals, an astonishing move. After returning to the tribe, in less than half a month, the Wan clan visited again. This time, it was Wan Su who came alone, wanting to take Chuzheng to the Wan tribe to discuss some matters, at the behest of Wan Qiong. If it had not been for the Beast King ambush, perhaps the Wan clan would have visited sooner. Chuzheng followed Wan Su and left the Wangshan tribe. After a day's journey, he finally arrived at the most central region of the Wan clan. The surrounding area still had many savage beasts in sight, but they had all been controlled by the spirit control technique, like the Ming sculpture of the Wangshan tribe that had been domesticated by the human race. The core tribe of the Wan clan consisted of more than 10 tribes, scattered within millions of miles, with each tribe having a population of no less than tens of millions. Just the single Wan tribe had a population of over 100 million. This was just the Wan tribe alone. Including the other large tribes, a single domain had a population of at least 100 billion. However, relative to the vast territories, it was still a case of sparse population, with some desolate areas not seeing a tribe for a million miles. Chuzheng followed Wan Su into a tribe, delving deeper, until they finally arrived at a grand hall. Seeing the structure of the grand hall, Chuzheng couldn't help but take in a cold breath, his expression slightly changed. The entire hall was built with spirit stones, and the quality was extremely high, generally between high-quality and top-quality spiritual stones. The ample spiritual energy had filled the air around the hall with spiritual mist. Chuzheng glanced at his restoration panel, and now the number of daily restorations had increased to over 100 times. Building a palace with top-quality spiritual stones was something unthinkable in the Cangyun realm. The spiritual energy within the Dongyuan realm was much richer than that of the Cangyun realm, by more than just a notch, and many places bore spirit veins. Chuzheng initially thought that these spirit veins had not been discovered by anyone yet, and he would still benefit from them later on. Now it seemed that the Wan clan had long since discovered the wonders of spirit stones. Staying in this grand hall, the totem's autonomous absorption of spiritual energy would also speed up. This was a very tangible change. Several people were already standing inside the hall, including the leaders of the three great clans they had met before. Wan Qiong's complexion was somewhat pale, his blood chi had suffered a lot of damage. According to the information received through the spiritual eye, the injuries were not serious, they just needed some time to heal. The expressions of Yan Bai and Shan Sin seemed normal, but according to the information reflected through Chuzheng's spiritual eye, their injuries were much more severe than Wan Qiong's. They were just forcing themselves to endure. Especially Yan Bai, he was not young anymore, and this skirmish had essentially pushed him closer to his final day. Let's get straight to the point, we need new cultivation methods, you can lay out your conditions directly. Yan Bai spoke first, followed by a series of uncontrollable, light coughs. Hearing this, Chuzheng's brows slightly furrowed, picking up on the underlying message in those words. It seemed they were ready to lay all cards on the table. About 1,000 years ago, the Dongyuan realm saw the emergence of a person very similar to you, who startled the world with his every move, not a native of the Dongyuan realm, styling himself as Daoist Chi Feng, also known as Xiao Hongdu. Shan Sun spoke softly, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. You and he must come from the same place. Chuzheng's gaze flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head in denial. That's not the case, there are some differences. Taoist schools Chi cultivators are scattered within the great universe, generally throughout the myriad realms, while he comes from the Immortal Alliance. The golden core that was previously acquired ought to belong to that person, just that it's unknown whether there would be a chance to meet in the future. Regardless of what relationship exists between you, it's irrelevant to us, right now, we just need new methods of cultivation. Wanqiong spoke bluntly, the savage beasts are too powerful. If it weren't for the assistance of the heavenly spirit race, at least one of us three would have sustained heavy injuries. We need new cultivation methods to enhance our realm. Present your demands. I am called Daoist Venerable Jingchu. Chu Jing's eyes shone like fire as he spoke solemnly. I want all tribes of the Danyuan human clan to construct my golden body statue, offer incense morning and evening, worship day and night, and every 10 years, present a blood food sacrifice. Since things were already clear, he might as well go all the way. The reason why Wanqiong and the others had been unable to break through was likely similar to that of Qi Lu they had observed earlier, constrained by the laws of heaven and earth. Qi cultivators, seizing heavenly life for themselves, fundamentally would not be hindered by heavenly fate. This represented a path worth trying for Wanqiong and the others. If the three great clans truly could help in his god creation, and promote the name of Daoist Venerable Jingchu, Chu Jing wouldn't mind imparting the complete Great Circulatory Qi Guideline, along with 2 volumes of the Immortal Ascension Method from the Eternal Calamity Treasure Record, to the Danyuan human clan. After a moment of contemplation, Shan Sun spoke softly, what can you give us? A chance to break free from the chains of heaven and earth. Chu Jing didn't beat around the bush but instead laid out all his cards. Furthermore, the complete techniques for weapon forging, alchemy, arrays, fu lu, along with 2 additional paths of cultivation, I can hand them all over to you. These 2 additional paths of cultivation naturally referred to the second fold Immortal Martial. As to whether they would be of use to the Danyuan human clan, that's another matter. The totem techniques could integrate with the Qi refining lineage. Merely this possibility alone was enough for them to attempt it. Chu Jing was not an expert in alchemy, but the Eternal Calamity Treasure Record encompassed the alchemy Dao. Though there are variations in medicinal herbs between worlds, as long as there is a herb, it can't escape from belonging to yin or yang. To distinguish the yin-yang attributes of spiritual medicine and including many alchemy techniques such as infusing, melting, and merging the pills, albeit the recipes, would be enough for the Danyuan human clan to pass down through generations. As for pill recipes, it was for future generations to research and discover. That was not something Chu Jing needed to consider. What he sought now was only incense fire willpower. Hearing this, all 3 clan leaders could not help but stand up. Without any further hesitation, Chu Jing took out a beast bone and began to inscribe bone inscriptions on it. This was the complete Great Circulatory Qi Guideline. The follow-up Dao integration and returning to void techniques would be discussed after he indeed received the incense fire willpower. As dusk fell, the slanting sun cast a blood-red hue inside the greenstone Grand Hall. The beast bone engraved with the Great Circulatory Qi Guideline was passed through the hands of the chiefs of the 3 clans, each reacting differently. Shan Sun looked over it twice, then asked, does this method have any drawbacks? There are indeed some drawbacks. Chu Jing didn't hide anything and nodded. Cultivators are subject to the interventions of heavenly fate, fortunes are fickle, exposing them to misfortunes and disasters, making it hard to meet a good end. Tribulation Qi is the greatest obstacle for Qi cultivators. From his journey, one could see hints of this. If it weren't for someone secretly protecting him, coupled with the repair interface, he would have died countless times already. It was extremely rare for Qi cultivators to remain alive and cultivate to the heavenly immortal stage. This path is in fact much harder than the path to immortality. These are not real drawbacks, Yanbai scoffed softly, the red divine flower imprinted on his cheek stirring. Even if we don't cultivate this method, how many in this world can actually meet a good end? As Wanqiong caressed the beast bone in hand, his brows slightly furrowed. Even if one cultivates this method to the highest level, it's not comparable to warriors in the pinnacle realm. What about the subsequent techniques? The quality of the Great Circulatory Qi Guideline is only of 6th order, capable of cultivating up to the returning to void realm at most. Subsequent techniques for Dao integration and becoming an immortal are naturally not included. Once the golden body is established and I have obtained what I want, I will naturally give them to you. After a slight pause, Chu Jing then said, likewise, this technique will be passed on in the name of Daoist Venerable Jingchu, and so will be all the various methods I give you later on. He could not stay in this realm forever. If the three of them were to renege on their agreement later and destroy his fledgling temples, his barely established faint beliefs would be instantly crushed, leaving not a trace behind. Only by making Daoist Venerable Jingqiu an entity that can change the Dongyuan human clan's predicament could his incense fire and followers truly take root in the Dongyuan realm and grow over time. From then on, the Dongyuan human clan to be born would bathe in the divine radiance of Daoist Venerable Jingqiu from the moment of their birth. As time passed, when Wanqiong and his generation passed away, leaving the world without interference from other incense fire deities, the Dongyuan human clan would eventually become his for the taking. This process might take thousands or even tens of thousands of years or longer, but with the stark difference in the flow of time, Chujing could afford to wait. The three looked at each other for a few moments before their gazes settled on Chujing simultaneously, and Yanbai spoke in a deep voice. In that case, the agreement between us is settled. I hope you will disclose everything, leaving no detail untold. Of course, Chujing nodded. I'll wait here for the good news. Before Chujing's words fell, a ripple suddenly stirred in the void of the hall, and a figure rushed out in haste, his expression horrified. He knelt before Wanqiong and kowtowed. Chief, the savage beast tide in the 13 wastelands has erupted, breached 3 layers of our realm's border defenses, and is pressing into our heartland. Clans such as the Golden Hook Eagle, Divine Rabbit, Flying Scorpion have been completely wiped out. Wanqiong's gaze immediately sharpened, with a surge of killing intent in his eyes. Discover exclusive tales on Empire. Shan Sun and Yanbai's expressions also changed subtly as they took out several bone tiles from their sleeves. Blood patterns emerged on them, condensing into bone inscriptions. The Yan clan has also been attacked, the perimeter has been breached, and more than one beast king has led the onslaught. This beast tide is feared to be unlike any before. Yanbai's forehead tightened, his expression fluctuating, a cloud of doubts arising in his heart. The heavenly spirit race has also been attacked on their borders, with significant casualties. This is not an attack solely on our human race. Shan Sun took a deep breath, his tone grave. I fear this trouble is considerable. Wanqiong also realized something, speaking softly, either a new beast emperor has ascended, or that formidable tiger has awakened. The aftermath of the Great Beast Hunting Festival had always been met with a retaliatory beast tide, but never had there been a crisis as severe as this moment. Among the savage beasts, they were not a united front, especially since, for nearly 1,000 years, with the Beast Emperor missing and the throne vacant, the kings of each tribe had been eyeing the position of Beast Emperor. Compared to before, the situation for the human race and the heavenly spirit race had improved considerably over this 1,000 years, but now with a full-scale invasion of savage beasts, this relative peace was unlikely to continue. In the coming period, we will all need to go to the frontier to fend off the beast tide, and may not have time to help you work on that golden body. Wanqiong looked at Chujing and casually said, you should stay here and wait for news. Once the beast tide has passed, we will discuss further. Implementing the cultivation methods and the other means that Chujing spoke of a moment ago would take a lot of time to truly affect the Dongyuan human clan, which could take hundreds to thousands of years to see results. But now, the human race did not have that much time. I will not wait here idly. Chujing shook his head, his expression serious. Please take me to the frontier with you. With the repair interface, he would be at least much stronger than those witches in saving lives, not to mention the fact that he could also fix rune soldiers damaged in battle. In this war, he had to do his utmost, no matter how much he could contribute. The prerequisite for attaining the incense fire willpower of the Dongyuan human clan was for the clan to survive, not to be exterminated. The frontier battlefield would surely gather most of the human race elites. People who showed up there would become the crucial pillars of the Dongyuan human clan in the future. It would only be beneficial to start making contact with them in advance. Hearing what Chujing said, Yanbai and Shan Sun, who were about to leave, stopped in their tracks. You want to go to the battlefield? With your current strength? Looking for death? Yanbai didn't mince his words, believing that Chujing staying here was the best option, to avoid needless sacrifice. Shan Sun's brows furrowed slightly, as he clearly did not agree with Chujing's plan either. I will go myself, you might as well take me along, Chu Jing said without wasting words explaining, knowing that the more he explained, the slower they would be to act, missing the opportunity to save more people. If he seeks death, let him go as if he had never been here, Yanbai said somewhat impatiently. He did not entangle himself further, as the totem's shadow flickered behind him, and the next instant, his figure disappeared into the void, leaving no trace. At this moment, time was of the essence, as any further delay could potentially lead to the destruction of a tribe. Let's go, Wan Qiong said, without further ado, grabbing Chu Jing and stepping into the void. After one step, it was as if the rivers and mountains had inverted, and they had traveled billions of miles away. Wan Qiong's cultivation was now comparable to that of a 9 tribulations true immortal. Within the Immortal Alliance, he was considered one of the top powerhouses, possessing divine skills. The distances between the stars are often calculated in tens of billions of miles, and only by maneuvering through the void like this could one traverse the great universe in one's physical body without dying halfway in the cold silence of space. The sky was about to turn to night. Normally, the time was utterly silent, but now, the air was filled with the roar of battle and beastly bellows like rolling thunder, piercing the ears. Even the thick moonlight could not cover the pungent smell of blood soaring skywards. Chu Jing stood above the 9 heavens, scanning the battlefield that stretched for over 1,000,000 miles, with numerous savage beasts breaking through the blockade and continuously pouring into the 9 domains like ink droplets in clear water, staining the barbaric lands with a layer of blood, the flames of war raging everywhere. This is a symbol of the Wan clan. Carry it, and no one will trouble you. Wan Qiong casually tossed Chu Jing into a camp and handed him a bone tile before disappearing without a trace, clearly heading to a more dangerous battleground to confront those beast kings. At this moment, the camp was already filled with the injured. Witches in black robes moved through the camp, mixing medicinal powders and treating the injured totem cultivators, appearing somewhat flustered. The witches bustling around here mostly had lower cultivations, fluctuating between 3rd and 4th order. The stronger great witches were undoubtedly at the front lines, using the spirit-controlling method to deal with the beast tide. The smell of blood mixed with various medicinal powders was extremely pungent, and all one could hear were the intermittent heavy breaths and suppressed moans of pain. Most of the injured that were brought back from the battlefield were severely maimed, some with shattered organs, not far from death. The witches had secret medicines that could regenerate limbs and heal organs, but such medicines were exceedingly precious and would not be used unless absolutely necessary. Thus, most of the injured brought here were merely kept alive with some medicinal powders, their survival left to fate. The alchemy Dao of Dongyuan realm was very rudimentary. The witches merely took various spiritual medicines, ground them into powder, and then mixed them using the power of spirit and soul to create secret medicines. This somewhat crude method not only failed to fully utilize the medicinal properties of the spiritual medicines, wasting them, but the effects were also quite unstable, often having side effects, with medicinal toxicity being the most obvious. Elixirs could also have toxicity, but after being refined, this toxicity was greatly reduced and could be completely assimilated by the body. Looking at the tragic scenes around him, Chu Jing's brows were tightly furrowed. He immediately took out the identity proof given by Wan Qiong and found the person in charge of this particular camp, getting straight to the point, notify all witches to come to me in batches to get medicine. The chief of the camp, also a member of the Wan clan named Wanja, saw the bone tile in Chu Jing's hand and issued the order without hesitation. Chu Jing then took some common herbs from the camp storeroom and mixed them with some of his own fresh blood, forming several medicinal pills. With his blood as a medium, he could use the repair panel to save the lives of those injured here. Soon, witches from around the camp came to his door in succession to collect the secret medicine from Chu Jing's hand. Through the contact with his blood, various notifications about the injured began to appear in Chu Jing's mind almost instantly. He did not hesitate and activated the panel right away, not holding back as he healed their injuries completely. His reason for coming here was to perform miracles, turning the impossible into the possible. That was the task at hand. This was his first attempt at such large-scale repairs. The divine soul trembled slightly, as if he sensed a trace of the panel's operation. Nature's spiritual energy surged wildly, crazily converging within Chu Zhang's body. The influence caused by the flow of spiritual energy widened, and soon it stirred the spiritual energy within tens of thousands of miles to rush in like a tide. My leg, it actually grew back? What is this divine medicine? Cries of disbelief soon echoed throughout the camp. Moments later, the area in front of the house where Chu Zhang resided quickly filled with people. Wanja stood at the doorstep for a long time, wanting to knock but not daring to disturb. Just as he hesitated, Chu Zhang had already opened the door and stepped out. This, cousin, what was that secret medicine just now? It's so miraculous. I was half crippled, yet able to keep my life, thanks to the medicine you bestowed on me, cousin. How could such medicine be used on us? It truly is a wasteful extravagance, it should be reserved for the elders of the tribe. The crowd's reaction varied, some beating their chests and lamenting the waste of the divine medicine, while others were full of gratitude, their faces showing the unease of a narrow escape. I am Jingchu, from beyond the heavens. If you wish, in the future you may honor me as a Tao Lord. Today's rescue was in recognition that we are all part of the human race. If there is a need, offer incense and worship. If I sense it, I will come again. Before the sound of his voice had faded, Chu Zhang's figure had already vanished into the void, leaving no trace. The people looked at each other, and inside the once empty stone house, there now stood a divine statue clad in a Taoist robe, its face identical to that of Jingchu just moments before. Next to the statue, a stack of bone books lay. A witch hurried forward, flipping through the pages. Her eyes suddenly widened with joy, and she exclaimed loudly, "It's a medicine book." Chu Zhang, using the invisibility technique, quietly left the camp and hurried to the next. His journey was merely to repay kindness, he had no intention of deep contact with these people, for the more he mingled, the more the divinity of Taoist Venerable Jingchu would fade. The bone books left beside the divine statue were scrolls about the alchemy Tao, detailing parts of the essence of healing medicine. These were things Chu Zhang left for the witches. With such a vast battlefield, he couldn't cover everything, teaching these witches in advance could save many more lives. Even with his strong individual power, its effect on the entire surge of beasts was minimal. It was better to maximize the effect of the recovery panel, as this would have the greatest impact on the battle situation. Having traveled for a while, Chu Zhang suddenly felt a peculiar sensation. In the Cangyun realm far away, his original body experienced a slight change. After carefully feeling it for a while, Chu Zhang's expression subtly changed. Just now, his original body had, through the vast starry sea, sensed the existence of the Dongyuan realm. The medium wasn't his current incarnation but came from his first golden body that had recently formed and received incense. In that brief moment, incense fire willpower had already begun to form inside the camp. Like those golden body statues in the divine court, once this golden body in the Dongyuan realm accumulates enough incense fire willpower, it could awaken spiritually. Then, even if this incarnation of Chu Zhang perishes for some reason, his original body would still be able to project magic and perform divine acts across realms through this golden body. Continue your journey with Empire. Moreover, once his cultivation was high enough, he would be able to directly traverse the cosmos with a single thought, opening a passage between the two realms and arriving in the Dongyuan realm in an instant. In the methods of cultivation Chu Zhang had encountered so far, the path of incense fire deity was undoubtedly the shortcut among shortcuts. However, the side effects were also quite evident, as the massive death of believers would lead to a decline in cultivation. Chu Zhang's cultivation had previously fallen by 2 minor realms. Most of the time, incense fire deities were in slumber. If caught off guard and their believers were killed instantly in large numbers, it could significantly weaken their power, allowing them to be subsequently cut down. On the other hand, cultivation piled up by a large amount of incense fire willpower had a quite worrisome actual combat strength. Leaving aside the extremely powerful martial path Chu Zhang had seen, just the chi refining lineage and immortal path cultivators alone, in a battle of the same realm, could take on 5 or even more. If it comes to individual combat, incense fire deities almost instantly collapse, only relying on the gap in realm of cultivation, and bullying the weak to have a slight chance of victory. Even with the strong attacking the weak, there was always a possibility of being overturned, and in various Taoist orthodoxies, there were not a few geniuses capable of battling across realms. However, Chuzheng cultivated multiple paths and did not show any deficiencies in combat strength for the time being, but there eventually were some risks that would need to be addressed one day. Now, Chuzheng needed this strength. Matters of the future could only be considered later. In the days that followed, Chuzheng traveled between various camps, requesting no recompensation, healing a large number of soldiers and witches. This power was incredibly precious in war, akin to a miracle. Golden bodies, following the trail where Chuzheng advanced, rose from the ground. The name Taoist Venerable Zhengchu, in less than half a year, had resonated throughout the entire Wan clan alliance, almost single-handedly stabilizing the precarious defense lines. The incense fire willpower was gradually growing, the flames of the deities began to burn. In Dongyuan realm, where there had never been deities before, the initial batch of Chuzheng's believers was of very low quality, not even reaching the level of false believers. But accumulation of small amounts turned into a substantial gathering, which for Chuzheng, was also a considerable gain. The power of the spirit and soul in his original form was steadily increasing, advancing towards the divine infant 8 transformations. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. After years of toil, Chuzheng's gains were tremendous, having earned the support of many tribes. The belief in Taoist Venerable Zhengchu had thoroughly branched and spread within the Dongyuan human clan, and temples with golden bodies sprang up, worshipped daily by crowds, making the golden bodies bathed in the incense clouds transform more powerfully. As the number of believers increased and the incense fire willpower surged, Chuzheng's original form was also significantly impacted, with his cultivation once again breaking through, entering the divine infant 8 transformations. Now, his fame was not only limited to the Wan clan alliance. The Yan clan and Shan clan alliance, even including the celestial spirit tribe, all held him in a distinct status. The moment the Yan clan and Shan Sun from the Shan clan heard the news, they immediately paid Chuzheng a visit, inviting him to their respective alliance territories. After staying for some time and witnessing his abilities firsthand, both were incredulous. The celestial spirit tribe naturally did not miss this opportunity. Now it was a time of joint defense against the beastly outbreaks. Several elders of the celestial spirit tribe personally visited, setting forth many conditions. They took Chuzheng back to the celestial spirit tribe. Accompanying him were a pinnacle realm 8th order warrior and a great witch stepping into the divine shaman realm, a security measure from the Wan clan for Chuzheng's safety. Chuzheng naturally had no objections and was quite cooperative, healing countless beings along the way. The only regret was that limited by the rank of the repair master, the highest he could repair were 6th order warriors and great witches, nothing beyond that. The heavenly spirit race had always been sparsely populated, each of their lives was extremely precious, and Chuzheng, seizing this opportunity, had gained numerous resources for cultivation and secret medicine, elevating his cultivation significantly. During this time, the experience of a 6th order repair master was fully accumulated. Once his true body's cultivation stepped into Tingxian, or his incarnation's cultivation advanced further, entering a new domain, the rank of the repair master would naturally progress to 7th order. Explore hidden tales at Empire. Given the current rate of increase in incense fire willpower, it wouldn't be long before Chuzheng's true body's cultivation could arrive at the Tingxian secret realm. Once the rank of the repair master was promoted to 7th order, according to Chuzheng's previous speculation, there should be some changes when repairing items above 7th order. At the very least, there would be new divine skills anomalies. After the battlefronts had gradually stabilized, Chuzheng wasted no time and immediately started his next move. Over the past few years, the human race had been mining spirit mines and refining warriors extensively, from which Chuzheng selected many materials of superb quality for his own use. He had long planned to refine the warriors for his own use, but the sudden beast tide kept him constantly on the move, leaving no time for this. Meanwhile, Chuzhu also planned to transmit the knowledge of formations through the incense flame golden body to various tribes. The path of formations, boundless and profound, was absolutely a sharp sword against savage beasts. However, he had just been secluded for less than a few months when a series of startling changes suddenly occurred on the battlefield. The Beast Emperor appeared, leading more than a dozen Beast Kings in a sudden attack on a key pass, instantly tearing through the defensive circle, and the established stability was instantly shattered. The Wan clan suffered heavy losses. Wan Qiong was severely injured, allowing the Beast Tide to press further in. Although Chu Jing had never seen the Beast Emperor with his own eyes, the reports from the battlefield described it as a white tiger with a six-colored divine wing, terrifying in its combat strength. Even Pinnacle Realm warriors were like torn ragweed under its claws, annihilated with a mere flick of its hand. Under such critical circumstances, Wan Qiong had no choice but to enlist the Wan clan's last resort. The Dongyuan human clan had, naturally, been preserving many trumps since they had contended with savage beasts since ancient times, not least the Wan clan alliance harbored an absolute lethal weapon. This weapon was named Skyrending Divine Crossbow. This was an exceedingly powerful rune soldier, created by an ancestor of the human race at his death's door. He pulled together the human race's top powerhouses, depleted his spirit and soul to produce it, using the bones of more than a dozen beast kings. This weapon was almost on the verge of breaking the limits of the totem path, its might divine. Struck by an arrow, not even a beast king level being had the chance to face a second arrow. In other words, this was a terrifying murder weapon capable of killing an immortal path lord in a single strike. Upon receiving the news, Chu Jing hastily left seclusion. After some investigation, he finally arrived within the Wan tribe and saw what the Skyrending Divine Crossbow was. The bolt alone was as thick as a pillar that three men could embrace together, marked with various high-grade talismanic patterns, a terrifying murder weapon that was the culmination of the Dongyuan human clan's top essence.